Chapter 125. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The giant turtle was astonishingly fast. Along the way, it didn't even encounter a single fish, let alone a mutated sea demon. In the sea region, this old turtle was definitely at the level of an ancestor. His aura spread out like the arrival of the sun, and no one dared to provoke him. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden sound of water, and seawater slid down from his body. Qin Yu opened his eyes and saw a vast fog in front of him. He knew that he had arrived at the edge of the Netherworld sea region. But without the Netherworld ship, how could they leave? Soon, the large turtle allowed Qin Yu to understand what it meant to be incomparably powerful. It opened its mouth, took a deep breath, and exhaled forcefully. Rumble, in an instant, the weather changed, and the sound was deafening. The mist that covered the sky and made it difficult to tell which direction it was going was directly blown out, leaving a straight path. Along the passageway, the big turtle leisurely flew out, very satisfied. Behind him, deep in the Netherworld sea region, a terrifying eyeball was staring at them. It hesitated again and again before finally choosing to leave. The great turtle suddenly accelerated, flying out of the range of the fog in the blink of an eye. It fiercely turned its head. Brat, what did you do to actually draw that thing here? Qin Yu was confused. What does senior mean? The great turtle sneered. You brat, stop pretending to be stupid. Don't test my patience or I'll throw you back. Qin Yu wryly smiled. Listening to senior's words, it seems that junior has provoked some fierce existence in the Netherworld sea region. But, do you think that with junior's cultivation I can accomplish this? Big Turtle frowned slightly. That was true. If he really provoked that thing, even if this kid had 8 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Moreover, he was completely useless now, so he was even more worthless. Its expression became more and more unsightly. After a long time, it coldly snorted. Since they weren't targeting this brat, then they were targeting him? It had been a few years since they had met, but his appetite had grown. All right. This old tortoise will remember this matter. We'll slowly settle the score in the future. Qin Yu behaved himself and pretended that he didn't sense the evil aura emanating from the large turtle. But, he was actually muttering to himself. Although he hadn't done anything, his instincts told him that the thing the large turtle spoke of was coming for him. Demonic path St. Furnace? Or was it a tumor? In the Netherworld sea region, these were the only 2 things that Qin Yu had done. After thinking for a moment, he suppressed these thoughts. Since he had escaped, at worst he wouldn't come here again. The large turtle had a sullen expression as it hurried along. Qin Yu certainly wouldn't go looking for trouble by talking too much, so he sped along. 10 days later, the turtle slowed down and dove into the depths of the sea. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. Soon, his eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. Resplendent radiance illuminated the dark sea region. It was some type of enormous coral that grew at the bottom of the sea like an ancient tree. It released a gentle radiance. At the center of the coral reefs was a city that only existed in legends, an undersea city. It lay on the seabed, shimmering with a myriad of colors. It was 100 times larger than any city Qin Yu had ever seen. This Wu sect city. Chen Sei, a sea. By He of King, of Sunday. The style of the entire city was completely different. Most of the buildings were made of seabed sand, shells, and corals. They were not as square as the buildings of the human race. Instead, they had more of a casual, curvaceous beauty. A faint layer of light isolated the sea, but it didn't stop the seafolk from entering or leaving. Qin Yu could clearly see several beautiful deep-sea carps waving their tails as they dove into the capital city. Then, they continued swimming around happily. After arriving here, the large turtle was in a much better mood. It turned to look at Qin Yu's shocked expression and proudly said, "Brat, you humans aren't the only ones who can build cities. This is my sea race capital city, the eternal son of the sea." Before the old turtle's giant body approached the capital city, it had already alarmed the capital city guards. They came out to greet him. The sea monster in the lead had taken human form. His body was strong to the point of being a mess. 2 snow-white fangs jutted out from his mouth, indicating that he was a high-level sea mammoth. His thick armor accentuated his extraordinary might. But in front of the old turtle, he was as docile as a sheep. He respectfully bowed. "Mr. Turtle, you've returned." Behind him was a group of rebellious capital city guards who had always been cold, arrogant, and belligerent. They lowered their heads so low that they almost broke their necks. The old tortoise waved its claws casually. A beam of demonic light flashed, and a hunchback old man wearing a tortoise shell appeared in its place. His mustache combined with his thin body was a simple combination that vividly displayed the word wretched. Of course, no one dared to laugh. In fact, they didn't even dare to glance at him. All of the sea folk lowered their heads, their expressions as solemn and respectful as they could be. Qin Yu endured it for a long time, but his lips still twitched. The old turtle ruthlessly glared at him, a thick threat in his eyes. Qin Yu immediately understood why these sea folk were acting so well. Thinking about it, they had already been taught a lesson. "I'll find a place to settle this boy down." As the old turtle spoke, he flew into the capital city. This damned thing in the Netherworld Sea region actually dared to have ideas about him. This matter wasn't simple at all. He had to promptly inform His Majesty so that he could respond. The sea mammoth leader bowed. "Mister, please take care." When the old turtle vanished without a trace, he looked up and warmly smiled. "Little brother, my name is Meng Li. What is your name?" To be able to sit in the position of commander of the capital city guards for so many years, he certainly had his outstanding points. Unlike his crude and clumsy appearance, he had an incomparably meticulous mind. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Ning Qin. If he said his real name, he feared that these people in front of him would immediately turn hostile. He casually swept his eyes around, wanting to leave immediately. But as he thought about how this was the sea race's capital city and how many powerhouses were gathered here, he could only suppress this tempting thought. Meng Li sensed Qin Yu's concealment but didn't care. As long as he knew that this human in front of him was someone that Mr. Turtle had brought over, it didn't matter what his name was. But he had a familiar expression on his face. He patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, "Come, I will personally lead you into the city." After giving several orders to his subordinates, Meng Li led Qin Yu into the capital city. They chatted happily and the two of them had a pleasant time. Of course, Qin Yu didn't answer his questions in a roundabout way. Of course, the truth was that he didn't know why the old turtle had brought him here. Meng Li's smile didn't diminish. The more Qin Yu acted like this, the more he felt it was unusual and his attitude became even more intimate. The interior of the sea race capital city was filled with flowers and flowers. Countless sea monsters walked or swam about. There were incomparably ugly fish monsters and dazzlingly beautiful mermaid girls. Sensing Qin Yu's surprise, he lowered his voice and said, "Those are the half-mermaid race. They are mostly women and each one of them is incomparably beautiful. But what they excel at the most is how to please men." As he spoke, he gave Qin Yu a knowing look. "Brother Ning, if you need me, I can take you there at night. Trust me, this trip won't be in vain." Qin Yu revealed a bit of awkwardness, but also a bit of yearning. He hesitated for several breaths of time before shaking his head. "Forget it. This is my first time in the capital city, so it's best to be a bit more cautious." Since the sea mammoth leader wanted to curry favor with him, he didn't oppose it. He didn't know how long he would be staying in the sea race capital city, so there was no harm in maintaining a good relationship. The capital city was extremely large. There were laws that prohibited the royal family and those that weren't permitted to fly. If one walked or swam, they would waste far too much time on the road. Thus, short-distance transmission arrays had appeared. There were many of them and they were distributed throughout the capital city. As long as one paid a small amount of spirit stones, one could freely use them. In this city at the bottom of the sea, there were many humans, and some were even living quite well. When they went out, they would be accompanied by sea race servants. Even so, they still didn't have the qualifications to use the transmission arrays in the capital city. It was said that this was a punishment that a long time ago, a sea race emperor who had lost his beloved daughter had passed down to the humans. Regarding this, no sea folk dared to violate it. Even the capital city guard commander, Lord Meng Li, could only bitterly smile and shake his head. He apologetically turned and said, "Brother Ning, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid we can only choose a place nearby. But this area is at the edge of the capital city and there aren't many good residences." The edge of the capital city was much better. Qin Yu had a sincere expression. "Big brother is too polite. I'm already satisfied to have a place to live." Meng Li sighed. "Then I'll have to trouble brother Ning for now. Once Mr. Turtle returns, there will be proper arrangements. Perhaps there will be a day in the future when brother Ning will be of use. At that time, don't blame me for being rude today." Qin Yu repeatedly said he didn't dare. He had a moved expression on his face, causing Meng Li to feel smug. It was true that he had to carefully receive the people that Mr. Turtle brought, but before determining just how important Qin Yu was, sending him a residence was far too expensive. Living in the capital city wasn't easy. In a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, even if Meng Li was skilled in making money, he still wouldn't dare to casually move around. Now, it seemed that this surname Ning had been fooled and wouldn't complain. That was good. If he left a good impression today, then even if this surname Ning became rich in the future, there would still be room to salvage the situation. Meng Li silently praised his own wisdom. Then, he pretended to think about it and led Qin Yu outside. Moments later, they passed through a narrow alley. The two stopped outside a courtyard at the end and pushed open the door. The courtyard was small, but it was clean and tidy. There was a lush red coral growing there. Meng Li apologized a few more times. He said that he had official business to attend to and that he would come look for brother Ning in a few days. After sending him out and watching Meng Li's tall and sturdy back disappear from sight, Qin Yu's smile faded and his expression became light. Who said that sea monsters didn't have brains? This Meng Li was actually quite astute. However, he didn't plan on staying in the sea race capital city for long. It didn't matter where he lived. The more remote he was, the less attention he would attract and the more convenient it would be for him to move around. This was good. Closing the courtyard door, Qin Yu closed his eyes. His divine sense swept through the entire courtyard like silk. After a long time, he determined that there weren't any problems. Then, he opened his eyes and entered the room, sitting down cross-legged. He had just entered the capital city today, so it wasn't good for him to rashly leave. He would first wait and understand a bit more before making any plans. It was obvious that it was very difficult for a human cultivator to openly leave the capital city. There was no sun or moon at the bottom of the sea, but the color of the coral would change according to yin and yang. When the red coral in the courtyard turned a cold blue, that meant that night had arrived. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He could already determine that there was no one watching him. It seemed that the old turtle didn't care about him at all, so he naturally didn't have any plans. This allowed Qin Yu to relax a little. It should be much easier to leave now. At this time, a faint howl sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. The air was a bit cold. Chapter 126. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Before Qin Yu could respond, the 100 nether sword in his storage ring began to cry out, excited and urgent. He flicked his sleeves and the 100 nether sword howled out. Qin Yu's figure flickered as he followed behind it. In a corner of the courtyard there was a well. The water was 4 or 5 meters above the ground and the water was clear. Looking down, it was pitch black and it was unknown where it led to. The 100 nether sword hung at the mouth of the well. It left its sheath on its own and pointed towards the well. Then, there was a loud sword cry. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from Qin Yu's eyes, shaking. From the well, faint traces of black energy rose up, fusing into the 100 nether sword. In the air, howling sounds became clear. A yin-cold energy rose up. It was clear that the changes just now had been caused by the black energy in the well. After probing for a moment, a strange expression crossed Qin Yu's face. What was rising up from the well was actually the aura of specters. In the netherworld realm, Qin Yu had felt that the aura of specters in the well was even richer than it was now. No, it was much richer, at least 10 times or more. In the Netherworld Sea region, the 100 Nether Sword had been soaked in Chi-Nu's blood, and after killing the tumor, it had already recognized Chi-Nu as its master. He could clearly feel the joy of the 100 Nether Sword at this moment. The spectre aura rising up from the well, whether it was because the concentration was too high or because it had undergone some sort of mutation, was actually an excellent tonic for the 100 Nether Sword. This fellow had already thoroughly fallen in love with this place. When it sensed that Chi-Nu intended to leave, it even trembled and threatened, "If you leave, we'll part ways." Chi-Nu ignored its clamoring. His thoughts raced. The 100 Nether Sword was of an extremely high quality and had a high chance of becoming a spirit treasure. If he could raise it, it would definitely become a great killing weapon. He didn't dare to go to the Netherworld Sea region again. If he missed this well, it would be difficult to find another place with such a powerful spectre aura. The large turtle had left him in a hurry. In addition to today's observations, it clearly didn't care. If this was the case, then it wasn't impossible to stay in the sea race capital city for a period of time. As this thought appeared, it immediately spread out. In the endless sea region, the sea race capital city was absolutely the safest place. If he was a bit more careful, then refining the 5-element spiritual objects here wasn't a bad choice either. The next day, as the deep blue coral in the courtyard turned a fiery red once more, the aura of spectre in the well dissipated. Chi-Nu looked down at the little blue lamp that had restrained its light, a thoughtful look on his face. The 100 Nether Sword flew out and fell to the ground. Chi-Nu inspected it and found that it was full. His lips twitched and he placed it back into his storage ring. He pushed open the courtyard doors and tried to leave. No one jumped out to stop him. Besides the cold arrogance and disdain in their eyes, everything was perfect. When he could see the capital city gates in the distance, he turned around and returned the way he came. When the coral turned a deep blue once more, the 100 Nether Sword woke up on time. It rushed towards the well, its spirit 100 times stronger than before. With the cry of the sword, the aura of a departed soul gushed out once more. For the next 3 days, Chi-Nu gradually expanded his range of activity. The closest he came to the city gates, he even stood there with Meng Li and warmly exchanged greetings. He vaguely mentioned whether or not he could temporarily leave the capital city. Seeing the awkward expression on his face, Chi-Nu changed the topic. After bidding his farewells, Chi-Nu returned to his courtyard, his complexion uncertain. The 100 Nether Sword seemed to have sensed something today. It forced itself to stay awake and stared at Chi-Nu, as if saying that if he dared to leave, it would immediately throw a tantrum. Chi-Nu glanced at it and laughed, "Hurry up and go back to digest. If you insist on staying here, aren't you afraid of bursting yourself to death?" The 100 Nether Sword was overjoyed. It rubbed its paws against Chi-Nu and then vanished, running back to the well. This was its own request, so Chi-Nu was disinclined to bother with it and let it do as it pleased. Chi-Nu let out a light breath and shook his head. He didn't know whether his decision to stay was right or wrong. But since he had already made his choice, there was no need to hesitate. He could begin. Although he had only dabbled in the basics of array formations, Jiyu Shengping was a good person. As long as Chi-Nu followed the bits and pieces he had left behind, he would be able to complete the arrangement. A moment later, a simple array formation was completed. It had an outstanding concealment attribute and was nearly impossible to detect unless it was activated. Its function was also very simple. It could shield one's aura and conceal fluctuations of strength. In terms of defense, it only had 2 types, imprisonment and confusion. As for killing power, it was too difficult to arrange. Chi-Nu didn't have full confidence in his abilities. Moreover, in the sea race capital city, Chi-Nu felt that it was best to provoke as little trouble as possible. His Dantian Sea was still quiet and his magic power was in a frozen state. But Chi-Nu could feel the boundless aura beneath the ice. It was like a dormant volcano that would erupt with an even greater strength once it awoke. But it would likely take some time for it to awaken on its own. Chi-Nu thought for a moment and decided to try borrowing external strength. He took out several cloud rain pills and swallowed them. The medicinal efficacy flowed through his flesh and blood, rapidly transforming into magic power. As if attracted by a magnet, Yu didn't need to revolve his cultivation method. This magic power rapidly fused into his Dantian Si. He focused his mind and sensed the subtle changes. After several breaths of time, a smile appeared on his face. It was useful. Magic power came from the same source, so it instinctively wanted to fuse together. There were clearly more fluctuations of magic power beneath the ice, but it was far from enough. With a flick of his sleeves, he took out the entire bottle of cloudrain pills. There were 100 of them. He lifted a hand and swallowed them. He closed his eyes and refined them. Magic power constantly poured into his Dantian Si. The magic power fluctuations beneath the ice became increasingly strong. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in this quiet environment, time quietly passed. This small courtyard seemed to have been forgotten. Yu sat cross-legged in his room, sweat pouring down his forehead. His black robes were wet and stuck to his body. Within his Dantian Si, the invisible ice violently trembled, already on the verge of collapse. Yu swallowed down 10 cloudrain pills. Billowing magic power rushed into them, and with a light cracking sound, the magic power ice shattered. Bang! His black robes fluttered in the air. Strong winds rose up and a powerful aura broke out from his body. Golden core first level, golden core second level, golden core third level, golden core seventh level. But at this time, Yu's rising aura hadn't ended. Golden core 8th level, golden core 9th level, peak 9th level. Yu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He carefully sensed the changes within his body and smiled. In the Netherworld Sea region, after the demon body swallowed the tumor essence, Yu's cultivation had risen by leaps and bounds. During this period of time, the ice had been absorbing and transforming it. The 9th level of Golden Core could also be called the peak of Golden Core. After advancing to the 10th level, that was the hollow nascent soul realm, just a fine line away from breaking into nascent soul. If Yu continued to cultivate here, then with the support of pills, he would have a chance to attack nascent soul within a year. If he succeeded, he would become the highest peak existence in this world. Just how strong was this temptation? Even with Yu's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but waver. But he immediately suppressed it. Golden cores were divided into high and low levels, and nascent souls were divided into weak and strong. Since there was a chance to attack an even greater strength, he naturally had to fight for it with everything he had. Moreover, he had already made nearly all the preparations. All he needed to do was carry out. Closing his eyes, Yu silently controlled the magic power rising within him. At the same time, he carefully considered the steps to refine the 5-element spiritual objects. 2 hours later, after determining that all the details were correct and he had thoroughly grasped them, Yu opened his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out the fleeting flame furnace and lifted a hand. The furnace opened and a mass of black light flew out. Boundless water attribute fluctuations indicated that this was a water attribute spiritual object. In the sea race capital city, in the deepest depths of the sea, using a water attribute spiritual object to refine it was appropriate. He lifted a hand and magic power surged out from his palm. With his 9th level golden core cultivation, the magic power in his palm condensed into a furnace. This furnace had 3 feet and a narrow mouth and a round abdomen. Its surface was engraved with lines of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Although it was only condensed from magic power, it naturally emitted an ancient and boundless aura. The fleeting flame furnace hummed, as if in awe and submission. Yu's thoughts stirred. Perhaps such a furnace really did exist in this world, and what he was borrowing now was a projection of its strength. As this thought raced, he immediately suppressed it. Right now, the most important thing was to refine the 5-element spiritual objects. He couldn't afford to be distracted at all. The furnace in his palm opened. The black light struggled for a moment before fading away to reveal its true appearance. This water attribute spiritual object was a black lotus seed. It was the size of a knuckle, and looking at it with rapt attention, one could see that there were runes on its surface. These runes wove together in layers, as if they contained the water of 100 rivers. Whoosh, the lotus seed flew into the furnace. Yu's heart shook and he instinctively closed his eyes. His consciousness soon blurred, as if he were in a half-asleep, half-awake dream. In his dream, it was a lotus seed that had been unintentionally abandoned by someone in a mountain pond. It soaked in the icy cold water for countless years before it finally broke out of its shell and took root at the bottom of the pond. The silt at the bottom of the pond was even colder than the water. As its roots drilled into it, they froze and died. But it never gave up. It struggled between life and death, stubbornly living on. After another period of time, the roots adapted to the cold silt and finally began to absorb nutrients. Countless years passed. A black lotus broke through the surface of the water. The lotus throne bloomed with black light. Then, one day, the lotus throne exploded on its own. Only a single lotus seed flew out, its entire body shrouded in black ripples. In his room, Qin opened his eyes. There was a dazed look in his eyes. For a time, he found it hard to tell whether he was Qin or a lotus seed from countless years ago. Atop his palm, the three-legged furnace began to tremble. It scattered into magic power that rushed into Qin body. In the next moment, a black lotus seed appeared in his Dantian Sea. It rapidly condensed from nothingness and floated above the great Tao base, resonating with his golden core. The black watery light contracted, synchronizing with Qin breathing. The magic power within Qin body cheered, becoming much more lively and natural. His mind was shaken and he was completely awake. His thoughts raced and he understood that the dream he experienced was in truth the process of the lotus seed's birth. Because it had been refined and fused into his soul. From then on, he possessed the lotus seed's memories and the lotus seed became a part of his body. Feeling the magic power flowing through his body more smoothly, Qin smiled. Moreover, this was clearly not the only function of a water attribute spiritual object. At the very least, if he was injured in the future, with the support of the lotus seed, his recovery speed would greatly increase. The first 5-element spiritual object, he had finished refining it. Calculating the time, Qin's eyebrows arched up. He never thought that nearly half a month would pass in that true dream. The magic power within his body hadn't been consumed, but there was a bit of tiredness in his soul that couldn't be dispelled. It was clear that this was the result of refining the lotus seed and fusing with its memories. This tiredness left Qin feeling a bit restless. But as he thought about it, he couldn't find a reason. He could only temporarily suppress it and close his eyes to restore his mind. Chapter 127. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Within the capital city's guard division, there was a small and unremarkable office. From the outside, it looked like a dilapidated courtyard, but upon entering, one would sigh at the Lord Commander's diligence and frugality. It was precisely because of this that Commander Meng Li had a good reputation in the capital city. However, if someone were to enter this storeroom where confidential documents were stored, they would discover that this extremely simple and crude small courtyard could also contain a completely different world. The furniture was made from purple coral, and the workmanship was exquisite. The materials used were of the highest quality, and the floor was covered with a carpet woven from the soft hair of a seahorse. A small piece of carpet was enough for a normal sea race family to live in for a month. At this moment, Commander Meng Li, who was known for his honesty and thriftiness, was leaning against a purple coral wide-back armchair. He held a string of beads in his hand and gently stroked it. The beads were glossy, and the entire body was maroon red. Although he couldn't see the specific label, it was undoubtedly a product of a master. In front of him was a wide purple coral table. It was a product that had been cut out with a single knife. The surface of the table was flat without any marks. To be able to fit such a large cross-section, the coral had to be at least a few thousand years old. He frowned slightly, thinking about what he had done recently. If there was anything lacking, he could fix it in time. The concubine of the third young master of Duke Zhong's residence was pregnant. The niece of Duke Xia's residence was getting married. The Imperial Guard captain of the palace had recently taken in a mermaid as his concubine. All the necessary etiquette had been shown. That was good. Commander Meng Li took a sip from the teapot and sighed. It wasn't easy to survive in the capital city these days. As the commander of the capital city's guard division, it was even more difficult. Although he had accumulated some wealth over the years, his expenses were also great. Interacting with people every month and year was a huge expense. He had to save what he had to save. Meng Li immediately thought of a place that would be a waste. A month ago, Mr. Turtle had brought a human cultivator over from who knows where. He couldn't figure out how strong he was, so he could only carefully entertain him. It had been a long time, but Mr. Gui had not asked anything. He must have forgotten. After all, Mr. Gui's memory was quite famous in the entire royal capital. Unless someone took the initiative to mention it, that human boy would probably not be remembered for another 100 years. Thinking about how he had made a useless investment, Meng Li sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he was cautious and did not bet too much on him. Since he was of no use to him, of course he couldn't keep him here. How could there be a cheap residence in the capital? No matter how secluded it was, the yearly rent was not a small sum. Life wasn't easy, so he had to save whenever he could. He knocked on the table. Someone immediately pushed open the door and fiercely ordered him to send Qin Yu away. Wait. Before leaving, Meng Li thought for a moment. Be tactful. Don't let him bear a grudge, understand? The subordinate had a flattering smile on his face. Don't worry, Commander. On top of the high cliff, the huge willow tree faced the black clouds and the raging wind. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down and struck the willow tree crown. The entire willow tree instantly turned into a blazing fireball, dyeing the entire sky red. After an unknown period of time, the flames gradually subsided. The willow tree's branches and leaves were all burnt, leaving only a pitch-black trunk. The rainy season had arrived. The pitch-black willow tree that was bathed in the drizzle actually had a touch of green. It had not really died, and a new branch had grown from the fire. This was the memories that Qin Yu had fused with when he refined the second five-element spiritual object, the wood attribute willow branch. At this time, within his Dantian Sea, there was another verdant willow branch around the black lotus seed. The deep green divine light contained a vibrant vitality. If it could be said that Qin Yu's recovery speed had increased after refining the lotus seed, then now it had jumped to a whole new level. With the superimposed water and wood attributes to promote his injuries, as well as the demon body's powerful regenerative abilities, perhaps Qin Yu could be given a nickname. For instance, Strong Qin. But now, Comrade Strong Qin wasn't happy at all. His feelings were correct. The weariness that came from his soul wasn't as simple as being tired. The reason spiritual objects were precious was because they had a spirit born within the heavens and earth. And the explanation of a spirit could be summed up in the simplest words: they had their own independent consciousness. With consciousness came memories. These memories fused into Qin Yu's soul as he refined them, becoming a part of him. The birth of a spiritual object often required an extremely long period of time. This also meant that the memories of a spiritual object were a massive stream of information. Qin Yu's soul was formidable, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same level. Even so, after refining the water and wood spirit treasures, his soul still found it hard to continue. Love go little say net, quit wasn't that he couldn't continue refining them, but the risks were far too high. Once his soul fell, he would be lost in the memories of the spiritual object and lose his own will. Or, to put it more bluntly, he would be seized by a spiritual object. Of course, this was different from seizing someone's body, but the result was the same. Qin Yu's own memories would become a vassal, and the spiritual object's memories would dominate his body. After hesitating for several days, Qin Yu decided to temporarily stop refining. The scene of his strength rising after refining the 5 elemental spiritual objects seemed to suddenly disappear, leaving him depressed. But soon, he took a deep breath and composed himself. Since things had already happened, he just had to think of a way to resolve it. Any unnecessary worries or unwillingness would only waste his mind and time. It was meaningless. If his soul wasn't able to hold more spiritual object memories, then it could be solved by increasing the intensity of his soul. But this was easier said than done. The soul was the most important part of a cultivator, and this was especially true for nascent soul and above cultivators. Qin Yu didn't know how many pills he had eaten. Today, His soul was only strong enough to hold 2 spiritual object memories. If he simply swallowed pills to cultivate, it was unknown just how many years it would take to accomplish this goal. The soul mushroom was a soul accelerator that also served as a cheat. But it was clearly different from ordinary spirit plants. Ever since he obtained it in Immortal Eclipse Valley, it had been bathed in a foot of sea blue light every day, and yet it hadn't turned blue. This meant that it was less than 100 years old. It was clear that the little blue lamp's ability to accelerate this rare treasure was greatly reduced. But taking a step back, unless he was in a life or death situation, even if the soul mushroom was 100 years old, Chinyu still wouldn't swallow it. What he wanted was a 1,000-year partner soul, not an immortal soul. Things seemed to have reached a dead end. As Chinyu was stuck in a dilemma, Commander Meng Li's subordinate arrived. He politely knocked on the door. When the courtyard door opened, he smiled and bowed. Then, he said that the Lord Commander was busy with official business and was deeply apologetic that he couldn't personally come. After a long time, he finally broached the main topic. The guard had an awkward expression. "Fellow Daoist Ning Qin, you are the Lord Commander's friend, so you should be taken care of. But recently, some people have falsely accused the Lord Commander of corruption and bribery, and it just so happens that there are some problems with the origin of this courtyard. Now, someone is keeping an eye on it. Could you temporarily move out? Once this matter is over, you can have this courtyard as a gift. You can live here however long you like." Chinyu was surprised. "There's actually something like this. I never thought that because of me, Big Brother Meng Li would be placed in a difficult position. Please report back to me and I will immediately move out." The guard was overjoyed. He repeatedly praised fellow Daoist Ning Qin for his righteousness and said that once he settled down, he would go to the guard department and report this so that he could get closer to him in the future. He turned and left the narrow alley. The guard's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Who said that humans were so smart that their hair was all empty? In the end, they were still being played around with in the palm of his hand. Even after being driven out, they still felt grateful. At the courtyard entrance, Chinyu watched as the guard left. His complexion returned to normal. He was the dignified commander of the guard department of the sea race capital city. If he were to be impeached and framed because of a small courtyard on the edge of the capital city, then he might as well buy a block of tofu and commit suicide. To be able to drive someone away in such a tactful manner, this Commander Meng Li was truly a wonderful person. However, this also sent an important message to Chinyu. The old turtle had indeed forgotten about his existence. The tightness in the depths of his heart had finally relaxed. He had to hurry and leave. Even if the old turtle remembered him in the future, it wouldn't be easy to find him in the massive capital city. The 100 Nether Sword had to stay behind. This was a land of good feng shui. It wished that it could stay here for the rest of its life. If he asked it to leave, it would definitely turn hostile. After a short discussion, the 100 Nether Sword simply dove into the well. As long as it was a bit more careful, it wouldn't be discovered. There wasn't much to tidy up. After spending some time, Chinyu retrieved the array formation he laid down and carefully erased all traces he left behind. Then, he pushed open the door and left. A sea folk just happened to pass by. As he saw Chinyu leave, he was startled. He smiled and greeted, "Big Brother Ning." During the several days when he had been obstructed in refining the 5-element spiritual objects and hesitating, Chinyu had wandered around to relax his mind. He had also inquired about the well. After all, it was impossible for such a rich spectral aura to appear for no reason. At the edge of the capital city and also in a remote and narrow alley, those that lived here were mostly the lowest rung of the sea folk. Perhaps it was because they had suffered too much bullying, or perhaps it was because they had suffered too much disdain, causing their minds to distort. When these lowly sea folk faced Chinyu, they finally found a feeling of looking down on him. Chinyu didn't even bother responding to his questions. He simply snorted and pointed his nose into the sky. If it weren't for the fact that he lived in the entire courtyard by himself, he would have long since drowned in insults like despicable and ugly human. The youth in front of him was Chinyu's neighbor. He lived in the courtyard next door. Of course, it was more accurate to say that he was one of his neighbors. His name was Leon. This sort of name was the symbol of a lowly sea folk. They didn't have their own surname. Leon was a sunny young sea monster. He lived here with his mother and little brother, and he was the only one willing to speak with Qin Yu. Moreover, they got along quite well. As for the spectral aura in the well, Leon had given an answer. Its source was the sea mausoleum. This was a place where only the royal family of the sea races and those that had made great contributions to their race had the qualifications to be buried. It represented the highest honor after death. At the start, the sea mausoleum was completely normal. But as time passed, more and more powerful spectral souls appeared in the sea mausoleum, gradually forming a kingdom of spectral souls. As the endless years passed, the spells around the sea mausoleum began to erode and spectral aura began to leak out. At the start, this matter had thrown the capital city into chaos. At least 100,000 seafolk had been affected by this spectral aura and died in the chaos. The current ruler of the sea races sacrificed 1,000 years of his life and also used the flesh and blood of 100,000 seafolk as the price to reinforce the spells around the sea mausoleum. The spectral aura was sealed, but it wasn't completely sealed. If one approached a certain range of the sea mausoleum, there was a chance that the spectral aura would leak out. Over time, the high-level seafolk in the area surrounding the sea mausoleum began to move away. This even affected the direction of the capital city's expansion, and it became the edge of the capital city that it was today. This was where Qin Yu lived today. Qin Yu smiled. Leon's work is finished. Leon nodded. His smiling face revealed a weariness that he couldn't hide. But he still lived a happy life every day. His smile was friendly and he nodded. Teacher spent over a month and finally saved that precious sea heart orchid. He had us leave work early. He lifted the paper bag in his hand. I bought some snacks. Does Big Brother Ning want to eat some? Qin Yu had a thoughtful look. No need. You can eat. Seeing his thoughtful appearance, Leon thought that Qin Yu was thinking about how unfriendly the seafolk had been towards him. He awkwardly smiled, his face blushing red. Then, I'll head home first, Big Brother Ning. Wait. Chapter 128. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Leon turned around, puzzled. Qin Yu earnestly said, Leon, you once said that you worked at a place called Sea Spirit Pavilion, right? Leon nodded. He unconsciously puffed out his chest, a proud expression on his face. That's right, it is Sea Spirit Pavilion. This was the only place that this humble sea race youth was proud of. But as he thought about how Qin Yu was a human and hadn't been in the capital city for long, he probably didn't know of Sea Spirit Pavilion's reputation. Luckily, Qin Yu had asked him about Sea Spirit Pavilion at the right time. The youth had an urge to tell him just how fierce he was. Sea Spirit Pavilion is tyrannical in strength and is the largest sea spirit shop in the entire sea region. It specializes in cultivating, collecting, selling, treating, recovering, and exchanging all in one comprehensive sea spirit shop chain. After I obtained the qualifications to become a primary sea spirit teacher, I worked hard for 3 years before barely managing to become an assistant sea spirit teacher at Sea Spirit Pavilion. With Sea Spirit Pavilion's fame and status, as long as I work there for 5 years, I can simply change places and become a sea spirit teacher with my own workshop. All sorts of things related to sea spirit teachers, as well as their experiences at work. The youth clearly didn't have many opportunities to show off, so he simply couldn't stop talking. Qin Yu listened attentively, constantly summarizing and summarizing. He had a comprehensive understanding of sea spirit teachers. To sum it up in a single sentence, they were a group of sea races that cultivated and treated spiritual plants in the sea. No, it should be more accurate to say that they were a group of incomparably wealthy sea races that cultivated and treated spiritual plants in the sea. Sea spirit teachers had extremely high fees, especially when treating high-level sea spirits, spiritual objects in the sea. Their income was astonishing, and what was most shocking was that even if they collected a fee, there was no guarantee that they would be cured. It wasn't just one family that was like this, but the entire world of sea spirit teachers followed this rule. Unwilling. Leave and turn left. Revenge afterwards. My world of sea spirit teachers has 100,000 peers waiting for you. In summary, sea spirit teachers had a high status within the sea races. Of course, this was limited to high-level sea spirit teachers. As for those like Leon who were the lowest and didn't have much potential to improve, they could only struggle at the bottom. Qin Yu revealed a strange expression. A sea spirit teacher with a high status seemed to suit him very well. Although he still didn't have a clear understanding of what a sea spirit teacher was, this didn't prevent him from having confidence in himself. With the little blue lamp in hand, sea spirit cultivation and treatment weren't a problem at all. If he could become a high-level sea spirit teacher, would he be able to dig out the things he needed from the rich pockets of the high-level sea races? For example, treasures that could increase the strength of one's soul. Sensing the strange expression on Qin Yu's face, Leon suddenly fell silent. He revealed a shy expression and said, "Big Brother Ning, I'm sorry, I spoke too much." Qin Yu smiled. "No, I'm very interested. Also, Leon, I'm moving out of here." Leon's eyes widened. "Where are you going? Will we ever meet again?" Qin Yu mysteriously smiled. "Of course, it might not be too long from now." Leaving behind a bewildered sea race youth, he turned and floated away. A moment later, Qin Yu found a secluded corner and put on a black robe. After restraining his aura, he mixed into the flow of people in the capital city. As the saying goes, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. In fact, this saying was very suitable for any intelligent species. As the political, economic, and cultural center of the sea races, the capital city gathered people from all over the world. There were all sorts of eccentricities here. What was a black robe? Just a few days ago, there was even someone walking through the streets with a giant coral on their head. What hadn't the people of the capital city seen before? Black robes, I'll find 10 of them for you in minutes. As long as one didn't lift the robe and completely restrained their aura, no one would know that a human was hiding underneath. Sea Spirit Pavilion's capital city branch division was indeed only a branch division. No one knew why Sea Spirit Pavilion, which had a chain operation that spanned the entire sea region and was said to have an unfathomably deep background, would set up their headquarters in the bitter cold land of Sega City. This was an enigma. Countless seafolk had tried to unravel it, but those that couldn't come into contact with it could only fall into a deep fog. As for those that had the qualifications to investigate, they would stop without hesitation after discovering the slightest clue and strictly forbid anyone from revealing anything. Combining all of these factors together, Sea Spirit Pavilion became increasingly mysterious. Although it was only a branch division, the 9-layer building that stood on the capital city's Double Sun Street occupied the best location. In terms of aura, it wasn't weaker than anyone else. According to the chief manager, even if their headquarters wasn't here, they couldn't lose face in front of the people of the capital city. It was said that when they applied to build this 9-layer building that overlooked the walls of the royal palace, the chief manager had said this in the report. It was clear that this report had been approved, otherwise how could the Sea Spirit Pavilion capital city branch division be so grand and imposing? Standing in front of the 9-layer building, Qin Yu looked up at the 3 words Sea Spirit Pavilion written on the wall. A domineering and arrogant aura washed over him. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu smiled. It was good to be domineering. He was a fake seafolk, so he had to find someone with a deep background. Only then would he be able to shake the scene. As for why the seafolk used the human language, that was a question that was debated. Of course, in the eyes of the seafolk, it was the shameless and despicable humans who had stolen the noble language of the sea races. This sort of question left behind by history couldn't be ignored. Qin Yu followed the stream of people into Sea Spirit Pavilion. The truth was that walking was a profound study. A person's status could be judged based on their actions and conduct. In a business place, this could be used to directly indicate whether or not they had enough money in their pockets. At this time, mixed in with the crowd, the common-looking black-robed figure seemed like a crane among chickens. His footsteps weren't fast or slow, and his shoulders rose and fell as he walked. This wasn't a sloppy gait, but a free and unfettered feeling. In the business and service industries, what tempered a person's eyesight the most was, after several years, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to develop some keen eyes. At the entrance of Sea Spirit Pavilion, the eyes of several neatly dressed consultants brightened. They maintained their elegant demeanor and smiles as they stepped forwards. A thin seafolk youth relied on his long legs to arrive in front of Chinyu. He smiled and said, "Welcome guest to Sea Spirit Pavilion. How may I help you?" He swept his eyes around, a bit of smug satisfaction in his eyes. Being taller really was willful. The other consultants sighed inwardly, but didn't reveal anything on their faces. They turned around and each chose a guest to receive. There wasn't the slightest bit of disrespect. It could be seen just how strict the management of Sea Spirit Pavilion was. Qin Yu's expression was light. "I have a sea spirit that has been dispirited recently. I have come to seek help." The consultant's eyes brightened. This sort of indifferent tone naturally revealed a sense of alienation. But his voice was gentle and his tone polite, not seeming rude at all. This was the attitude of a true noble. He really was a great customer. His smile became increasingly cordial. He reached out a hand and gestured. "Guest, please come in. We have the best sea spirit teacher grandmasters. They will do their best to help you solve your problems." Sea Spirit Pavilion had 9 levels. The first level was the main hall. It was responsible for registration, screening, and calculating the approximate difficulty of a guest's questions as well as the standard fee. Qin Yu sat down on a purple coral chair. He straightened his back and placed a jade box on the table. The consultant stood behind him, a look of amazement in his eyes. This jade box was absolutely a product of the human race. The quality and style were all top grade. It was absolutely priceless. The rarer something was, the more precious it was. Although he looked down on humans, saying that they were despicable, weak, and so forth, amongst the sea races, human goods were absolutely top-quality goods. Only nobles and the truly wealthy could afford to use them. The consultant inwardly praised his own eyesight. Across the table, the sea race woman with a particularly large chest smiled even brighter. She tossed a coquettish glance at Qin Yu, but after receiving no response, she restrained herself and began to work earnestly. She carefully opened the jade box and was immediately startled. From the color and smell, she could judge that this was the highest quality cultivation fluid at the bottom of the sea. Just the shallow layer of this jade box was worth a considerable amount, but what was suspended inside was actually ordinary red coral. Although this sort of coral wasn't commonly seen, its value was extremely limited. She had no idea why this guest with such an extraordinary status would value it so highly. As if sensing her doubts, Qin Yu lightly said, "This coral was left behind by an elder before he died. As long as it can be cured, you can name the price." His voice was low and deep, as if the air was filled with sorrow. The sea race woman revealed a look of sympathy. The consultant's eyes brightened and he winked at Qin Yu again and again. It was rare to see such a fat sheep. "Guest, please rest assured that Sea Spirit Pavilion will not disappoint you." The sea race woman comforted him. She lowered her head and carefully examined the red sand lake. There were some spots on the surface. They should have been infested by insects. The color was dark and it might be because the absorption wasn't good, but overall, there weren't any major problems. She took Qin Yu as a nervous sea race noble junior that couldn't show his face in public. Her thoughts raced and she already had a plan in mind. She pulled open a drawer and took out a purple text. Faint traces of light surged on its surface. It was clear this wasn't an ordinary item. "Guest, how do you do? According to your status and how much you value sea spirits, I suggest you sign this supreme level sea spirit treatment manual. The threshold price is 5,000 spirit stones. Sea Spirit Pavilion will do our best to help you cure your sea spirit. If you fail, we will refund you 10 times the cost." Sympathy was sympathy, but the knife couldn't be soft. This was the basic quality of a person in this field. The consultant cast an appreciative look at him. He continued, "This is a guarantee manual that my Sea Spirit Pavilion has exclusively released. Although the cost is high, we will absolutely use the highest level sea spirit teachers to guarantee the treatment efficiency and success rate. If guest is worried, we can also increase the payment." He smiled. "You should understand that the more you pay, the more Sea Spirit Pavilion will value you. This is because it is impossible for them to withstand a refund of 10 times the cost. The Sea Race woman revealed a look of admiration. She thought that she was already black-hearted enough, but she never imagined that she could be even blacker. She really wasn't suited to be a consultant. However, if this deal was successful, her commission would be incomparably high. Of course, everything will follow the guest's will. If you are unwilling, you can sign the ordinary treatment agreement. Sea Spirit Pavilion will also do our best, but it will take some time and we cannot guarantee you anything. This move of retreating in order to advance was her specialty. Of course, it depended on the target, and it was often fatal to wealthy guests. As expected, a voice sounded out from beneath the black robe. Then sign this supreme level manual. I want to increase the payment. The Sea Race woman brightly smiled. Guest, please speak. Qin Yu calmly said, 300,000. Chapter 129. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The Sea Race woman's eyes widened. In the next moment, she sucked in a deep breath and her towering chest became even more shocking. She squeezed out a smile and said, Customer, are you sure it's 300,000? Qin Yu placed the storage bag on the table. It's inside. Love go small say neck. Beads of sweat appeared on the consultant's forehead as he hurriedly said, Dear customer, please wait a moment. Your payment is too high. We need to ask for instructions. Sure. The advisor heaved a sigh of relief and winked at the woman. The Sea Race woman immediately got to work. She took out a glass-like item from the table and covered the jade box and the red coral. A faint halo flashed, and she picked up the glass cover. All right. There will be a reply soon. On the 9th floor of Sea Spirit Pavilion, in a quiet chamber, several experienced Sea Spirit teachers were sitting down, processing information from below. Most of the items on the counter on the first floor that couldn't be identified were handed over to them for appraisal so that they could determine the method of agreement and the charging standard. The water curtain on the table flashed and another message was transmitted over. The purple symbol caused the Sea Spirit teacher on duty to become cautious. After carefully looking over it, he frowned. The water screen was extremely clear, allowing one to see every corner of the red coral. There was nothing wrong with it, and after careful consideration, Zhongxian still couldn't find anything wrong with it. He couldn't help but mock Zhongxian inwardly for signing the Supreme Book for such an ordinary red coral. Although this kind of thing wasn't common, in the past few months since it had been launched, it had indeed done quite a number of things in the capital, and the profits were quite substantial. While sighing inwardly at the chief manager's ability to make money, he raised his hand and chose to accept it. However, when his finger landed, he raised his eyebrows and felt that there seemed to be something missing in the information. Sure, another message arrived. The Sea Spirit teacher immediately suppressed this thought and began to carefully review it. Sea Spirit Pavilion had high treatment and excellent benefits. Since he had received benefits from them, he naturally had to work hard. A faint green light flashed on the glass cover. The Sea Race female cultivator smiled. It's done. The process was simple. He checked the number of spirit stones, reviewed the contents of the agreement, and signed it. Then, he put away the jade box and red coral and stood up to leave. The consultant trotted out to see him off with a smile on his face. He repeatedly said, Don't worry. I'll definitely handle it for you as soon as possible. There will be a result within 3 days. As he left Sea Spirit Pavilion, he watched the black-robed figure vanish from sight. He sighed inwardly. Just look at how this person was so decisive and efficient. He didn't even blink when throwing out 300,000 spirit stones. When will I be able to reach this realm? Calculating in his heart, he felt that there was no hope of killing him in this lifetime. He couldn't help but smack his lips helplessly. But soon, the consultant suppressed his gloominess and returned to Sea Spirit Pavilion with an excited look on his face. Several of his colleagues looked at him and cursed him for being a scoundrel. But they were so envious that their eyes turned red. The counter had already stopped handling business. As she held the signed Supreme Book, the female Sea Race cultivator's chest violently heaved up and down. Seeing the consultant coming over, she hurriedly stood up. Her movement was too big and made a harsh friction sound. Several customers who were handling business next to her frowned in dissatisfaction. The manager of the lobby on the first floor hurried over to apologize. He glared fiercely at the manager and walked backstage to reprimand him. "What the hell is going on? You're no longer a newbie, yet you're still acting so rashly." As he spoke, he tidied up his clothes. "What exactly happened?" The female C-race cultivator handed over the purple book. "Manager." The manager's eyes brightened. "Supreme book, not bad, not bad. Xiaoli, your commission this month isn't bad at all." He took the book and flipped through it. Then, his eyes widened. He looked over it again and his complexion became dignified. "A payment of 300,000 spirit stones for a single red coral?" The consultant hurriedly said, "We didn't dare to make a decision on our own. We passed the message and inspected it." The manager's complexion relaxed. Since it had passed the inspection, that meant there weren't any problems. He smiled and nodded. "That's good. Boy, you have a bright future ahead of you. As long as you work hard, you'll soon be able to climb to my current position." The consultant smiled. "Everything is because of the manager's leadership." The manager smiled in satisfaction. He said a few more words of encouragement and then left with the Supreme Book. This sort of large signed agreement needed a special record to be kept for future reference. The red coral in the jade box was quickly sent upstairs and handed over to a true sea spirit teacher to be carefully diagnosed and treated. No matter what its value was, after Qin Yu signed the Supreme Book and paid 300,000 spirit stones, it had gained such a value. The female sea race cultivator returned to the counter and took away the temporarily sign. She decided to treat all the guests with the most perfect attitude possible, because a pie could fall on her head at any moment. Thinking of the black-robed figure and the young voice below, the female cultivator rubbed her thighs. She secretly regretted that she didn't have the chance to catch this big goldfish. Otherwise, she was confident that she would only need a single night to have this goldfish fall deep and never come out again. The big goldfish Qin walked down the street. He didn't know that at this time he was being ravaged by some amorous sea race woman in his mind. A light smile hung on his lips. He casually found an inn and stayed there for 3 days. Then, he sent the servant away and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation. If he was fast, then perhaps he would welcome guests from Sea Spirit Pavilion tomorrow. The jade box caused Grandmaster Goldrune's eyes to brighten. As he opened it and smelled the fragrance of the highest quality nutrient fluid, a dignified expression appeared on his face. There was even a bit of joy in his eyes. After joining Sea Spirit Pavilion for half a year, he had finally used his own strength to prove his worth. This was the first precious spirit plant that Sea Spirit Pavilion had entrusted to him. He had to do his utmost and display his best skill. He took several deep breaths and calmed his mind. Then, he completely opened the jade box. But in the next moment, his complexion darkened and blue veins popped up on his forehead. Where was the basic trust between people? What happened to the precious spirit plant? He clenched his teeth and picked up the introduction jade slip. Inside was the detailed information about the sea spirit. The first thing that entered his eyes was, red coral, ordinary. This caused his heart to break and he immediately cursed inwardly. Where did this bastard come from? He used such a precious jade box, such precious nutrient fluid, and even signed the Supreme Book in such a perverted manner for an ordinary red coral. And most importantly, he had cheated his own enthusiasm and incomparably enthusiastic attitude towards work. After throwing down the jade box, Grandmaster Goldrune paced back and forth in his workroom. It was only then that he suppressed the anger in his heart. He stood in front of the workbench once more. His expression was calm and his eyes were focused. Controlling one's emotions was an ability that any high-level sea spirit teacher had to master. In such a short period of time, Grandmaster Goldrune was able to overcome his anger and enter a working state. He was secretly proud of his professionalism. Then, his eyes fell onto the red coral. He excelled in the treatment of various coral spirit plants to begin with. Soon, he figured out the problem that the red coral had encountered. Excessive nutrients led to poor absorption and too little light. Moreover, The nutrient quality of this top nutrient fluid far surpassed the red coral's absorption limits. It had to be known that too much nutrition was sometimes a kind of injury. When combined with the malnutrition, it would become exhausted. As for the traces of insect pests on the surface, as long as these problems were solved and some suitable nutrient fluids were added, it would soon be restored to its original state. He waved his hand and wrote down the detailed treatment steps. After going over them and making sure there was nothing wrong, he rang the bell and an assistant came in. He gave a few orders and had the assistant take the red coral away. A high-level sea spirit teacher's time was precious. These simple tasks were naturally handled by assistants. Of course, in order to be chosen as a high-level sea spirit teacher's assistant, one had to at least have the strength of a middle-level sea spirit teacher. Grandmaster Goldrune picked up the work he had left behind and fell into deep thought. He had already treated this sea snake grass for 10 days, and it was only recently that there was a slight improvement. But the withered roots still needed to be consolidated. As he was lost in thought and was just about to sort out his thoughts, there was a sudden knock on the door. His mind was thrown into chaos. Grandmaster Goldrune gloomily called in the assistant. First, he reprimanded the assistant. If this person wasn't the assistant he valued the most, then he definitely wouldn't let things go so easily. It had to be known that in Sea Spirit Pavilion, there were so many people that wanted to become a high-level Sea Spirit teacher's assistant that they could line up all the way to the city gates. Assistant Shia, you know that I don't like others disturbing me when I'm thinking. So, what matter do you have that you have to choose this time? Assistant Shia was dispirited. Teacher, there is something wrong with that red coral. It would be best if you personally took a look. This teacher was a respectful title. It had nothing to do with being a master and apprentice. Grandmaster Goldrune was startled. He remembered that it was that red coral from before and his complexion darkened. I've already written it down clearly. You can't even do something as simple as that. Assistant Shia forced a smile. I've already looked over it. I had no choice but to disturb you. It's in a very good condition right now. Teacher, you'd best hurry up. Grandmaster Goldrune coldly snorted and quickly walked out. He didn't care about an ordinary red coral, but if it died it would affect his rating. Moreover, the other party had signed the Supreme Book. According to the agreement, if he failed, he would have to pay 1/5 of the loss. Outside was a large workshop. Over a dozen assistants were gathered here. Their usual busy and nervous appearances were nowhere to be seen. Everyone was gathered around a work table, their complexions ugly as if they had eaten hot shit. Teacher is here. Everyone hurriedly drew back, bowing their heads in awe. Grandmaster Goldrune coldly coughed. He didn't have time to reprimand them. He walked over to the work table and looked over. The red coral was placed in ordinary culture fluid. From the specifications, it seemed to be within the range he had chosen. But at this time, it had completely withered and its fiery red color was incomparably dim. Grandmaster Goldrune frowned. He reached out a hand and pressed it against the red coral. After several breaths of time, his complexion darkened. This red coral was already emitting a death energy. It couldn't be saved. Pa, he slapped the work table. Who handled it? Do you know how to handle it? I have already diagnosed it clearly, so how could there be an accident? An assistant trembled as he stood up. Teacher, I handled it according to your instructions. There are images that can prove it. Assistant Shia nodded, indicating that he had already checked it and that it was like this. Grandmaster Goldrune's complexion darkened even further. If the red coral died according to his instructions, then didn't that mean that his skills were limited and he couldn't even save an ordinary red coral? But at this time, the more he said, the more face he would lose. This red coral will be treated as dead. Report it and have Sea Spirit Pavilion deal with it. He turned and left. Assistant Shia's eyes widened. Teacher, aren't we going to save it? Grandmaster Goldrune wished he could smash his head in. Didn't he think he had lost enough face? This was only an ordinary red coral. Was there a need to save it? Facing the Sea Spirit teacher's murderous eyes, Assistant Shia weakly said, Teacher, the other party signed the Supreme Book. Grandmaster Goldrune clenched his teeth. Compensation is fine. The funds I left in the workshop should be enough. Just as his voice fell, the eyes of the assistants lit up, filled with awe and admiration. This was truly worthy of being a high-level sea spirit teacher. They simply couldn't compare with him. He didn't even bat an eye at such a massive amount of compensation. Looking at Grandmaster Goldrune's horrifying expression that seemed to say, "If you say another word, I'll tear you apart," Assistant Shia scowled. "It's not enough." Grandmaster Goldrune was stunned. He suddenly remembered that when he was diagnosing, he hadn't paid attention to how much the red coral was worth. Looking at Assistant Shia's complexion, unease surged in his heart. "How much is the payment?" 300,000. Gudong. Grandmaster Goldrune's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Chapter 130. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. According to the Supreme Book, Sea Spirit Pavilion would have to compensate them with 3 million spirit stones. It wasn't that they couldn't take out this amount of money, but once they did, that would be the same as admitting that Sea Spirit Pavilion had made a mistake. Blue Sky Tower and Earthvault Spire had long been wary of Sea Spirit Pavilion's recent developments, and they were constantly making small moves in the dark. They wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity and would surely publicly attack Sea Spirit Pavilion's reputation. This sort of invisible loss was the most terrifying of all. The chief manager's surname was Wu, but no one knew his exact name. His normally warm face was gloomy. He had the qualifications to guard the capital city branch division, and in the overall system of Sea Spirit Pavilion, he naturally had an extremely high status. But the higher he stood, the greater the storm. Who knew how many people were staring at him, waiting for him to make a mistake and add insult to injury? The Supreme Book had been proposed by Chief Manager Wu. After obtaining the approval of headquarters, the branch division in the capital city had been the first to implement it. Over the past several months, the feedback had been excellent. Creating profits was one thing, but what was more important was that this concept surpassed the scope of Blue Sky Tower and Earthvault Spire, allowing Sea Spirit Pavilion to obtain an even higher reputation. The headquarters had already begun considering promoting it to all the major cities in the sea region. If this went smoothly, Steward Wu's reputation would soar, and his position would be impregnable. But at this critical moment, the Supreme Book actually made such a huge mistake. It was already very cultured of him to be able to suppress his anger and sit here. Could it be that someone deliberately set a trap for us? A branch manager frowned and asked. Obviously, everyone had considered this before. Hearing this, they looked forward. As the second-in-command of the branch, she was in charge of investigating this matter from start to finish. Her name was Clearwood and her background was very mysterious. At the very least, several of the management members of the Seafolk didn't know her exact background. However, after being in the capital city branch division for over a year, Clearwood had gained everyone's approval with her outstanding abilities and methods. I have personally interrogated the few people involved in this matter. The customer did not take the initiative to mention the Supreme Handbook. It was the teller who introduced it out of consideration for the commission, and the customer chose to pay. Because the payment fee was too high, the teller confirmed it with the 9th floor, but because she was too nervous, she forgot to mark the amount. The 9th floor re-examined the Sea Spirit teacher and didn't notice anything wrong. Finally, the signature was completed. Clearwood's voice was cold, just like her face. In addition, I have already sent out 5 high-level Sea Spirit teachers to jointly diagnose that red coral and determine that no one has done anything to it. Under normal circumstances, its lifespan would dry up and die. In the highest quality culture fluid, it relied on its powerful effects to barely survive. As for the other symptoms, they are only signs of weakness. When Sea Spirit teacher Kesev made the diagnosis, he didn't discover that changing the low-level culture fluid caused the red coral to die. Closing the book in her hand, she looked around at everyone and lightly said, "In summary, I believe this matter should be a coincidence, and it was completely caused by the negligence of the staff." Love Go Small Say Netk. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Originally, most of them were filled with conspiracy theories, but in the end, they discovered that it was all their own doing. Although he didn't want to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. If he pretended not to see it, he wouldn't be so thick-skinned. Moreover, once this matter was exposed, the reputation that Sea Spirit Pavilion had built up over the years would be completely ruined. Chief Manager Wu could see this more clearly than anyone else. He said in a low voice, "Manager Xue Qing has already clearly investigated this matter. This matter is the fault of my capital city branch. There is no need to discuss it further." He paused. Everyone could feel the heaviness in his words. The key now is how to solve it in the smallest way possible. There was an awkward silence. Everyone knew that Chief Manager Wu was in a critical period of time. This matter could be big or small. If someone used it as a pretext, it would be good enough if they could keep their status at the capital city branch division. It would be impossible for them to take another step forward. It was because this matter was too important that no one dared to casually speak up. The consequences would be far too severe. Chief Manager Wu frowned. He began to call out names. "Chief Manager Shen, you have always been wise and resourceful. Speak." Chief Manager Shen groaned inwardly, but he remained calm on the surface. He pushed up the tortoiseshell glasses on his nose and said, "My apologies, I have a bit of a need to pee." Chief Manager Wu remained expressionless. "Go." Chief Manager Shen stood up and nodded. He pushed open the door and left. He looked around. Everyone lowered their heads. Chief Manager Wu sighed inwardly. He knew that there was nothing they could do. Of course, even if there was, they might not be willing to say it. The several management members had complex backgrounds and represented different interest groups. Perhaps they were all hoping that he would suffer some misfortune. If we want to control the effects of this matter, the key lies with the guest. As long as he is willing to keep the peace, there is room to deal with this matter. A cold voice entered Chief Manager Wu's ears. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He never thought that the one to suggest this would be Clearwood. Once something happened to him, Clearwood was the most likely candidate to take over the position of Chief Manager. Chief Manager Wu had always dreaded her, but he never thought she would have such a broad mind. For a time, he sighed inwardly. As long as there wasn't a knife stabbing out from behind, Chief Manager Wu had some confidence he could pass this hurdle. His spirits rose. "Chief Manager Clearwood, what do you mean?" Clearwood lightly said, "I have already sent people to investigate. I have also obtained surveillance footage of the capital city's streets. If he isn't deliberately hiding, we should be able to find traces of him." The several management members who had their heads bowed like ostriches felt their hearts shake. They had no idea what this mysterious Clearwood was thinking. She actually let go of such a good opportunity and even took the initiative to help calm things down. Could it be that there was some hidden secret that they didn't know about? Thinking of this, several people felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't dare to use any of the small tricks they had planned. What nonsense. Once the first and second leaders joined forces, anyone who jumped out would simply be seeking death. Chief Manager Wu's heart immediately calmed down. He sent her a grateful look and nodded. "Chief Manager Clearwood's words have enlightened me. Since that's the case, let us wait here for news." Besides General Manager Shen, no one else could leave, so no one could secretly play any tricks. As they sensed Chief Manager Wu's icy gaze, they all sat up straight and still, sighing inwardly. It seemed this trial wouldn't be too difficult for him. They couldn't help but feel annoyed. Just what was that surnamed Clearwood woman doing? Sea Spirit Pavilion's formidable abilities were quietly activated. Good news soon arrived. The guest had stayed at an inn in the capital city and hadn't taken a single step out. Chief Manager Wu stood up. He swept his eyes around. "Everyone, this matter doesn't just involve me, but also the reputation of the entire capital city branch division. So, I ask that you all follow me." It was clear he wanted to completely eliminate any possibility of someone secretly sabotaging him. Moreover, there was a deep threat in his words. If he wasn't happy, none of them would have a good time. The several high-level figures bitterly smiled and nodded. A moment later, an ordinary carriage drove out from Sea Spirit Pavilion's capital city branch division. It circled the streets several times, and after determining that no one was following it, it disappeared into the stream of people. When Qin Yu heard a servant knock on the door and say that someone was requesting an audience, Surprise flashed in his eyes. He never thought that Sea Spirit Pavilion would respond so quickly. I understand. Invite them in. In just several breaths of time, there was a knock on the door. It was clear that they had already arrived when the servant came to report. Qin Yu lightly said, "Please enter." With Chief Manager Wu in the lead, a group of 6 people filed in. General Affairs Shun, who had escaped to take a piss, was also brought in. Seeing Qin Yu calmly greet them, Chief Manager Wu's heart tightened. His smiling eyes turned a bit colder. "Guest, it seems you already knew that we would come." Qin Yu didn't hurry to answer. He gestured with his hand. "Please sit." The room he had booked was extremely large. There was a spacious living room at the entrance, and a chair woven from seaweed was spacious and comfortable. Chief Manager Wu had experienced many trials and tribulations. He took the lead and sat down. He knew that since the other party didn't deny it, they would definitely give him an answer. "Everyone, you must have come for that red coral." A steward had an icy expression. "If so, are you admitting that you deliberately planned all of this?" Chief Manager Wu lifted a hand. He lightly said, "Just what do you plan on doing?" The voice beneath the black robe was calm. "Did you bring that red coral?" Clearwood flipped her hand and took out a jade box. Her indifferent eyes fell on his face. Qin Yu lifted his hand and the jade box fell in front of him. Chief Manager Wu's eyes widened. Grasping something from the void was something that anyone at the Foundation establishment realm could do. It wasn't anything at all. But what was difficult was that from beginning to end, there wasn't even the slightest bit of aura being emitted. This sort of marvelous control of strength was what truly left one in awe. Qin Yu opened the jade box, revealing the nearly dead coral within. "I presume that everyone here has already ordered people to carefully examine it, and perhaps even tried it yourself, so you should be well aware of the condition of this coral. I only have one question. Does Sea Spirit Pavilion have a way to revive it?" As these words fell into their ears, it was like naked ridicule. If there was a way to revive it, why would they appear here? The several seafolk stewards had gloomy expressions, as if they wanted to eat someone alive. Chief Manager Wu remained expressionless. "Why do you ask a question you already know the answer to?" Qin Yu smiled. His fingers brushed over the red coral. "I can." These words came without a head or tail, leaving the several people startled. But as they connected it to the previous conversation, their complexions changed. They stared straight at Qin Yu, their eyes incomparably sharp, as if they could pierce through his body. Chief Manager Wu sucked in a breath. "Just what do you mean?" Qin Yu stood up. He gestured with his hand. "Tomorrow at this time, I ask that everyone come again. It won't be too late to speak at that time." Clearwood suddenly said, "All right, then we will disturb you again tomorrow." Chief Manager Wu had a thoughtful look. He looked deeply at her. "If so, then I won't bother you any longer." They boarded a carriage in the inn's inner courtyard. After driving for a long time, a steward sneered, "Everyone, do you really believe that this person can revive that red coral?" Chief Manager Shun shook his head. "I personally saw it. It is indeed a natural exhaustion of vitality. Unless there is a heaven-defying treasure that can prolong it, the coral will die." Disregarding how rare and precious a heaven-defying treasure is, even if this person had one, he would only be crazy to use it on this coral. He naturally didn't believe them. Clearwood lightly said, "It's only a day. What harm is there in waiting?" A cold chill rose in the air. Chief Manager Wu order people to seal off the inn. At this time tomorrow, not a single fly is allowed to leave. I want to see just what this black-robed guest is trying to do. The people involved were temporarily quarantined. In addition to the timely handling of the matter, news of the Supreme Books accident was sealed off and didn't spread out. Everything was calm as usual. But this tranquility was suddenly broken when the coral turned from blue to red. Blue Sky Tower and Earthvault Spire held a joint press conference, directly stating that Sea Spirit Pavilion had made a mistake in the Supreme Book and that they were trying to cover up the truth. They had already placed the guests involved under house arrest, and they even said that they had obtained key evidence. As Chief Manager Wu looked at the images transmitted from the scene and saw the solemn expressions of his two enemies, he smashed his beloved teapot to the ground. Chapter 131. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? This is the network that provides you with wonderful novels to read. The chief manager was enraged. Sea Spirit Pavilion stirred up a storm of investigations and soon locked onto the source of the news leak. But the two middle-level managers had clearly expected this, and they had already disappeared before their anger reached them. A bounty was issued. Unless the two of them never showed themselves again in this life, it would be impossible for them to escape being hunted down. But even if they were cut to pieces in the future, it would be useless. Under several gloating gazes, Chief Manager Wu boarded the carriage and raced straight to the restaurant Qin Yu was at. Since the news had already been exposed, there was no need to hide it any longer. But even though he was prepared, the scene that greeted him still caused his heart to shrink. The people of the capital city had always been bold and daring. They never feared that things weren't lively enough. They were arrogant on the surface and had an inexplicable sense of superiority when facing any outsider. Their bones were filled with a desire to gossip. Three great sea spirit organizations were at odds with each other, and Sea Spirit Pavilion was mired in scandal. How could they miss out on such an explosive scene? Seeing Chief Manager Wu appear, it was unknown who started it first, but there was a chorus of boos. The cultivators of Sea Spirit Pavilion that were still blocking off the restaurant immediately sent out several people to quietly squeeze into the crowd. With several pained groans, the several people that were leading the disturbance fell to the ground and were dragged away. Chief Manager Wu had a light expression. He lifted a hand and pressed down. Everyone. His voice contained a trace of his cultivation. As it fell into everyone's ears, they immediately fell silent. As for the rumors that slandered Sea Spirit Pavilion, we will definitely investigate them to the end. We will not let off those who spread them. This matter is not what everyone thinks it is. If you have time, please wait here for a moment and I will soon give everyone an explanation. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. With the guards leading the way, he strode into the inn. After a moment, Chief Manager Wu asked several questions. He pushed open Qin Yu's door and sat down at the table. He picked up a teacup and drained it in a single gulp. He said, "I've waited an entire day and yet this is the result I've received. Even if it has nothing to do with you, you should still give me an explanation." Qin Yu took out a jade box and flicked his fingers. Chief Manager Wu picked it up and opened it. He frowned. His face was expressionless, but his violently shrinking pupils indicated that his mood was violently fluctuating. After a long time, he took a deep breath and pressed down on the jade box, quietly changing the way he addressed Qin Yu. "Mister, what do you mean?" Qin Yu smiled. "I wish to find a job at Sea Spirit Pavilion." An hour later, Chief Manager Wu walked out of the inn with a radiant smile on his face. He intimately held onto a black robe and said, "Everyone, this is the owner of Red Coral. Next, I ask him to personally announce the final result of this matter." Qin Yu lightly said, "Everyone, Red Coral has recovered." Chief Manager Wu clapped his hands. Sea Spirit Pavilion is the industry leader and has the most formidable background and strength. I ask everyone to believe us and not be deceived by those with ulterior motives. From start to finish, Sea Spirit Pavilion's supreme book has never failed. It is just that the treatment requires some time. Don't believe it. A crab monster jumped out, his face full of mockery. With Sea Spirit Pavilion's methods, it would be far too easy for them to find someone to impersonate. I have the mark of that red coral in my hand. Since you say it has been cured, do you dare to take it out to compare? Don't ask me how I obtained the mark. After all, in this world, there are still several seafolk with a righteous heart. Chief Manager Wu coldly sneered. He knew that if this crab monster dared to jump out, then he was prepared to die. He didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands together and said, "Mr. Ning, since this person wishes to see the red coral, then please take it out. That way, in front of all the elders of the capital city, you can clear the name of my Sea Spirit Pavilion." The crab monster that jumped out was immediately left dumbfounded. The script wasn't right. It didn't matter if he panicked, flew into a rage out of shame, or tried to kill him, there should always be a follow-up plan waiting for him. So, why did he agree so easily? Was he forcing himself to remain calm, Or was he confident in his superb disguise skills and that he wouldn't be seen through? That wasn't right. Someone as astute as Chief Manager Wu wouldn't know that since they took action, they had complete confidence in themselves. Could the red coral really be fine? From start to finish, was this all a plot of Sea Spirit Pavilion? As he thought of this, a cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The reason he didn't fear death was because those behind him had promised him a sufficient price. But if his death was meaningless, then those promises would likely become nothing more than bubbles. Qin Yu flipped his hand. With a flash of light, a jade box appeared. He opened it and a red coral quietly lay within. Chief Manager Wu coldly sneered. "Where is the mark? Take it out." The crab monster paled. But with things having come this far, there was no way to retreat. He clenched his teeth and crushed the jade slip in his hands. A mark appeared above his head. It was the phantom of the red coral. The mark was a unique method of sea spirit teachers. It was used to determine the identity of a sea spirit and not allow it to be swapped out. The method of verification was simple. As long as it approached the true body, the mark would emit a light. There was a light cry above his head. A faint light sprinkled down. The crab monster's face was ashen. The crowd was in an uproar. No one thought that the scandal of Sea Spirit Pavilion that had caused such an uproar would actually be fake from start to finish. They couldn't help but feel angry that they had been fooled. The dozens of cultivators that were scattered around all had ugly complexions. As if they had received orders, they lowered their heads and left. Chief Manager Wu cupped his hands together and loudly said, "Fellow citizens of the capital city, under the eyes of everyone here today, the reputation of my Sea Spirit Pavilion has been cleansed. Everyone here is a witness. In the future, if anyone mentions this matter again, I ask that you all speak up for my Sea Spirit Pavilion. I will be eternally grateful." These words were beautifully spoken. In particular, they gave everyone a way out of this embarrassing situation. Their impression of Sea Spirit Pavilion immediately improved. With just a few words, they had won the hearts of the people. Chief Manager Wu, who had the qualifications to manage the capital city's branch division, truly lived up to his reputation. But his fierceness didn't stop there. His tone darkened. Sea Spirit Pavilion has been established in the capital city for many years. Although we have competition with our peers, we have always maintained a harmonious and win-win mentality. We have never deliberately plotted against anyone. This matter is truly chilling. Sea Spirit Pavilion doesn't take the initiative to stir up trouble, but that doesn't mean we are afraid of trouble. I hope that our peers can give us an explanation as soon as possible. When he mentioned their peers, he skipped over the names of Blue Sky Tower and Earthvault Spire. But everyone knew that he was referring to them, and there was even a hint of a despicable villain in his words. The crowd cheered and some people even cursed out loud. Soon, a tide of anger rose up. The reputation that Blue Sky Tower and Earthvault Spire had built up over the years had been destroyed in a single day. Of course, these people who cursed and cursed were all people arranged by Sea Spirit Pavilion. Even though they were in a hurry, Chief Manager Wu didn't forget to do this. It was clear that he had been holding back his energy to give these two great sea spirit influences a taste of his own medicine. The storm had vanished without a trace. Not only was Sea Spirit Pavilion unharmed, but they had also managed to inflict heavy losses on Blue Sky Tower and Earthvault Spire. It could be said that their glory was boundless. Chief Manager Wu's prestige in the capital city branch division rose to the limit. All the stewards lowered their heads in congratulations and sighed at his luck. In this sort of situation, Chief Manager Wu had directly hired a high-level sea spirit teacher. Although this was a bit against the rules, no one dared to jump out to object. Thus, within Sea Spirit Pavilion, there was one more person called Ning Qin. Last night, he had been busy until late at night and was exhausted to the point of death. But as he felt the ghostly blue glow of the coral, Leon couldn't fall asleep. He sat up and rubbed his temples. He forced a smile and stretched his aching back. Then, he pushed open the door and walked out. Several days ago, Sea Spirit Pavilion had been mired in a scandal. Although they had managed to avert the disaster and put up a beautiful ambush, according to a careful investigation afterwards, It was discovered that the reason the two middle-level managers were able to smoothly obtain the red coral mark was because of several assistant sea spirit teachers. Perhaps they didn't know why the two of them had asked for the red coral mark, but the result wasn't any different. Those unlucky fellows hadn't appeared for a long time, or perhaps they wouldn't appear in front of others ever again. At the same time, Sea Spirit Pavilion strengthened the management and audit of the assistant sea spirit teachers. This was because they suddenly discovered that these small characters that they hadn't paid much attention to before actually possessed such a formidable destructive ability. Leon's days had been extremely difficult. He worked as hard as he could, fearing that he would be washed away. Not to mention that becoming an official sea spirit teacher was his dream since he was a child, but it was also his late father's greatest hope. Right now, Sea Spirit Pavilion was his family's only source of income. With his mother's illness and his little brother's daily needs, he couldn't afford to lose this job. He hoped that he could overcome this crisis. As he was lost in thought, he heard several coughs coming from the backyard, accompanied by low whispers. Leon frowned. His mother's health hadn't been good, and yet she still hadn't slept. He quickly walked to the backyard. Although this was the backyard, it was only a small space that had been divided up. Several low-level sea monsters that weren't able to take human form were raised here. One of them was Leon's little brother, a beautiful seabed koi. At this time, he was lying in his mother's arms, his pure eyes wide open. His mother was still young, but her hair was already white. Her rough hands gently stroked his scales. Leon, your big brother is working very hard. He has already done his best, but he still hasn't been able to gather enough to send you into the manifestation pool. I hid your age from him and told him that next year was the deadline, but tomorrow is the deadline. Don't blame me, I can't force your big brother too much. He is still a child, so how can he withstand it? If you want to blame someone, blame me. It's because I'm useless and have no ability. Don't blame your father either, he has already done his best for us three. Leon couldn't hear the following words. He covered his mouth so that he wouldn't make a sound. When he returned to the front yard, tears streamed down his face. The manifestation pool was an altar that could only be set up in a large city of the sea races. After paying a fee, it could help a sea monster transform into a human form. This sort of transformation would exhaust the little remaining monster strength in a sea monster's body, and they could only remain an ordinary sea monster for the rest of their lives, unable to take even half a step out of the city. But for low-level sea monsters, this was the only way they could take human form. The reason Leon was able to become a human was because his father had exchanged his life for the pension. Now, it was Leon's turn. Once he exceeded the age limit, the manifestation pool would lose its effect. Without accident, Leon would only be able to maintain his original form for the rest of his life. And the capital city limited the number of low-level sea monsters. In other words, if Leon couldn't transform, he would soon be expelled from the capital city. Leon, his cute little brother, was still so young. He had been living in the capital city the entire time, so how could he adapt to the terrifying environment outside? If he left the capital city, his only fate would be death. Leon clenched his teeth, a firm look in his eyes. No matter what, he couldn't watch helplessly as his little brother died. There was still one day left. He had to do something. Chapter 132. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. As usual, Leon set off an hour earlier than usual. When he greeted his mother, his expression was calm and did not reveal the slightest abnormality. Love go small, say Net. After many years of hardship, the sea race youth not only had a sunny smile, but also a sufficiently tough will. He walked all the way to Sea Spirit Pavilion's capital city branch division. As he looked up at the imposing 9-layer building, Leon's eyes flashed with longing. He took a deep breath and entered through the small door. After changing into his work clothes, he stood in front of a mirror and carefully tidied himself up. Then, he began to clean up the workshop. Of Lord Grindstone's 7 assistants, he was the one with the least foundation. Normally, he would have to do a few more things to avoid being bullied and looked down upon. After the basic cleaning was completed, it was almost time for work. The other colleagues arrived one after another, nodded, and sat down in their seats. Over the years, they had gotten used to Leon's cleaning. They were even used to it. After all, he was just from a poor family. His future achievements could be seen at a glance, so there was nothing to worry about. The last to arrive was a petite girl of the sea race. There were a few exquisite patterns between her eyebrows, indicating that her original form was that of the deep-sea green shell, which was different from the low-level shell race. She belonged to the upper-class race of the capital. She was beautiful, and coupled with a bit of vitality, her youthful and lively light was incomparably dazzling. His colleagues stood up one after another, smiling and chatting with each other. After greeting them, the girl patted Leon on the shoulder. "Hey, what are you thinking about? If Lord Grindstone sees you like this, you'll be in trouble." Leon squeezed out a smile. "It's okay. I'm about to start working. Ching Ching, you should get back to work." As he spoke, he unconsciously looked toward the door. Ching Ching frowned. "Are you waiting for someone?" "Yes." Leon was absent-minded. The girl was suddenly a bit worried. The lower-level seafolk liked to arrange their children's marriages early so that the next generation could be born. Could it be that Leon, this blockhead? Before she could think further, Leon suddenly walked out. Ching Ching subconsciously screamed, "Don't go." Her voice was sharp and startled everyone. They didn't expect that she, who was usually gentle and gentle, would actually hide such a side. Grindstone coughed and reprimanded, "You're about to go to work, yet you're making such a big fuss. Hurry up and get to work." Seeing that Leon was waiting for him, Ching Ching stuck out her tongue, lowered her head, and quickly walked back to the workbench. Her little ears pricked up, curious as to what that blockhead was going to do. Was he trying to flatter Lord Grindstone and express his loyalty? "Ha, I've taught him so many times. Is there any effect?" Grindstone turned around. "What are you standing there for?" He was reprimanding him, but his tone and attitude were completely different. He was filled with impatience. Leon subconsciously shrunk his neck, braced himself, and said, "Lord Grindstone, I have something to ask of you." "Can you?" Grindstone frowned. His eyes flashed and he faintly said, "Follow me." He pushed open the door and walked in. The 6 assistant sea spirit teachers were all surprised. When did Leon have such courage? He actually dared to request a private conversation. Truly, a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at in a new light. Ching Ching beamed with joy. She thought that this blockhead was finally enlightened. If he could obtain the appreciation of Lord Grindstone and she helped him in secret, then perhaps he could become a middle-level sea spirit teacher within 5 years. At that time, he would have the qualifications to propose marriage to her father. Although it was a little lacking, as long as she insisted and with her mother's help, she should be able to get him to agree. Aya, she was thinking too far ahead. She blushed. This damned blockhead, it had been almost 2 years and yet he hadn't discovered anything at all. Thinking of this, she cried out in anger. Did she really think that she, a girl, had to take the initiative to ask for something like this? As she was lost in thought, she was suddenly awakened by a loud roar. She looked up towards Lord Grindstone's workroom. The door was flung open. Lord Grindstone's face darkened. He coldly said, "Do you want me to repeat myself? Leon, you have been fired. Leave immediately." Leon was dazed. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something else, but then he turned and left. "What are you looking at? If anyone doesn't work hard and thinks about unrealistic things all day, then just be like him." Lord Grindstone slammed the door shut. He returned to his comfortable chair and the anger on his face receded like a tide. He picked up an exquisite shell and said, "Help me connect to number 177. Soon, the connection was connected. A woman's graceful voice sounded out from the other side. "Who is this?" Lord Grindstone smiled, his face full of wrinkles. "Madam Ching, how do you do? I am Sea Spirit Pavilion's Grindstone. The matter you asked me to do last time has been completed." The woman on the other side nodded. There was a bit more satisfaction in her voice. "I have troubled Lord Grindstone. If there is a chance, please come to my residence to drink some tea." "Yes, if there is a chance I will certainly pay a visit." After speaking a few more words, Grindstone placed the shell on the table. His smile became even brighter. Leon was a good assistant, even the picky Lord Grindstone had to admit this. In fact, he was the most capable person under him. But, so what? He was just a low-level sea spirit teacher with no background. If he could form a relationship with the Qing family on Noble Court Avenue, then sacrificing him wouldn't be a pity. Moreover, today was a chance that Leon had given him on his own initiative. Otherwise, it would have been hard to find a reasonable reason to fire him. Lord Grindstone sighed in comfort. Everything was just too perfect. Leon walked through the staff passageway. With his pale face and the clothes of a sea spirit teacher assistant, it was easy to judge just what had happened to him. After all, there had been far too many people who had suffered the same fate as Leon. As his colleagues glanced around, they all thought that there was another unlucky fool. The sound of running could be heard. Ching stood in front of him, anxiously asking, "What did you say to Lord Grindstone? Why did he fire you?" Leon bitterly smiled. "I asked Lord Grindstone to give me half a year's salary in advance, but he refused me. He said that my thoughts were fickle and that I couldn't continue working as an assistant." Ching's eyes widened. "Just because of that? Why would he do that? Come back with me and we will reason with him. We will make him give us an explanation." Leon grabbed onto her. "Don't, I will implicate you." Ching hatefully said, "Blockhead, do you think I will be afraid? At worst I will just change places and continue working." Leon's face flushed red. Ching, what do you want to say?" "Leon, we are friends. If you encounter any difficulties just tell me and I will do my best to help you." Leon's face flushed red. He hesitated for a long time and then quietly said, "If possible, I would like to borrow some money. It isn't a small amount, but you can rest assured that I will write an IOU and slowly pay you back in the future." Ching rolled her eyes at him. "I agree. How much do you want?" "Ah." Leon's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that she had agreed to lend him money without even asking. Although he knew that she came from a good background and perhaps didn't care about money, his heart was still filled with gratitude. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle and graceful woman's voice sounded out. Her reprimanding tone contained a trace of doting love. Ching, you should be serious about your work. Why are you still playing outside at a time like this?" Ching revealed a surprised expression. "Mother, why are you here?" She didn't know why, but as she looked at Leon in front of her, she felt flustered and her face flushed red. The woman's clothes were simple and there were only a few simple accessories on her. But she was calm and composed, exuding the aura of a noble woman. She smiled and said, "What? Since you are working at Sea Spirit Pavilion, can't your mother come here to take a look?" "No, that's not what I meant." All right. After all, it is still work time and it isn't good for you to be here. Those that don't know might think that our Qing family's daughter isn't well educated. Go back to work. Your mother heard everything just now, so I will do a good job." As she spoke, she winked at her daughter. Her well-maintained face was as bright and beautiful as a young girl's, and there was even a hint of playfulness to it. After receiving her mother's signal, although Ching was still a bit worried, she thought about the current situation and how awkward it would be if they stayed together. She nodded and agreed. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Leon to relax and that things would definitely be resolved. Seeing this, Madame Qing sighed inwardly, but she didn't reveal anything on her face. She smiled and said, "Leon, right? Ching has mentioned you to me before. Come, have a meal with Auntie." Amidst countless surprised and envious eyes, the two left Sea Spirit Pavilion and boarded a luxurious carriage. Although it looked luxurious from the outside, it was the inside that was truly extravagant to the extreme. Leon worked at Sea Spirit Pavilion, so he had some eyesight. As he glanced around, he saw that some of the little trinkets and accessories were so expensive that he wouldn't be able to afford them in his entire life. Madame Qing invited him to sit down. She poured a cup of tea and casually spoke about some small matters. For instance, eating with some noble madam or attending some noble banquet. Her tone was gentle and clear, and Leon felt as if he were immersed in the scene. But, the more he did so, the more awkward it became. Because they didn't have a common topic to talk about, he didn't know how to interrupt. He could only smile awkwardly. Soon, The carriage stopped deep in a small alley. When they got off, they saw a common-looking mansion. At the entrance, a boss in festive robes was already waiting. As he saw Madam Ching, he respectfully bowed and then respectfully welcomed her in. He swept his eyes over Leon several times. His sinister eyes immediately judged Leon's situation, but he didn't reveal anything. He simply smiled and nodded in greeting. While the outside wasn't remarkable, the inside was a completely different world. The entire area was connected together, and every dining area was a beautiful and magnificent mansion. When they arrived, the boss apologized and bid his farewells. Someone naturally led them into the main hall to drink some tea. Delicious dishes exuded an alluring fragrance as they were carefully delivered by beautiful maids. Leon couldn't help but glance at them. He was curious as to how they were able to walk around so silently. Madam Ching smiled. "Let's sit." Leon swore that in his life, he had never eaten such delicious food before. At such a large round table, only the two of them sat today. Madam Ching didn't say anything. She only warmly smiled and helped him pick up some food. Even though he was restrained in his heart, Leon unknowingly ate a great deal. He burped, an embarrassed expression on his face. Madam Ching smiled and laid down her chopsticks. "Are you full yet? There are still several soups left." Leon waved his hand again and again. "There's too much. I can't drink anymore." "If you can't drink it, take it home and let your family have a taste. I've already paid for it, so it would be a waste not to eat it." Leon hesitated and then nodded. Madam Ching smiled. She placed a card on the table. It was completely white, and beneath the light, it shimmered with a warm light. Leon recognized this card. It was an anonymous consumer spirit card that was guaranteed and issued by the royal family and various large financial groups. This card could be exchanged for 5,000 spirit stones at any point. "Auntie has heard your words with Ching Ching. Accept this card, it should be able to solve your predicament." Leon was excited. Thank you, madam. I will write you an IOU and I will definitely return it as soon as possible." Madam Ching shook her head. "There is no need for an IOU. Leon, I hope you can calm down and listen to what I have to say next." Chapter 133. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. SpeakNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Ching Ching is my family's only daughter. Not only does she have her own happiness, but she also carries the glory and disgrace of the entire family on her shoulders. The future of thousands of people all depends on her. So, no matter how much her father and I love her, there are some things that we cannot allow her to do as she pleases. Leon, I don't oppose you being together, nor do I look down on you. But, from the moment you were born in different worlds. As I told you along the way, eating here is a normal matter for Ching Ching, but you have never come into contact with it. You and I have no topics of conversation, and neither do you and Ching Ching. Even if you were to walk together, you might not be happy. So, the reason I came to find you today is because I hope that you can accept these spirit stones and then stay away from Ching Ching. Perhaps she might be sad for a moment or confused, but believe me, Ching Ching will soon get better and she will have a beautiful future. Leon lowered his head. From the moment Madam Ching spoke, his complexion had paled to the point that there wasn't the slightest bit of blood left in him. "Madam, you have misunderstood. Ching Ching and I, Miss Ching Ching, are only friends. There is nothing else." Madam Ching sincerely said, "Perhaps I am mistaken, but just think of it as a mother who dotes on her child and is worried about overreacting." "Leon, can you promise Auntie? Leave Ching Ching." Leon was silent for a long time. Then, he slowly stood up. "Madam, I will disappear. But, you cannot accept this card." Madam Ching frowned. She thought that he hadn't given up yet. Her gentle voice became a bit more distant and indifferent. "Leon, do you know how much it costs to eat a meal here? The card I gave you can only eat 3 times a day. It is only 3 meals a day. Do you think that Ching Ching can stay with you for a long time? Take it. Perhaps it can help you walk out of your predicament and help those who need help. After all, living isn't just for yourself, but also for your family." Leon suddenly froze. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled slightly as he held the card in his hand. Madam Ching revealed a warm smile. "Let's go. Let's return to Sea Spirit Pavilion. As good friends, we should say our goodbyes before leaving. Of course, Leon, I believe that you are a smart child and will not hurt Ching Ching, right?" Leon's ears buzzed. He subconsciously nodded and followed behind Madam Ching like a walking corpse. By the time he regained his composure, he could already see Sea Spirit Pavilion's 9-layer building in the distance. A beautiful figure was pacing back and forth in front of the building, occasionally kicking her feet. Madam Ching sat down on a soft couch. "Go. Tell Ching Ching that you are leaving. Once you become successful in the future, you can come back and look for her. Just think of it as leaving her with a beautiful memory." Let's rewind time a bit. When Madam Ching brought Leon away, in Grindwheel's Sea Spirit Teacher Workshop, Leon was chased away, and the few sea race youths were secretly delighted. But soon after, they frowned. This was because there would be no more free cleaners in the future. They would have to pick up and distribute the cleaning work again. The few of them had finished what they were doing and gathered together to discuss who would be assigned to Ching Ching's group. They were all red in the face from arguing. Suddenly, the door of the studio was pushed open. A young man in a well-ironed long robe and meticulously combed hair appeared in front of them. "Where is Grindwheel? I can't open his spirit shell. I have an important matter to discuss with him." His calm voice carried with it the standard air of the capital city. Although they didn't know who he was, the high-level status card he wore on his chest and his powerful aura was enough to shock several low-level sea spirit teachers. "Please wait a moment. We will immediately inform teacher." There was a knock on the door. Grindwheel opened and frowned. He put on an impatient expression as if his work had been interrupted and said, "What is it?" The young man nodded. "Grindwheel, I am looking for you." Seeing who it was, Grindwheel's smile instantly brightened. He thought that today was his lucky day. He had just managed to form a relationship with the powerful Ching family on Noble Court Avenue, and now, Chief Manager Wu, the first section chief of the Secretariat, had personally come to visit him. Could it be that he was going to announce that his application to be promoted to the high level last month had been approved? Thinking of this, Grindwheel's fingers trembled. "Director Jin, please come in. I just happened to obtain some good tea. I would like to ask Director Jin to comment on it." Director Jin was expressionless. "There is no need for tea. I came here today for official business. There is a sea spirit teacher in your studio named Leon, and he has other work arrangements." "Where is he?" "Follow me." His eyes swept around, and everyone was stunned. He couldn't help but frown. "He isn't at work today? Then please tell me, where is Leon's registered address?" This was the rhythm of someone knocking on his door. Grindwheel's forehead dripped with sweat. "Director Jin, about Leon's job change." Director Jin frowned. "You don't need to know the specifics. However, this transfer was personally signed by the chief manager. You had best hurry, I still have to go back and report." For the chief manager to personally sign it, one didn't need to use their knees to know that this was extraordinary. Grindwheel's face paled. He squeezed out a smile. "Leon is my most valued assistant, but since this is an order from the chief manager, I will definitely let him go. But he has been assigned to do something. Director Jin, please go back and report first. Once he returns, I will personally send him to report." Director Jin's eyes flashed. He sensed that something was wrong. But in the end, this was a middle-level sea spirit teacher who also had the strength to rise to a higher level. He had to give him some face. "Then, I'll have to trouble Lord Grindwheel. Please find him as soon as possible and don't delay for too long." Grindwheel nodded again and again. When Director Jin's figure vanished, the smile on his face instantly vanished. He grabbed the closest assistant and hysterically roared, "Where is Leon? He left. Who said he could leave? Trash, go out and look for him. All of you, find him and bring him back." Hualala, 5 assistants ran out. Grindwheel's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. Then, he stamped his feet and also rushed out. But no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find Leon's figure. Lord Grindwheel brought people to the residence that Leon had registered. The address wasn't wrong, but he wasn't here. After waiting for an hour, Grindwheel found Director Jin, his forehead dripping with sweat. He stammered out the truth. Director Jin coldly said, "You will have to explain this matter to the chief manager yourself." He stood up and hurried over to the chief manager's study. He gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Director Jin lowered his head. He said in a soft voice, "Chief manager, Leon has been dismissed this morning." Chief manager Wu arched an eyebrow. He glanced at Blackrobed. Qin Yu frowned. He thought for a moment and slowly said, "Do you know why he was dismissed?" Director Jin replied, "I don't know the specific reason, but Grindwheel is outside." "Do you want him to come in?" Chief manager Wu nodded. "Let him in." Director Jin turned and left. Soon, Grindwheel pushed open the door and entered. As he saw that there was another person in the study, he was startled for a moment before respectfully bowing. "Greetings, Chief Manager." Chief Manager Wu lightly said, "Grindwheel, why did you dismiss Grindwheel?" Grindwheel was already prepared. Reporting to Chief Manager, "Leon's work is perfunctory and his attitude is sloppy. Normally, there are many places where he is in a mess. This morning, he suddenly asked for half a year's salary in advance. After I refused, he spoke rudely, so I dismissed him." "You are lying." Beneath the black robes, a sharp gaze appeared. Grindwheel stiffened. He clenched his teeth and said, "Who are you? How dare you slander me like this?" Qin Yu didn't look at him. He lightly said, "Chief Manager, how a person is like is best understood by their colleagues. Perhaps you can investigate." Grindwheel was shocked and angry. Just who was this person that dared to speak to the chief manager like this? Moreover, what sort of status did the chief manager have? Why would he care about a low-level sea spirit teacher? But in the next moment, Chief Manager Wu's words caused him to fall into an icy lake. "Grindwheel, you should know that if I order an investigation, I will absolutely find the truth." Grindwheel struggled in his heart for a second. Then, he let out a dejected sigh. He knew that if he continued to be stubborn, the result would only be worse. It was Madame Qing's idea. She wanted me to find a chance to expel Leon. He immediately explained the attitude of Leon and Qingqing, as well as Noble Court Avenue's Qing family. Chief Manager Wu's complexion was ugly. Of course, most of it was a disguise. With his status, if it weren't for Qin Yu, he wouldn't care about a mere low-level sea spirit teacher. "Leave. I will order people to continue investigating this matter. Wait for the final result." Grindwheel opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. He left with a long face. Director Jin entered the study. "Chief Manager, Leon has been found." "Where?" Director Jin opened the window. The 9th floor had an excellent view. One could see the entire Double Yang Street and even the distant Royal Palace. Qin Yu stood up and walked to the window. He saw a young man and woman standing together in front of 9-layer building. The girl was excitedly saying something. Leon slowly shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. After looking for a moment, Qin Yu looked into the distance. A luxurious carriage that had been hidden in a blind spot appeared in his line of sight. He never thought that just because he wanted to help Leon, he would actually see such a melodramatic and realistic scene of a couple being separated. Chief Manager Wu walked to the side. He looked around, a thoughtful look on his face. Qin Yu had a helpless expression. This fellow Leon, I don't know what stimulated him, but he actually said his goodbyes and left. What a stupid boy. Chief Manager Wu's eyes flashed. Mr. Qin was able to hear them from such a distance. What were they talking about? Qin Yu said, "It's nothing. It's just that my 5 senses are a bit stronger than normal," he casually said. Chief Manager Wu smiled and didn't ask any further. His thoughts raced. 9-layer building was high, and at such a distance, he could clearly hear the whispers of 2 people. It clearly wasn't as simple as his 5 senses being a bit stronger. Within the sea races, those with extraordinary 5 senses were all races with powerful bloodlines. Although he didn't know Ning Qin's origins, he had at least narrowed down the range. As for the surname Ning, it was extremely rare in the sea region. It should be a disguise. This Ning Qin was truly incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. But Leon should be a breakthrough point. Perhaps he could use him to investigate Ning Qin's origins. Of course, this matter had to be carried out in secret. It couldn't be discovered. Without realizing it, Chief Manager Wu's heart had become even more cautious. Qin Yu suddenly said, "I have just arrived at the capital city, so I don't know much about common sense." Chief Manager, could Sea Spirit Pavilion help him? Chief Manager Wu's thoughts stirred. He laughed, "Mr. Qin, rest assured. Although Sea Spirit Pavilion doesn't dare to say that they can flatten the capital city, it shouldn't be a problem for us to move several mansions on Noble Court Avenue." When it came to the sea region, Leon was one of the protagonists, so he definitely wasn't just spouting nonsense. "Also, I ask for subscriptions, monthly passes. Chapter 134. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Leon was saying his goodbyes to Ching Ching. He wasn't a true blockhead, so he could certainly feel the feelings this girl had for him. It was just that he felt inferior, and the gulf between them made it so that he didn't dare to express anything. He could only pretend to be ignorant. But today should be the last time he saw her. Leon's heart ached. He tried to control the urge to cry and pulled her into his arms. Not too far away, 2 slender and sharp-eyed sea mantis youths frowned, a faint chill in their eyes. They turned to look at the carriage. Madam Qing was watching this, her expression calm. It's understandable for the young to be a bit impulsive. Consider this their final farewell. But after this, observe him for a period of time. If he does anything too extreme, he can be dealt with accordingly. The steward stood outside the carriage. He wore a new style of robes that separated his clothes and pants. He respectfully nodded. Leon took a deep breath, as if he would forever remember this girl's scent. He let go and was about to leave, but at this time, there was a sudden uproar behind him. Outside the main entrance of 9-layer building, countless people surged out. The reception consultants that maintained order all had excited looks on their faces. Chief Manager Wu stepped out. He nodded to the guests, a warm smile on his face. He was the master of Sea Spirit Pavilion's Capital City Branch Division. Even in the capital city that was filled with dignitaries, he was still a high and lofty figure. But at this time, what attracted the most attention was the tall and upright black-robed figure standing next to him. He walked alongside Chief Manager Wu. Although his figure was shrouded in the crowd, his every movement was free and confident. Without a doubt, he was also a great figure. Leon was stunned. As he looked at the tide of people surging towards him, he was a bit stunned. Ching Ching reacted faster. She grabbed his hand and pulled him away. But before the two of them could dodge, Director Jin had already arrived. He said in a soft voice, "Leon, is it? Please wait a moment. The chief manager will publicly announce your new job." These words knocked Leon unconscious. He had already been dismissed by Lord Grindstone, so how could he have a new job? Moreover, he had even alarmed the chief manager. Ching Ching's mouth fell open, joy surging in her eyes. No matter how she looked at it, this commotion didn't seem like a bad thing. If it weren't for Leon's stunned expression, she would have asked him just what he had done to cause such a commotion. Chief Manager Wu stopped. His smile became even warmer. "Leon, right? On behalf of the Capital City branch, I announce that what happened before was only a misunderstanding. If you are willing, you can join Mr. Ning's team." As he finished speaking, he looked around. "Here, I will also announce some important news. Sea Spirit Pavilion has obtained another high-level Sea Spirit teacher. That is Mr. Ning." Although high-level Sea Spirit teachers were respected, they didn't have the qualifications to have Chief Manager Wu introduce them so seriously. There could only be one explanation. This Mr. Ning was extremely strong, so strong that even with his status, he had to show enough respect. Countless gazes were filled with respect, but when their gazes landed on Leon, it turned into deep jealousy and envy. Behind him, on the 9-layer building, countless windows were opened. As the Sea Spirit teachers looked at the stunned Leon, they roared in their hearts. Why would Mr. Ning take a liking to this boy? Whether it was in strength or appearance, I could easily crush this boy. In the grinding wheel studio, several of the former employees opened their mouths wide at the same time, enough to stuff a huge turtle egg inside. Director Jin reminded him, "Leon, if you're willing, you can pay your respects to your teacher." After a pause, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. "You are the first assistant in Mr. Ning's studio." Whoosh! At this time, the crowd really did explode. According to convention, in every high-level Sea Spirit teacher studio, the first assistant was an absolute trusted aide. Their status was above everyone else and they assisted the Sea Spirit teacher in managing the studio. Moreover, if they didn't have a teacher, they would automatically become the disciple of the Sea Spirit teacher. This was a true disciple that could be taught skills and taught with great care. If their eyes had been burning hot when they looked at Leon before, then now they were like magma, wishing they could burn him to ashes and turn him into nothing but dregs. This boy, could he have saved the world in his past life? Otherwise, why would such a great meat pie fall from the heavens and land in his mouth? What about us? There's still us. As for whether or not he had a teacher, where was his brain? Where was his brain? Even if he had a teacher, it would become none. Was there a need to say anything? Ching Ching shook Leon. "Leon, what are you doing here? Hurry up and bow to Mr. Ning." The pleasant surprise had come too quickly and she felt dizzy. But there was one thing that was clear, Leon didn't need to leave. Leon's lips trembled. He fell to his knees. "Junior, disciple greets teacher." The voice beneath the black robes was calm. "Rise." Leon fiercely looked up, his face shaking. But the eyes beneath the black robes caused him to swallow back the words he was about to say. Chief Manager Wu saw all of this and became increasingly sure of his guess. There was definitely some connection between Leon and Mr. Ning. In the distance, Madam Ching let down the curtain. She lightly said, "Let's go." The steward drove away. The guards that were scattered around quickly gathered around. Sitting in the carriage, Madam Ching had a calm expression. But, in the depths of her heart, great waves were already rising. Regarding Leon, she had already investigated him thoroughly. He had no background at all. What was the meaning of Sea Spirit Pavilion's actions today? Was it to punish the Ching family for interfering with Sea Spirit Pavilion? She had already learned of the matter of Grindwheel just now. No, with Chief Manager Wu's shrewdness and status, even if he was dissatisfied with the Ching family, he still wouldn't use such a direct method to cause her and the Ching family to lose face. If so, then the reason was most likely because of Mr. Ning. Madam Ching rubbed her temples. She didn't like the feeling of things suddenly spiraling out of control. But no matter how much she disliked it, she could only temporarily suppress it. The Ching family had the qualifications to live on Noble Court Avenue, so their strength was naturally tyrannical. They also had a faint understanding of Sea Spirit Pavilion's background. Thus, she could only slowly investigate and make further plans. That night, the Ching family held an extremely high-standard family banquet. An invitation was sent to Chief Manager Wu's desk, but he used the excuse that he was busy and ordered someone to deliver a message. The content was simple. Leon's matter was a transfer of internal work within Sea Spirit Pavilion and was considered a normal matter. There was no intention of targeting the Ching family. Madam Ching and her husband revealed helpless expressions. If they really believed these words, then they would be fools. This was a story to be told in the future. Leon bid his farewells to the incomparably excited Ching Ching and followed Mr. Ning into Sea Spirit Pavilion. The usually arrogant female employees all retreated to the side, bowing their heads in respect. Along the way, Leon received many fiery gazes. Unfortunately, his mind was filled with apprehension and he didn't have the mood to savor them. The newly organized workroom was fully furnished and furnished. The work table emitted the faint smell of glue. It was clear it had never been used before. He closed the door and activated the isolating array formation. Then, he lifted a hand and took off his black robe. He smiled and said, "Leon, hello." Leon's eyes widened. "Big brother Ning, it's really you. You. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. "I said that it wouldn't be long before we meet again." Qin Yu smiled. "What is there to be surprised about? Although sea spirits live in the sea, they are also spiritual objects of the heavens and earth. In essence, they are no different from spiritual plants on land. In the human world, I was an alchemist and I have some experience in caring for spiritual plants. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to change professions and become a sea spirit teacher. If others heard these words, they would definitely scoff. You're right, there is no difference between sea spirits and spiritual plants on land. But, how about grabbing an alchemist and having him look after a sea spirit teacher? Leon came from a low-level sea race background and becoming a sea spirit teacher was a lucky chance coincidence. Because of his ignorance, he felt that Qin Yu's words made a lot of sense. So that's how it is. Leon revealed a worried expression. Big Brother Ning, if you are discovered then things will be very troublesome. One didn't need to think to know that a human cultivator had suddenly become a respected high-level sea spirit teacher of the sea races. The sea race, who had extreme thoughts and hated the human race, were going to explode. Qin Yu shook his head. I know, but there is a problem in my cultivation and I need some treasures. I have no choice but to come up with this plan. His expression was dignified. Leon, are you willing to help me? Leon blurted out, of course I'm willing to help Big Brother Ning, but, Qin Yu laughed. Silly boy, do you really think that I can have some sort of plot in the sea race capital city? That is no different from seeking death. I'm not stupid. Leon immediately relaxed. That's good. I was afraid that Big Brother Ning would end up harming the people in the capital city. He had a relieved expression on his face. What a naive boy. If he believed a single sentence, wouldn't he be sold off 800 times in the future? Qin Yu shook his head and let out a sigh of relief. A lone high-level sea spirit teacher was simply too eye-catching. He needed to keep a sea folk by his side so that he wouldn't arouse any suspicions. Originally, he only planned on helping Leon and improving his living environment as repayment for what he had done in the past. But when Qin Yu stood at the window on the 9th floor and realized this, he changed his plans. Of course, helping Leon was also Qin Yu's goal. But as he looked at the happy sea race youth in front of him, he secretly told himself that it would be best if he didn't reveal his identity before leaving the sea race capital city lest he implicate him. Big Brother Ning, thank you for today. Otherwise, in short, I'm really grateful. Leon said with gratitude. Qin Yu smiled. Who is that little girl? Leon blushed red. Her name is Qingqing. She is the young miss of Noble Court Avenue's Qing family. She is a very good person and doesn't have the arrogance of a noble at all. As he spoke of the girl, his eyes brightened. But as he thought of Madame Qing's actions today, his light quickly dimmed. Qin Yu sat down and pointed to his side. Tell me what happened today. Leon hesitated for a moment and then awkwardly recounted his experiences. Finally, he laughed at himself and said, Big Brother Ning, the truth is that Madame Qing doesn't need to remind me. I am well aware of my own status and it is impossible for me to walk together with Qingqing. If I can stay here and occasionally look at her from afar, I will be satisfied. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then took out a black card. No matter what happens in the future, return the Qing family's spirit stones first. If you urgently need money, I will give it to you. Leon's eyes brightened. He had always felt bad about taking Madame Qing's card, so it would be best if he could return it. He gratefully said, Big Brother Ning, consider it as me borrowing it from you. I will slowly return it to you in the future when I work. But I don't need that much. 3,000, no, 2,000 spirit stones should be enough. Qin Yu laughed. Take it. If you can't spend it all, consider it your salary in advance. Don't decline. I know your mother's health isn't good, and the courtyard we share isn't good for the elderly's health. That's all for today. I will let you go home early. Come back to work tomorrow. Leon's face flushed red and his lips trembled. Finally, he bowed deeply and left. He lifted his hood and stood at the window, watching Leon leave with a happy expression on his face. Only then did Qin Yu feel relieved. It wasn't that his thoughts were dark, but that he was in a dangerous situation and he had no choice but to be cautious. Then, as long as he played the role of a sea spirit teacher well, he would be able to earn what he needed from the sea races. Thinking of this, Qin Yu smiled. Chapter 135. Genius in a Second. Remember. Go. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. The arrival of every high-level Sea Spirit teacher meant that they would be able to establish a brand new independent workshop. To the wandering middle-level Sea Spirit teachers, this was a chance for them to soar into the heavens. Thus, in today's Sea Spirit Pavilion, all sorts of godly methods were used, jumping up and down in a lively manner. Although a disciple spot had been taken away by some unknown boy, according to rumors, Mr. Ning hadn't brought his original team. In other words, all of his assistant spots had to be chosen from Sea Spirit Pavilion. Not only did their chances of being chosen rise, but this also meant that they had a chance to become Mr. Ning's direct subordinates. This was simply too wonderful. The Human Resources Management Department was immediately packed to the brim. The supervisor even invited everyone to a banquet, and even a small assistant position was being rushed over. For a time, everyone ate until their mouths were oily and they were all smiles. They had a favorable impression of Mr. Ning, who they had never met before. He originally thought that he could quietly use some methods to drag out the selection process a bit longer and maximize the benefits of this opportunity. But when the first list of candidates was sent up in the afternoon, everyone in the Human Resources Management Department, from the supervisor to the staff, received a vicious blow to their heads and their vision darkened. If they couldn't be chosen, then that would be fine. At worst, they could just send up another batch of candidates. In any case, there were many middle-level Sea Spirit teachers waving their Spirit Stone cards around. But Mr. Ning's reply was, he didn't need them. The supervisor's face turned green. He had already accepted what he should have accepted. Now that the old man was doing this, it was obvious that he was going to be crippled. Moreover, which high-level Sea Spirit teacher didn't have at least a dozen or so assistants? Otherwise, how could they carry out their work? They were already busy enough with all sorts of miscellaneous matters every day. So, could they just stop messing around? The supervisor hesitated again and again before drawing up another list. He clenched his teeth and placed several strong middle-level Sea Spirit teachers on it. He thought that he should withdraw some of them and settle this matter first. He sent someone to deliver the list, thinking that they should be satisfied this time. But after a while, his subordinate came back with a distressed expression. He said that he wasn't even allowed to enter the door before being sent back. With this, the news couldn't be suppressed any longer. All of the middle-level Sea Spirit teachers were left dumbfounded. Didn't they say that they didn't have their original team? If they didn't recruit people, how could they carry out their work? Moreover, they had handed over so many benefits and they had eaten them all. Now they wanted to wipe their mouths and pretend that nothing happened. What a joke! The Human Resources Management Department was instantly in a difficult position. The people who were smiling and trying to curry favor with them yesterday were now all gloomy and unfriendly. Love go small say neck. From the looks of it, this matter would not end without an explanation. When he had received the benefits, he had taken the lion's share. Now that something had happened, he had no choice but to grit his teeth. He took the third list of names that he had carefully drafted and went to find Chief Manager Wu's secretariat. Director Jin, these are all the outstanding middle Sea Spirit teachers that we have chosen. If Mr. Ning is still not satisfied with them, then there is nothing we can do. Looking at the mournful supervisor, Division Chief Jin took the name list and entered the chief manager's study. Soon, the door to the study opened, and the chief manager walked out. You go back first. I'll talk to Mr. Ning about this. The supervisor was overjoyed. He bowed repeatedly and excused himself. However, when he thought about how most of the benefits he had received would have to be returned, and some would even have to be subsidized, he felt his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ache. As many people saw this, they thought that Mr. Ning's methods were truly fierce. With just a casual move, he had caused the arrogant Human Resources Department to be thrown into a complete mess. Of course, there were even more people who sneered inwardly, cursing the Human Resources Department for being greedy by nature. They actually wanted to swallow up such a massive amount of benefits for themselves. No wonder Mr. Ning was so angry at them. Chief Manager Wu's thoughts weren't much different from theirs. He thought that Qin Yu was using this opportunity to establish his prestige. He thought that if he supported him a bit and gave him a way out of this embarrassing situation, then things would be fine. Halfway there, he met Clearwood. When she heard that they were going to Chin Yu's place, her eyes brightened and she followed. After the scandal, Chief Manager Wu's attitude towards Clearwood had greatly changed. He nodded and the two of them chatted as they arrived at the 7th floor workshop. Seeing the array formation at the entrance light up, Chief Manager Wu frowned. He thought that he hadn't issued any missions to Chin Yu yet, so he knocked on the door. Soon, the runes of the array formation extinguished and the thick door swung open. Leon was startled and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Chief Manager, Steward Clearwood." Chief Manager Wu nodded. "What is Mr. Ning doing? Is it the Chief Manager? Please enter." A calm voice sounded out, bringing with it a faint fragrance of tea. Chief Manager Wu's eyebrows arched up. He stepped into the workshop and bitterly smiled at the sight before him. A black-robed man was sitting with his back to him. Steam rose up in front of him, and as the water flowed, the fragrance of tea filled the air. The workbench that Sea Spirit Pavilion had spent a great deal of money to build hadn't even been used once, and yet it was being used to make tea? Clearwood frowned, a cold light flashing in the depths of her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Chief Manager Wu. He walked over and took a seat. "Mr. Ning seems to be in quite a good mood." Clearwood's expression was cold, not saying a single word. Chin Yu waved his hand and took out the tea set. He filled his hand and gestured for them to taste. "It was because I was bored that my hands were itching for a moment. I hope you two don't take offense. The workbench is where sea spirits are handled. To every sea spirit teacher, it is a solemn and sacred place. Mr. Ning, do you not think it is a bit disrespectful to use it to make tea?" Clearwood's eyes were sharp and her voice was cold without any warmth. Chief Manager Wu didn't seem to hear her. Chin Yu took a sip of tea. His tone was light. "In my opinion, the workbench is only a platform. The respect for sea spirits and their profession should be in their hearts and not on the surface. If every sea spirit teacher could calm their hearts and not only pay attention to the surface, then there wouldn't be so few high-level sea spirit teachers." These words were arrogant and even contained a bit of a lecture. Clearwood's complexion turned even colder. Just as she was about to retort, Chief Manager Wu coughed and interrupted her. "Mr. Ning's words are reasonable. We came here for proper business." He smiled and laid down the document. "The Human Resources Manager is about to be forced to tears by you. You've established your prestige to this point. Later I will have him send you a large red envelope. You can choose some from there to stop. Don't worry, I've already looked through them. They are all skilled and won't drag you down." Chin Yu shook his head. "I don't want them." Without waiting for Chief Manager Wu to respond, he continued to say, "Since you've come, I might as well make things clear. My inheritance does not need the help of others. Leon is only helping me deal with some miscellaneous matters, so there is no need for these people to come." A sharp light burst out from Chief Manager Wu's eyes. "May I ask where Mr. comes from?" Chin Yu lightly said, "Forgive me for not being able to tell you. If Chief Manager thinks this is inappropriate, then I will leave right now." These words were of course false. He had spent so much effort to come here and was just about to reap the harvest, so how could he leave? The key was to express this attitude. Chief Manager Wu was a clever person. He immediately laughed and said that their Sea Spirit Pavilion didn't have a habit of checking people's accounts before changing the topic. Since Chin Yu really didn't need an assistant, Chief Manager Wu spoke a few more words. Once the atmosphere returned to normal, he bid his farewells and left. Clearwood had a cold expression. She looked at Chin Yu from the back of her head. It could be seen that although she was capable, her temper hadn't changed at all. Leon respectfully sent him out. After bowing, he closed the door with a bang, and the runes of the array lit up. Seeing Clearwood's ugly complexion, Chief Manager Wu put away his contemplative expression. He said, "Manager Clearwood, perhaps our Sea Spirit Pavilion has really dug up a treasure this time. I have looked through ancient texts and once saw a record of a certain line of sea spirit teachers. They practice their own strength and everything they do has to be done by themselves." He paused for a moment. Seeing Clearwood's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, "You might not be able to figure it out, but if I tell you their name, you will understand." This line of sea spirit teachers call themselves sky spirit beings. They live in seclusion and do not concern themselves with the matters of the outside world. In the records, even if they occasionally step into the outside world, they will hide their identity. Thus, even to this day, no one knows just who a sky spirit being is or what race they come from. Clearwood was shocked. Sky spirit being. Chief Manager Wu's eyes brightened. Saving that coral represents a supernatural ability. He appeared alone in the capital city and hid his true appearance. Moreover, he doesn't need an assistant. If all of this is a coincidence, then it is far too much of a coincidence. Clearwood's expression shook. She thought for a long time. Can you think of a way to determine his identity? Chief Manager Wu looked back. In the rumors, sky spirit beings possess an unknown strength that can repair and heal all sea spirits. If Mr. Ning is one of them, he will definitely have such an ability. Clearwood's eyes brightened. Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire are unwilling to be wounded. I have received news that they will be making some small moves to attack our reputation. Chief Manager Wu smiled. It seems that Mr. Ning will be very busy for the next period of time. They had used the spies that they had planted many years ago to take advantage of Sea Spirit Pavilion, but in the end they had fallen into a trap and were now stained with blood. Of course, they couldn't let things end like this. Whether it was to make up for their mistakes or to regain some face, the high-level figures of Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire discussed and prepared for several days before finally making their move. 13 precious sea spirits flowed into Sea Spirit Pavilion through different channels. All of them had to sign a supreme treaty and pay 100,000 spirit stones in advance. With 2 great sea spirit influences joining forces, the strength they could muster was beyond imagination. Even Sea Spirit Pavilion couldn't refuse them. After a brief stalemate, they could only accept all of them. For a time, all the high-level sea spirit teachers were on high alert. After a series of inspections, they couldn't help but secretly cry out in bitterness. These precious sea spirits had naturally been tampered with. It wasn't easy to find the root of the problem, much less solve it. Sea Spirit Pavilion was dignified. All the high-level sea spirit teachers stopped what they were doing and clenched their teeth to tackle the problem. It was normal for the 3 great sea spirit influences to play tricks in the dark. Most of them had experienced this before. But this attack was far too fierce. When the 6 high-level sea spirit teachers met, they had already begun arguing. They had diagnosed countless problems with the 13 precious sea spirits, but the crux of the problem was that their opinions weren't unified. In fact, they even diverged in different directions. No one could convince the other, so they couldn't come up with a treatment plan. Goldrune fiercely argued with his opponent. His opponent was at a disadvantage and his face flushed red as he blurted out, "If you can't even cure the red coral, what qualifications do you have to argue with me?" These words instantly dealt 100,000 points of critical damage to Grandmaster Goldrune. Before he could even catch his breath, he nearly fainted. He clenched his teeth and nearly stormed away. I thank my daughter Enuo for her support. Chapter 136. Genius 1 second remember love go away. This is the network that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Enough. Clearwood's face was icy cold. Grandmasters, who here is confident that they can cure the 13 sea spirits according to their own strategy? The room instantly fell silent. The Grandmasters were either deep in thought or lost in thought. In short, they didn't even look at you. What nonsense. They were fierce, but no matter how fierce they were, they wouldn't dare to make such a guarantee. In particular, the ones who did this were Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire. Who knew what disgusting methods they used? Grandmaster Goldrune angrily said, "Why does the contract have to be signed within 3 days? This is simply nonsense. If we had enough time, we could slowly explore it and definitely cure it." The door to the meeting room was pushed open. Chief Manager Wu said without expression, "I was the one who signed the contract." Grandmaster Goldrune was instantly embarrassed. He coughed and lowered his head, pretending that the words just now had nothing to do with him. His opponent immediately revealed a look of disdain. Chief Manager Wu stepped aside. He gestured, "Mister, please." Grandmaster Goldrune's ears pricked up. He looked up at the black-robed figure and clenched his teeth. This bastard. If it weren't for him, how could he have fallen to the point of being laughed at by others? That's right, that red coral had been cured, but so what? It was something that belonged to him to begin with. Who knew what he had done in secret? He really didn't understand why Chief Manager Wu would recruit him into Sea Spirit Pavilion. He should have sent people to hunt him down instead. Beneath the black-robed figure, Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. He didn't understand why this pale-faced fatty would have so much resentment towards him. No, this was simply monstrous resentment. Chief Manager Wu coughed. This is Grandmaster Goldrune. He was the one who first discovered the problem with the red coral. These words were definitely giving him face. Even so, Goldrune's face still flushed red with anger and resentment. This fellow was definitely doing this on purpose. He was using the chief manager's hand to slap his face. Endure, I will endure. I cannot be fooled. If I really clashed with him now, then I would truly become a joke. Qin Yu revealed a look of understanding. So this was that unlucky stepping stone. Alright, perhaps this wasn't the right thing to say. After all, Grandmaster Goldrune had used his own face to help him pave the road to Sea Spirit Pavilion. But this seemed to be the truth. If Grandmaster Goldrune knew what Qin Yu was thinking right now, he would have fallen unconscious. So, sometimes silence represented kindness. Qin Yu walked in front of the table and observed the 13 sea spirits placed on the table. However, in the eyes of Grandmaster Goldrune, this act of goodwill was nothing more than naked contempt and disregard. If it wasn't for his breath, he would have either fainted or gone berserk. Surnamed Ning, aren't you amazing? Let me see what you're going to do. There are 13 sea spirits here, so which one can you save? Just as Grandmaster Goldrune was fuming with rage, Black Robe stood up straight. No problem. Send it to my studio. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Even the other masters, who had no grudges against him, had ugly expressions on their faces. You casually bowed your head, and you hadn't even determined the species of the 13 sea spirits, and you already had a way to treat them. What kind of joke was this? Moreover, what you're doing is really too unscrupulous. Aren't you clearly saying that we're all useless good-for-nothings? This was simply intolerable. Grandmaster Goldrune was the first to jump out. Grandmaster Ning, do you know where these 13 sea spirits came from? What agreement did they sign? With such an irresponsible style, once a problem occurs, who will take responsibility? Don't forget your own surname just because you're in a moment of glory, Qin Yu lightly said, although I don't know much, I should know more than Grandmaster Goldrune, so please don't worry. Also, my surname is Ning. He turned and walked out. Chief Manager, we've already wasted a great deal of time. If you want me to help, then please hurry up. How arrogant. We are inspecting them. Wasting time? You actually say we are wasting time, surnamed Ning, don't be too arrogant. Facing a common enemy, Goldrune quickly forgot all of the previous unpleasantness. Even the red-nosed old man who had insulted him became friendly. He loudly said, Chief Manager Wu, reconsider your actions. If you are dragged down by others, you will be beyond redemption. Qin Yu stopped. He turned and swept his eyes around. Everyone, do you want to make a bet? Goldrune angrily laughed. If you can cure the 13 sea spirits in 3 days, then I will give you my head with both hands. Qin Yu shook his head. I have no interest in Grandmaster Goldrune's head. How about I exchange it for spirit stones? How about 500,000? As soon as spirit stones were mentioned, Grandmaster Goldrune's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys twitched. He had paid 600,000 spirit stones for Red Coral's mistake. 600,000 spirit stones was something he had painstakingly accumulated over many years. As he thought about how it was all in this black-robed man's pocket, his eyes turned red with anger. I will bet $1 million. Grandmaster Goldrune roared. Brother Goldrune is so heroic. Chief Manager Wu, we aren't targeting this matter, but we are dissatisfied with this surname Ning's arrogance. 500,000 spirit stones. There's also me. I will also join in. 6 high-level sea spirit teachers immediately placed a bet of 3.5 million spirit stones. Clearwood's complexion was icy cold. As she looked at this group of red-faced fellows, all she could do was stare at them. She wished she could strangle them all to death. As she looked at Qin Yu, who had provoked this bet, she found him even more displeasing to the eye. If looks could kill, he would have already been chopped into 70 to 80 pieces. Qin Yu smiled. Chief Manager Wu, please act as a witness. Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled and nodded. For some unknown reason, as he watched the two leave, Grandmaster Goldrune suddenly shivered. He felt an inexplicable sorrow for his own pocket. But soon, he expelled this thought and told himself not to be frightened by him. He took a deep breath. Beneath the anger in his eyes, a trace of happiness flashed. The 600,000 spirit stones he had lost would soon be returned, and he would also be able to bring back an extra 400,000. As he thought of this, he felt much better. It was unknown who spread the news that Mr. Ning had taken over the 13 sea spirits, but it was likely related to the 6 grandmasters. Of course, no one dared to speak carelessly about this bet. They were all people with status and reputation, and in this sort of crisis where everyone was working together, they had to take care of their face. One day passed. Then another day passed. Everything was calm. The door to the workshop didn't open even once. No one knew just how far things had progressed. Several spirit shell calls were made by Leon. Facing all sorts of probing questions, he could only helplessly say that he didn't know either. In the blink of an eye, the final day arrived. On the 7th floor, in the corridor outside the workshop, Chief Manager Wu and Clearwood sat across from each other. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. This floor was also used by 2 high-level sea spirit teachers. From time to time, assistants would pass by and be infected by the heavy atmosphere. They would hurriedly bow and pass, often looking back with anxious eyes. Although they had heard their teacher angrily reprimanding this surname Ning for being arrogant and conceited, they still didn't want Sea Spirit Pavilion to fail. In the silence, Clearwood couldn't help but ask, can he really do it? Chief Manager Wu lightly said, I don't know. Clearwood had a worried look in her eyes. Aren't you taking too many risks this time? If, not to mention Sea Spirit Pavilion's reputation, just the compensation alone will be enough to bankrupt the capital city branch division. Chief Manager Wu narrowed his eyes. In 3 days, if my Sea Spirit Pavilion can cure the 13 sea spirits, I will pay 20 times the price for each one. This is a great gamble. They are betting on their own methods being brilliant, and I am betting on my eyes being sharp enough. If we win this battle, the 3-way balance of power in the capital city will be broken and Sea Spirit Pavilion will truly reach the top. I can retreat, but I don't want to. Clearwood revealed a look of admiration. She whispered, there's only an hour left. Before she finished speaking, the sound of a spirit shell in his chest rang out. Chief Manager Wu took it out, his expression calm. On the other side, a calm voice sounded, a bit weary. All right, come and take it. Pardie, the call was hung up. Chief Manager Wu laid down the spirit shell. All the pores on his body opened up and sweat gushed out, soaking his robes. His hair stuck to his forehead and he looked incomparably distressed. Clearwood's smile bloomed like a snow lotus. Congratulations. Chief Manager Wu wiped away his sweat. I originally wanted to collapse, but it seems I overestimated my own character. I've let Manager Clearwood see me make a fool of myself. But now, let's inspect it first. The array formation runes on the workshop's door dimmed. Leon held up a sea ray storage shell in his hands. Teacher said that everything is inside. Please take a look. Chief Manager Wu took it and probed it with his divine sense. After several breaths of time, he took a deep breath and handed it to Clearwood. He picked up the spirit shell and said, help me connect to number 287. The connection was connected. He could hear the breathing of the other side. All right, come and take it. Qin Yu's words were delivered word for word. Bang, there was an explosive sound. Presumably, the spirit shell had been smashed to smithereens. Moreover, before the connection was cut off, Chief Manager Wu could clearly hear something heavy fall to the ground. He couldn't suppress the great waves in his heart, and he reared his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Clearwood grasped the storage shell, her eyes bright and beautiful. Her eyebrows were filled with joy as if she had just picked up a golden ingot. Not too far away, several assistant sea spirit teachers saw the appearance of these two great figures and felt a chill run down their spines. An electric current swept through their bodies and they screamed out in unison as they turned and ran. Success! Mr. Ning succeeded. Waves of ecstasy rapidly spread through Sea Spirit Pavilion. But what left the assistants puzzled was why the teachers all had constipated expressions on their faces. Their smiles were uglier than crying. Soon after, an ambulance rushed into Sea Spirit Pavilion. This was because Grandmaster Goldrune had fainted once more. In a courtyard within the capital city. The coral was crimson like fire. This indicated that it was noon, the time when the temperature was at its highest. But the two people beside it were shivering with a cold intent. They had taken this opportunity to attack and should have been able to complete their mission without leaving any traces behind. But who would have thought that something unexpected would occur? Not only did they fail, but they had almost exposed themselves. A black-clothed seafolk coldly said, "Investigate everything related to this Mr. Ning." The other seafolk cupped his hands together and quickly left. In the following period of time, the capital city was surging with dark waves. The ordinary seafolk were at a loss, but Blue Sky Spire and Earthfault Spire had suddenly stopped business. This became the hottest topic of conversation for the people of the capital city, and countless rumors wildly spread out. Sea Spirit Pavilion took advantage of this opportunity to launch a series of activities. There were promotions, rebates, discounts, and so on and so forth. If one observed carefully, they would discover that during these activities, many dignitaries of the capital city who rarely interacted with Sea Spirit Pavilion sent flower baskets to express their congratulations. In this way, they expressed their apologies for some matters that had occurred some time ago. Chapter 137. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? This is the network that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Compared to this, the minor changes within Sea Spirit Pavilion didn't arouse much attention. For instance, two high-level Sea Spirit teachers were moving out of the 7-layer building. At first they fiercely opposed it, but after entering Chief Manager Wu's study they calmed down and expressed their strong support for the relocation. In Chief Manager Wu's words, if anyone could earn 10 million spirit stones at once, they would be given the same treatment. No matter how thick one's skin was, they couldn't withstand such a beating. Afterwards, Sea Spirit Pavilion's 7-layer building was marked with a clear mark, Mr. Ning. All the Sea Spirit teachers looked at him with a deep awe in their eyes. At this time, in the empty workroom of Mr. Ning, the fragrance of tea overflowed from the work table. Chief Manager Wu smiled as he laid down a storage shell. There is a small token of my appreciation inside. I ask Mr. to accept it. Clearwood's complexion relaxed, as if she hadn't seen anything that had angered her before. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He probed the storage shell with his divine sense. Although he knew that Sea Spirit Pavilion had earned a great deal, he was still shocked by this. He hesitated for several breaths of time and said, "Chief Manager is too kind." Chief Manager Wu's smile widened. After this matter, he had determined that there was a sky spirit being. As he reported this to headquarters, he also made up his mind to keep Qin Yu here. Since this was the case, he had to show his gratitude. Spirit stones. 6,413 sea spirits. He had signed a supreme treaty and received one. 3 million spirit stones. If the treatment was completed within 3 days, an additional payment of 20 times that amount would be 26 million spirit stones. 427. 3 million spirit stones. He had given Qin Yu over 20%. This sort of act of winning the hearts of others left even Clearwood shaken. But she clearly didn't oppose it. Mr. Ning deserves this. After all, if I fail, you will have to run away with me. After a rare humorous remark, Chief Manager Wu stood up and cupped his hands across his chest. I thank Mr. once again for being willing to take such a great risk with me. In the future, as long as I am here, Mr. Ning will be the chief representative of Sea Spirit Pavilion's capital city. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Chief Manager Wu really knew how to conduct himself. With 6 million spirit stones and such an attitude, how could he not be moved? Unfortunately, he was only a fake sea folk. He was destined not to stay in Sea Spirit Pavilion for too long. He feared his efforts would come to nothing. He nodded and didn't speak further about this matter. He put down the storage shell and said, "My cultivation has been hindered recently and I need some soul-strengthening treasures. I'll have to trouble Chief Manager to exchange for them. In addition, if possible, it would be best to prioritize this type of treasure when you pay for your work in the future." Chief Manager Wu secretly praised Qin Yu's calmness. He was truly worthy of being someone from the Sky Spirit Sage lineage. Even his carefully prepared methods weren't able to move him at all. There was no rush. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As for soul-strengthening treasures, Sea Spirit teachers had extremely high requirements for the soul. He didn't doubt this at all. He took back the storage shell and smiled. "That's easy. Our Sea Spirit Pavilion purchases all sorts of soul-strengthening treasures all year round. We will exchange them for Mr. Qin at the purchase price." Clearwood suddenly said, "Mr. Ning, in response to your situation, Sea Spirit Pavilion has drafted a special edition of the Supreme Book. The minimum payment is 100,000 and the profits will be equally divided with you. In addition, if there is an accident, you only need to bear 30% of the compensation. If you are willing, this special edition booklet will be available to more than 50 million customers in the 379 cities of the Sea region. Of course, in order to ensure that you can rest, we have set up a maximum number of orders. At most 50 orders per month. Mr. Ning, do you have any objections?" Qin Yu's voice was filled with joy. "As long as you pay with soul-strengthening treasures, there won't be any problems." Chief Manager Wu smiled, a heroic spirit gushing out from his chest. Perhaps he would be able to lead the capital city branch division to unimaginable heights. "That's right, the result of my bet with the 6 Grandmasters is already clear. Isn't it about time to honor it?" Chief Manager Wu's smile stiffened. 5 million spirit stones is not a small number. The several Grandmasters will need some time to gather this amount. "How about," Qin Yu interrupted, "it's fine as long as you don't renege on your debt. Then, I'll have to ask Chief Manager Wu to handle this matter." Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. He knew that Qin Yu wouldn't be lenient with them. He couldn't help but mourn for the 6 Grandmasters. Love go small say neck years of blood and sweat, all of it was gone. In particular, Grandmaster Goldrune. He hoped that he wouldn't live the rest of his life in debt. When Sea Spirit Pavilion's special Supreme Book was released, it instantly set off monstrous waves in the Sea Spirit world. Countless people stared with wide eyes. The minimum payment of 100,000 and the compensation of 20 times the original amount left them in a daze. Even the 10 most respected purple card Sea Spirit teachers might not dare to sign such an agreement. Had Sea Spirit Pavilion's capital city branch division gone mad, or did they really have something to rely on? Those that had the qualifications to know the truth behind Blue Sky Spire and Earthfault Spire's suspension of operations all looked at Sea Spirit Pavilion with burning eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Sea Spirit Pavilion had a deep background and had always operated independently, they would have immediately waived their Spirit Stone cards and wantonly purchased Sea Spirit Pavilion's shares. Soon, the special Supreme Book found its first customer, the mother of the Royal Guard captain. This revered old woman was said to have once been His Majesty's wet nurse. She was quite famous in the Sea Spirit world, and the reason for this was because of the 300-year wisteria in her hands. This sort of spirit-gathering treasure was able to create a tide of spiritual strength out of thin air. It was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. The several outstanding juniors of the Royal Guard captain's family were the best evidence of this. Someone had once offered 10 million spirit stones but had been rejected without hesitation. From this, one could see just how precious it was. However, over a decade ago, this wisteria seemed to have run into some trouble. It often went in and out of various sea spirit organizations, and the situation had never been brought under control. It was unknown whether it was because she had placed too much hope on this or because she wanted to use the wisteria to make a final profit, but after Sea Spirit Pavilion confirmed that they would accept this business, The old woman paid 1,000,000 spirit stones on the spot. If they breached the contract, Sea Spirit Pavilion would have to pay 20 million. It was unknown who was secretly adding fuel to the fire, but news of this matter quickly spread throughout the capital city. Countless eyes gathered on Sea Spirit Pavilion. They all wanted to know whether or not Sea Spirit Pavilion would soar into the heavens or fall into the dust. 5 days later, the wisteria was returned to the customer. Everything was done in secret and no one knew what the exact situation was like. But according to the servants of the Royal Guard captain's family, the tide of spiritual strength deep within the residence had suddenly returned to its peak, and it was even stronger than before. Afterwards, the Royal Guard captain personally paid a visit to Chief Manager Wu to thank him and present him with generous gifts. This news completely ignited the situation. A second special edition Supreme Book, a third special edition Supreme Book, a fourth. The monthly quota of 50 orders was sold out in 3 days. As the Sea Mausoleum with difficult and stubborn diseases was cured, Sea Spirit Pavilion's Mr. Ning broke into the world of sea spirit teachers with a disdainful attitude. For a time, his limelight was unrivaled. No one knew just how many spirit stones Sea Spirit Pavilion earned in this grand banquet. But, looking at Chief Manager Wu, who was so calm and composed that he revealed his 2 front teeth, one could imagine just how astonishing the profits were. And half of this terrifying profit was exchanged for soul-strengthening treasures that were continuously sent to the 7th floor. In that tightly shut workroom. It was already late at night. Leon was sitting on a workbench, carefully processing the corals in the culture fluid. After a long time, he straightened up and looked at the corals that were gradually recovering their vitality. He stretched his body and smiled. Leon had never truly treated a sea spirit on his own before. He didn't know that he was actually hiding such a formidable talent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could attempt to apply for the middle-level sea spirit teacher examination. Leon turned to look at the tightly shut workroom, his face full of admiration. His teacher hadn't come out for over a month. The spirit plants that were treated were all transmitted out through a small array formation. Even someone as powerful as his teacher was diligently working and cultivating, so what reason did he have not to work hard? Leon rubbed his temples. When his weary mind recovered a little, he took out an ancient seashell and probed it with his divine sense. Although his teacher hadn't taught him anything, he had given him the authority to become a high-level sea spirit teacher so that he could freely search through the ancient texts of Sea Spirit Pavilion and absorb the nutrients within. To Leon, this was an unimaginable matter. After he inadvertently spoke of it, the envious gazes he attracted nearly killed him. There was also Lionheart. He was already a handsome young man who was learning to adapt to his human form. Under the envious gazes of countless people, after they moved out of that small and cramped courtyard, his mother's illness miraculously began to recover. Now, she was receiving the best treatment possible and it wouldn't be long before she was completely cured. And all of this was a gift from his teacher. Sometimes, Leon would silently thank the heavens that such a person had appeared in his life. Not only had his destiny been changed, but he had also obtained the qualifications to pursue his dreams. Moreover, he had a chance to grasp the person he loved the most. Ching Ching often met with him, but Madam Ching never appeared again. There was also no mysterious person stopping him on his way home to have a good chat. Did this mean that Madam Ching had temporarily acquiesced? Leon didn't know. All he could do was try his best to improve himself and keep this dreamlike dream by his side forever. In the workroom, Leon saw Qin Yu, who was diligently working and cultivating, sitting cross-legged, refining and absorbing the blue amber-like treasure in his hands. Faint traces of pale golden energy fused into his soul through his nose and mouth. It was like he was soaking in a hot spring, slowly but surely becoming stronger. Beneath his feet, above his head, and on the 4 walls, besides the tight array formations that were set up in the workroom, there was also a slightly messy array formation revolving around him. Not too far away, on a workbench, the little blue lamp floated in the air. A foot of sea blue light quietly bloomed, covering the 3 sea spirits and even the soul mushroom. After refining the 5-element spiritual objects, Qin Yu realized how important it was to have a powerful soul. And during this period of time, he had constantly refined treasures to enhance the intensity of his soul, allowing him to experience the benefits of a powerful soul. His senses became sharper and his control of magic power became smoother. Every inch of his mortal body, flesh, blood, and bone seemed to clearly appear in front of him. Although his strength hadn't changed, the current Qin Yu could erupt with all his strength. It was over 10% stronger than before. One couldn't underestimate this 10%. It was superimposed on Qin Yu's 9th level golden core cultivation and the strength of the demon body's mortal body. The increase could be called astonishing. He already knew the function of the soul mushroom. Qin Yu naturally hoped that it could mature as soon as possible and reach the level of a partner soul. Catcher with a light sound, Qin Yu absorbed the last several wisps of pale golden energy. He opened his eyes and looked at the fragments in his palm, a helpless look on his face. Chapter 138. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. The soul was the most mysterious part of a cultivator's body. Even now, no one had been able to completely comprehend its hidden secrets, so improving it was extremely difficult. This sea marrow crystal that was worth over 200,000 spirit stones was completely absorbed in less than half a day. Luckily, even with such a terrifying cost, his soul had risen much faster. He flipped his hand and took out a jade box. He took out a palm-sized purple flower, swallowed it, and continued to refine it. According to this speed, he might be able to refine the third 5-element spiritual object in several more days. 5 days later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. A sharp light surged within them and a divine light burst out. With a flick of his sleeves, the fleeting flame furnace appeared. Metal, water, wood, fire, earth. Since he had started refining the water attribute spiritual object, he had to follow the order of mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements recorded in the 5-element sword diagram. What he needed to refine next was the fire attribute spiritual object. The furnace opened and a red sphere of light flew out. It wanted to escape, but it seemed to sense something. After a moment of hesitation, it flew around Qin Yu. The burning aura caused the surrounding temperature to rapidly rise. This was only a natural release. If it were to detonate completely, the entire Sea Spirit Pavilion would be burnt to ashes. Qin Yu lifted a hand. Magic power gushed out from his palm, rapidly forming a 3-legged furnace. The red sphere of light cheered and flew into it on its own initiative. His eyes brightened. The 5 elements came from the same source and indeed, they possessed an overwhelming instinct to fuse together. Perhaps the 5-element fusion recorded in the appendix of the 5-element sword diagram really did exist. Suppressing this thought, Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to refine with all his might. The world was crimson red. A terrifyingly high temperature wreaked havoc everywhere. Magma flowed everywhere and the air distorted from the heat. This was a world of fire and magma. Buried deep beneath the vast earth, it had never had any contact with the outside world for hundreds of millions of years. This sort of stability continued for countless years. Then, one day, the world changed. The earth was struck and a terrifying strength pierced through the ground. The calmly flowing magma instantly turned into a tyrant. A world-destroying strength erupted, rushing out from the cracks in the earth and tearing apart the ground. Crimson magma wrapped around a crystal that had been nurtured for countless years and shot into the skies. Then, flames swallowed up the forest and flowed into the distance. Wherever it went, all life was erased, leaving behind only death and destruction. Qin Yu's complexion was red. Steam rose from his body. Even though the ground could withstand all sorts of extreme environments, it was still scorched black. The 3-legged cauldron in his palm trembled slightly before dispersing into magic power and merging into his body. Within his Dantian Sea, it suddenly became much brighter. A palm-sized 16-sided crystal appeared. It emitted a red halo of light, like a small sun. It resonated with the lotus seed and willow branch, finally synchronizing with Qin Yu's breathing. Fire attribute spirit item refinement complete. Sure. Qin Yu opened his eyes. After a brief daze, he quickly composed himself. He carefully sensed his surroundings and smiled. Sure enough, after the soul became stronger, it could hold more memories and was less affected. With the third spiritual object, He was one step closer to success. He lifted a hand and swallowed down a pill to restore his losses. He wanted to continue refining treasures to strengthen his soul force, but he soon received two pieces of news and had no choice but to interrupt his cultivation. First, because Sea Spirit Pavilion had recently bought up a massive amount of soul-strengthening treasures, the capital city's market was in short supply and the price had sharply increased. It seemed as if someone had secretly interfered in the market, causing the price to nearly double. If he continued to buy under such circumstances, not only would it cost him a lot of money, but it might also cause an even larger scale of people to be reluctant to sell and maliciously raise the price. After Chief Manager Wu investigated the matter, he suggested that he temporarily stop buying and wait for the market to stabilize before buying again. Alternatively, he could borrow Sea Spirit Pavilion's channels to buy from other sea race cities. Qin Yu expressed his understanding. He asked the chief manager to borrow Sea Spirit Pavilion's channels to purchase the treasures. Of course, he would need to pay a fee and he would also need to wait for a period of time before they could be transported to the capital city. The second piece of news could be said to be neither good nor bad. Every 10 years, the sea region would hold a large-scale sea spirit teacher competition. The final winner would obtain the chance to challenge the 10 great purple cards. If they won, they would replace their position and become an incomparably revered purple card sea spirit teacher. If this were just empty fame, Qin Yu wouldn't have considered it at all. But the key point was that once a sea spirit teacher became a purple card, they would be able to obtain a sea spirit baptism. This was an ancient ritual, and the cost to activate it was at least 10 million spirit stones. But one shouldn't think that this was the reason why it was so precious. This was because countless sea spirit teachers waved piles of spirit stone cards in the air. No matter how much they paid, it was impossible for them to obtain a chance to undergo a sea spirit baptism. It was only opened for purple card sea spirit teachers. This sort of ancient ritual could enhance a sea spirit teacher's overall abilities. According to the secret investigations of Sea Spirit Pavilion, it had a particularly great effect on the soul. Looking at Chief Manager Wu, who was smiling happily, Qin Yu felt that these last words were specifically meant for him to hear. But he was well aware that Chief Manager Wu wouldn't speak nonsense about this matter. The sea spirit baptism would definitely be able to strengthen the soul. But there was a certain risk that this matter would be exposed. As he read through the introduction of the competition, he remained silent. How about it? Mister, have you considered it carefully? Do you want to participate in this competition? Chief Manager Wu smiled. According to the usual practice of our Sea Spirit Pavilion, there will be a spot that will directly enter the finals. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Directly enter the finals? Chief Manager Wu's smile widened. That's right. If Mr. wishes to participate, then I will handle the rest. You only need to participate in the final competition. If you win, then you will obtain the chance to challenge a purple card. This won't take too much time and there will also be a reward for the sea spirit baptism. He paused. At the very least, I believe that Mr. shouldn't miss this opportunity. All right, I agree. Chief Manager Wu's eyes brightened. Mr., rest well for the next few days. Before the competition begins, I will personally notify you. He stood up and hurried away. Qin Yu leaned back on the sofa. He could guess why Chief Manager Wu was trying his best to encourage him to participate in the competition. But he couldn't help but admit that the sea spirit baptism was indeed a powerful temptation to him. Of course, the most important reason was that Qin Yu had already looked through the competition procedures. When sea spirit teachers operated, they had to do so in a sealed environment and it was impossible for the outside world to observe them. Otherwise, even if he was directly given the chance to participate in the sea spirit baptism, he still wouldn't dare to interfere. He rubbed his temples, thinking that he would have to be a bit more careful and not expose himself. After refining the last soul-strengthening treasure in his storage ring, Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. He sneered at his poor memory and took it out. This was a transparent bead. There seemed to be tumbling clouds within it, and it contained a massive amount of pure soul strength that could be absorbed. This was the soul bead that he had obtained after killing a high-level spectre with the Sky Thunder bamboo in the Netherworld realm. Looking at it, Chinyu regretted once more that he hadn't been patient and drawn in several high-level specters to attack together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so distressed right now. Chinyu had already examined the soul strength within the soul bead and could directly absorb it. But just as he was about to do so, he suddenly discovered that there was something else that was very interested in it. It was currently daytime. The little blue lamp was put away and the soul mushroom was placed side by side with the two sea spirit treasures. At this time, the grey mushroom body was gently shivering. The degree of shaking was extremely small. If it weren't for his sharp eyes and careful observation, he wouldn't have discovered it. Chinyu was pleasantly surprised. He brought the soul bead to the side. The gently fluctuating clouds within suddenly began to violently tumble about. Power! The soul bead shattered. Chinyu's soul instinctively expressed a longing desire. He forcefully suppressed the urge to swallow it and watched as the soul mushroom completely absorbed it. A moment later, a trace of blue appeared on the surface of the soul mushroom. It rapidly spread outwards, and after several breaths of time, the entire body turned blue. This blue was a bit dim, like the first color that appeared on a tree branch after a deep winter. It represented the birth of life. Blue, 100 years. Chinyu's eyes lit up with joy. He never thought that a soul bead would be able to help the soul mushroom cross a critical step in its transformation. Although the little blue lamp's illumination had definitely played a role in accumulating energy, no one could deny the miraculous effects of a soul bead on the soul mushroom. He regretted once more that he hadn't been able to kill several more high specters, and with the old turtle's words when he left the Netherworld Sea region, even if he knew the function of a soul bead, he still wouldn't dare to rush in. Whatever, since things had come to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He comforted himself and put away the soul mushroom. Then, he sat down for a long time and finally calmed his thoughts. He took out a pill and swallowed it. Even if he couldn't continue refining treasures to enhance his soul, he could still cultivate. It was a shameful waste of time. Moreover, although the star pill was slow in strengthening his soul, it would still have an effect if it accumulated. Under Leon's admiring gaze, Chinyu continued to go into seclusion. The Sea Spirit Teacher competition was like a raging torrent, tyrannically sweeping through the entire sea race world. During this period of time, it became the undisputed king of topics. From the capital city to the remote sea race tribes, from the dignitaries to the common people, everyone was enthusiastically discussing this matter. The 10 great purple card Sea Spirit Teachers were the words that appeared the most in their mouths. Their eyes often revealed the deepest awe and reverence. There were only 10 purple cards. They were known as the incarnations of the sea spirit in the world, the walkers of the mortal world. The sea spirit here didn't refer to the spiritual beings of the sea, but to the invisible will of the entire sea region. It was the sea region that gave birth to the sea races. It provided them with a place to live and flourish, bestowing them with wealth and the right to live. The incarnation of the sea spirit naturally had a revered status. In some remote and ancient tribes, they were even more worthy of respect than the ruler of the capital city's royal palace. All sea spirit teachers, no matter how high or low their talent or how weak or strong they were, participated in this competition as an honor. This was because this represented that they had pursued their dreams and were also expressing their efforts and struggles to the invisible sea spirit. They hoped to obtain the favor of the sea spirit so that it could bestow them with greater strength. The preliminary competition was on a massive scale. After 10 consecutive days of competition, the top 10 in each competition area would obtain the qualifications to participate in the semifinals. In the semifinals of the competition area, the degree of excitement would rise dramatically. A new generation of powerful sea spirit teachers would constantly emerge, revealing their brilliance in the competition. The various sea spirit influences, tribes, and family clans would send out observers. They would stare with wide eyes as they selected their competitors. Even if they failed, it didn't matter. This was because in the next moment, there might be a rich contract delivered to them. This Sea Spirit Teacher competition that swept through the entire sea region meant a chance to stand out. Of course, this didn't conflict with what the Sea Spirit Teachers said before, because in the eyes of the Sea Spirit Teachers, this was also a gift from the Sea Spirit. Chapter 139. Genius in a second. Remember, love, go. Speak net, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. After half a month of intense semifinals, 170 Sea Spirit teachers were selected from the 17 competition zones. They obtained the qualifications to come to the Sea Race capital city and participate in the finals. These 170 people were nearly all high-level Sea Spirit teachers, and all of them possessed formidable strength. Before they even entered the capital city, they had already attracted the attention of countless people. As they rode giant seabed whales that had been specially arranged for them to arrive from all directions, Chief Manager Wu knocked on the door of the 7-layer workroom. He smiled and told Qin Yu that the competition was about to begin. "Mr. Ning, please follow me. An honored guest has been waiting for you for a long time." Chief Manager Wu gestured. After entering the 9-layer workroom, Qin Yu saw that this person wore purple robes and had a purple card hanging from his waist. He instantly understood who this person was. This was the strongest existence amongst Sea Spirit teachers, a purple card Sea Spirit teacher. His silver hair was neatly combed and his warm eyes were deep. As he looked Qin Yu up and down, he didn't seem annoyed at all. Chief Manager Wu bowed. "Old Sea, this is Mr. Ning." He turned and said, "Mr. Ning, Old Sea is ranked 7th of the 10 great purple cards. He is an exalted of my Sea Spirit Pavilion and he has come especially to explain the judging and specific procedures of the competition." This was certainly an excuse. Qin Yu could sense the probing look in Old Sea's eyes, as well as a bit of excitement. He calmly cupped his hands together and said, "Greetings, Old Sea." Old Sea waved his hand. "Although I haven't seen your strength before, I have seen the small leaf wisteria from the Royal Guard Captain's residence. It was far too time-consuming and I had other important matters to attend to at the time, so I declined. Since you were able to cure it, that is already proof of yourself. It is fine if you treat me as an equal." His eyes blazed. "I heard that Mr. Ning comes from the Sky Spirit Sage lineage. I wonder if this is true." Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He lightly said, "So what if it is? So what if it isn't? In the end, we are all Sea Spirit teachers. We were born to save sea spirits." Old Sea suddenly became excited. Yes, that's right. You all really do uphold this most traditional belief." His expression suddenly became friendly. He laughed. "Mr. Ning, perhaps you don't know, but the reason I have my current achievements is because I have a connection with the Sky Spirit Sage lineage." Qin Yu didn't know how to respond, so he casually made up a few random words. He never thought that he would have such thoughts, so he simply kept quiet. Since he had confirmed his identity, the old man would naturally help him cover it up. As expected, Elder Hai slapped his forehead. "I forgot that you never admit your identities outside. Rest assured, this old man won't leak any of it." As he spoke, he glanced at them. Chief Manager Wu hurriedly bowed. "Old Hai, don't worry. My lips are sealed." Elder Hai waved his hand. "It's good that you understand. Don't be an eyesore here and go busy yourself. I'll entertain Mr. Ning." As he spoke, he placed Qin Yu on the same level as him. In the eyes of ordinary seafolk, the 10 great purple cards were the most formidable Sea Spirit teachers. But they were well aware that there was a lineage of inheritance that was even more formidable than them. That was the Sky Spirit Sage, a legend that was passed down amongst Sea Spirit teachers. As they sat down, Old Sea began to chat. "With Mr. Ning's strength, I won't speak too much about anything else. I'll mainly remind you of some things you need to pay attention to in the competition." As Old Sea spoke, the originally blurry Sea Spirit teacher competition suddenly became clear in Qin Yu's mind. Their conversation continued for 2 hours. Qin Yu had a much more favorable impression of this kind and smiling old man. As he thought about how he had deceived this old man in the end, he could only apologize in his heart. "All right, if we continue, you'll probably get annoyed. I just happen to have some matters I need to deal with, so I won't keep you here any longer." Old Sea took out a jade box. "I heard Little Wu say that you were collecting things to strengthen the soul. Some time ago, I obtained a 3,000-year-old sea blue flower. Consider it a greeting gift." Qin Yu waved his hand. "It's too precious. I cannot accept it." Old Sea smiled. Mr. Ning shouldn't be too old. Even if we are of the same generation, I am still a big brother to you. Do you really want to refuse a little gift from me? If you think you've taken advantage of me, then after the competition ends, find some time to discuss it with me. In these past years, I've had many new experiences, but I find it difficult to share them with others. He patted Qin Yu's shoulder and turned to leave. Qin Yu looked at the jade box on the table and bitterly smiled. If Old C really wanted to discuss it with him, then perhaps he would be exposed. However, a 3,000-year-old sea blue flower was indeed a rare treasure. He had refined one before and it was 1,300 years old. It was worth 300,000 spirit stones. This one was worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. This was a generous gift. As Qin Yu put it away in his storage ring, he furrowed his eyebrows. How could he make Old C give up on looking for him? In order to ensure fairness in the competition, the participating sea spirit teachers were given 3 days to rest and make sure that their performance wouldn't be affected. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In front of the royal palace, the Prosperity Square was used for sacrificial ceremonies. There were 20 luxurious coral houses that had been temporarily moved over, all of them shining with a brilliant light. The preliminaries and semifinals had screened out 170 people. There were also 10 people that had been recommended by various parties. Qin Yu was one of them. Of course, no one would be dissatisfied with this, because those that had the qualifications to be recommended were at least famous sea spirit teachers of their own region. They were absolutely strong. On the day of the competition, the entire capital city was emptied out. All of the sea folk gathered together like a flood, gathering from all directions. The temporarily built stands were a dense black mass, causing the light of the array formation to distort. The dozens of sea folk responsible for maintaining the array formation were sweating profusely. They were barely able to maintain the operation of the array formation and avoid the tragic fate of the stands collapsing. And this was only the number of people that had bought tickets. Many more people couldn't obtain tickets and were blocked outside of Prosperity Square. Luckily, the organizers were already experienced in this. Several dozen-foot large shells floated in the air. When the competition began, they would be activated and broadcast the progress of the competition in real time. The more business-minded peddlers had already taken up their spots ahead of time. All sorts of signs decorated the crowd, all of them gearing up for a great deal of money. Within Sea Spirit Pavilion, a long line of carriages drove out. A massive number of guards followed behind them as they followed the empty streets towards Prosperity Square. Within the luxuriously decorated carriage, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. Across from him, Chief Manager Wu's complexion was dark and uncertain. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Ning, I know that I shouldn't say too much at this time lest I affect your condition. But, if possible, I hope that you can obtain the qualifications to challenge a purple card." Qin Yu opened his eyes. What happened? Chief Manager Wu said in a low voice, "Yesterday, Old C went out to handle some matters and was ambushed outside the capital city. His injuries are heavy." Qin Yu was startled. If Old C was ambushed at the critical juncture of the finals, it was clearly related to the struggle for a purple card. It was no wonder that Chief Manager Wu was so nervous. With Old C's condition, can't he apply to the organizers to refuse the challenge or postpone it? Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. He can't. The Sea Spirit baptism ceremony can only be opened at a specific time. Once it is chosen, it cannot be changed. In the past, there have been cases of purple card Sea Spirit teachers being ambushed before they challenged. Old C was cautious enough, but he never imagined that. His face was filled with anger. It was clear that there was more to the matter of Old C being ambushed. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He nodded. "I will do my best." Chief Manager Wu cupped his hands across his chest. "I will leave everything to Mr. Ning." The carriage arrived at the edge of Prosperity Square. Following the prepared passage, it directly entered. As the place where the sacrificial ceremony was held, Prosperity Square was extremely large. Even the 20 coral houses only occupied about half the area. Currently, carriages were parked in empty spots. Those that could drive straight in were at least dignitaries of the capital city. For instance, The Qing family on Noble Court Avenue. 3 carriages were placed side by side. Although there were fewer carriages than the surrounding ones, the degree of extravagance still surpassed them. In the eyes of outsiders, it was an extremely imposing sight. But only the people of the Qing family knew that ever since the old master passed away, the Qing family's situation had deteriorated with each passing year. Those that would normally greet them warmly would now only lightly greet them before turning to leave. The Qing family members were gathered together. They were bound by an invisible barrier, isolated from the circle of top families in the capital city. Madame Qing held her husband's hand, her expression graceful and her eyes calm. This caused his complexion to improve a little, but he simply lowered his head. Qing stood at the side, as if she didn't notice the distress of her family. She stood on her tiptoes, aimlessly looking for something. Madame Qing's eyes flashed. She softly said, "Qing, will Leon also come?" The girl blushed red. She looked at her father and nodded. He said that Mr. Ning would bring him along today. The Qing family patriarch coldly snorted. "Qing, you are now a young lady. You should act with discretion in the future. Don't get too close to some people." Madame Qing pulled on her husband's arm. "That's enough. You also know that Qing has grown up and she has her own judgment. It's always good to make more friends." As she spoke, she patted the woman's shoulder. "I think I saw Sea Spirit Pavilion's carriage. I know you are bored here, so go and talk to Leon. Remember to come back when the competition is over." Qing cried out in joy. She rolled her eyes at her father in dissatisfaction and then ran away. The Qing family patriarch frowned. "Madam, how can you allow your daughter to do as she pleases? Not just anyone can be the son-in-law of my Qing family." Madame Qing smiled. She patted his hand. "Perhaps master can think of it this way. Leon is Mr. Ning's disciple, and for him to be brought to such an occasion today, it's clear that he values him greatly. In this competition, many people are optimistic about Mr. Ning's chances. If he is able to leap over the Dragon Gate, then Leon won't have his current status." The Qing family patriarch's complexion changed. "Madam, do you also think that Mr. Ning has a chance?" Madame Qing shook her head. "I am just a woman, so how could I understand such things? I only think that since Mr. Ning has a chance, we might as well take a look. If he succeeds, then Qing and Leon will be together. That will be the same as my Qing family having a powerful helping hand outside of Noble Court Avenue." Sea Spirit Pavilion's 9 carriages neatly drove into the square. The competition staff had already respectfully received them and helped them park the carriages. Leon was the first to jump out. As he looked around, he was immediately given a fright. There were so many people. It was true that there were many people in the capital city, but in his memories, he had never seen so many people gathered together. He rode in the last carriage. Even so, the people inside were all high-level sea spirit teachers. After these people got off the carriage, they gathered together and began to speak with each other. Leon scratched his head, a bit embarrassed and at a loss. Chapter 140. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. SpeakNet, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Leon. Hearing this voice, a happy expression lit up his face. He looked up and saw the sea race girl running towards him and immediately smiled. "Qing, why are you here?" "Humph. Why can't I come? Ever since you became Mr. Ning's disciple, how many times have we seen each other?" "All right, if you don't want to see me then I'll leave." Leon hurriedly pulled her back and said many good words to make her unwillingly stay. Even so, his lips couldn't help but curl up in a smile. As the two of them were whispering to each other, a bell suddenly rang out in Prosperity Square. Looking towards the source of the sound, one could see a large bell hanging in front of the royal palace's entrance. It was mottled all over. No one knew what sort of treasure this bell was or when it was hung there. It seemed as if it had been here since the capital city existed. The bell's ringing was deep and resounding, so loud that the entire capital city could hear it. This meant that the finals were about to begin and the participating sea spirit teachers were about to step onto the stage. The carriage door opened and Chief Manager Wu stepped out first. Qin Yu followed behind him. At the same time, The other sea spirit teachers from the other sea spirit pavilion branch divisions also stepped out. Including Qin Yu, there were a total of 11 people. Out of the 170 spots, Sea Spirit Pavilion had managed to obtain 10. From this, it could be seen just how tyrannical their strength was. Several of them had participated in the Sea Spirit Teacher competition more than once and had great seniority, so they didn't have any good impressions of Qin Yu. It was true that they could also rush into the finals with their own ability, but why would they recommend him? At this time, they proudly walked towards the center of the square and nodded towards Chief Manager Wu. As for Qin Yu, he was completely ignored. Cheers rose up like a tsunami from all directions. The fiery atmosphere caused one's heart to race and their spirits to soar. Qin Yu looked around and his eyes fell on Leon and Qingqing. After a moment of thought, he smiled and waved his hand. Leon hurried over. Qingqing hesitated for a moment and then followed behind. Leon, this is Miss Qingqing, right? Qingqing hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Mr. Ning. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. He turned his hand and took out a pair of sky sea wings. This sort of sea monster that lived in the depths of the sea had a low spiritual intelligence and it was difficult for them to take human form. After hunting and refining their wings, one could obtain a powerful defensive treasure like the sky sea wings. This was what Grandmaster Goldrune had used to settle a debt. It was said that when he had no choice but to take it out, he had fainted again. People had given him the nickname of Fainting Grandmaster. You're Leon's friend, so you're my junior. Take it as a greeting gift. Qingqing's mouth fell open. As she looked at the palm-sized wings that shined with a halo of light, her heart filled with love. But she knew that it was far too precious. She shook her head again and again. Grandmaster Ning, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Qin Yu tossed it to Leon. How can you take back something you've already given away? Think of a way to have Miss Qingqing accept it, otherwise I won't forgive you. He turned around and left. Although the sea sky wings had powerful defenses, it was a pity that only the sea tribe could use them. Furthermore, no one would be willing to sell such a rare treasure unless they had no other choice. It wasn't easy for Qin Yu to take action, so he might as well send him out to help this brat Leon. After all, no matter what, this was still his first disciple. He couldn't lose face in front of the Qing family. Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled again and again. What kind of situation was this? And yet he was still in the mood to play matchmaker with his disciple. But his mood was much more relaxed now. After all, the more casual Qin Yu appeared, the more confident he was. Leon held onto the sea sky wings, his face filled with excitement. He could guess the reason his teacher was doing this, and he couldn't help but feel even more grateful. Qingqing whispered, "You're really giving it to me?" Leon hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Teacher never takes back the words he says. If you really don't want it, I can think of a way to return it. Qingqing snatched it back. She stroked it, liking it no matter how she looked at it. First, let me take a look. So this is what the sea sky wings, known as the most beautiful magic tool, looks like. Seeing her happy expression, Leon brightly smiled. In the distance, the Qing family patriarch's lips twitched. Sea sky wings? Or did I see wrong? Madam Qing nodded. That's right. The Qing family patriarch smacked his lips as if he were having a toothache. This Mr. Ning is quite generous. I haven't even treated my daughter this well. Madam Qing glared at him. You cannot accept this gift. The Qing family patriarch smiled. It is disrespectful to refuse a high-level sea spirit teacher in front of him. You can take it first, and then, it won't be too late to return it. Madam Qing thought for a moment. This seemed to make sense and wouldn't affect her daughter's reputation too much. She nodded and didn't say anything else. Honored sea spirit teachers, all of you now have a number in your hands that represents your status. You will be randomly assigned your positions. Please enter according to the results. A voice echoed through the square. The ground gently shook and a pure white altar rose up from deep underground. The jade walls were engraved with endless waves and millions of sea monsters. Countless sea folk knelt down in front of the altar, worshipping it. This was an object used to worship the sea spirit. In the legends, it had a mystical strength that could communicate with the sea spirit. A sea folk priest flew onto the altar. His feet were bare and he had an incomparably devout expression. With a flick of his sleeves, he placed 20 sea spirits onto the altar tray. As he flew back, there was a loud humming sound as the tray containing the sea spirits flew up and floated above the altar. Shua, shua, beams of light shot out from the altar, falling into nothingness and forming bubbles. Numbers flowed on the surface of each bubble. Those that had the qualifications to enter the finals were either outstanding individuals that had been selected through layers of selection or those recommended by various influences. Every one of them was a master, so there was no need for a basic test. Thus, the process of the finals was simple and crude. There were 20 trays floating above the altar, and whoever could grab one would be able to unravel it. There was a time limit of 1 day. If one failed, the tray would automatically fly back to the altar and the remaining sea spirit teachers could continue fighting over it. Of course, this wasn't a fight to the death, but a competition of soul force. Honored sea spirit teachers, let the competition begin. As his voice fell, there was the sound of breaking air. In order to become a high-level sea spirit teacher, one's soul had to be at least at the golden core realm. Thus, the cultivation of these high-level sea spirit teachers wasn't weak. Beneath the black robe, his eyes instantly locked onto the number in his hand. 67. Shua, Qin Yu stepped forwards. His figure was as fast as lightning, leaving behind a series of after-images in the air. Cries of alarm sounded out from the audience stands and outside. It was clear that many people had noticed his astonishing speed. In his peripheral vision, the complexions of several sea spirit teachers changed and fear appeared in their eyes. Revealing his strength was one of the tricks that Old Sea had taught him several days ago. It could cause fear in the hearts of competitors and make them not dare to compete for it. Now, it seemed that Old Sea hadn't been wrong. The effects were indeed excellent. As the bubbles touched his body, they parted like water, allowing Qin Yu to enter. The numbers on the surface began to shine. Bubbles lit up one after another. The dazzling light reflected off the snow-white altar, causing the entire area to become incomparably dazzling. Qin Yu suddenly frowned. He coldly snorted and a powerful divine sense howled out, ruthlessly colliding with the divine sense coming from the left. There was a faint buzzing sound in his ears. Even with Qin Yu's powerful soul, his eyebrows twitched and he felt a bit sour. It was clear just how strong his opponent was. He could faintly hear a pained cough. It was clear that the sneak attacker had suffered a loss in the collision of divine senses. Qin Yu took a deep breath and quickly stabilized his soul. Without delay, his divine sense howled out. It turned into an invisible hand that shot towards the trays on the altar. Currently, within the range of the altar, over 100 divine senses wove together. As soon as one entered, they could feel a suppressive pressure coming from all directions. If one's divine sense was weak, they wouldn't even be able to approach the trays before they were forcefully crushed. From time to time, there would be pained howls, indicating that someone had already suffered a calamity. When the soul damage was too heavy, the surrounding bubbles would isolate and protect the sea spirit teacher. Of course, this was the same as losing the competition. Qin Yu's divine sense was incomparably condensed. It forcefully pushed open a path and locked onto the trays. There was a purple flower placed on top of it, its surface shining with a brilliant light. Before he arrived, 2 powerful divine senses had already spread out, expelling the other divine senses as they fiercely fought for control of the trays. The trays trembled, sometimes moving left and sometimes moving right. It was clear that the 2 sea spirit teachers were evenly matched and no one was able to quickly gain the upper hand. The arrival of Qin Yu's divine sense immediately attracted the attention of the 2 sea spirit teachers. Out of my way! This was a roar of divine sense. It directly shook the soul. If one wasn't strong enough, they would be directly wounded. Qin Yu didn't say a word. His divine sense swept out like a fist, smashing into the roaring sea spirit teacher's divine sense. Bang! His body trembled. The opposing divine sense was like a block of ice, directly smashing apart. Ah! A miserable scream echoed in his ears. It was clear that this sea spirit teacher wasn't too far away. The other divine sense clearly didn't think that Qin Yu would be so fierce. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly retreated. He had seen his opponent's fate and naturally didn't think he could compete with Qin Yu. If he retreated, he would have other options. If he was severely wounded, then the finals would be over for him. A boundless divine sense swept out, wrapping around the trays and rapidly pulling them over. Chief Manager Wu smiled. Mr. Ning had always been purchasing soul-enhancing treasures, and his soul was truly formidable. Without accident, he would soon be able to seize this tray. As long as he obtained the spiritual object, then with Mr. Ning's strength, advancing would be a matter of course. But at this time, Chief Manager Wu could clearly see Mr. Ning frown. The trays that flew towards him came to a sudden stop and began to sway back and forth on the altar. Chief Manager Wu's heart skipped a beat. Time slowly passed and Mr. Ning still hadn't defeated his opponent. He couldn't help but reveal a gloomy expression. In the struggle for the trays, what one feared the most was this sort of stalemate. Sea spirit teachers who originally had no intention of snatching the trays would find a chance to interfere, causing the situation to become chaotic and dangerous. If one wasn't careful, then even if their soul was formidable enough, there was a chance they would fail miserably and even be pushed out. Leon gripped his fists, a nervous expression on his face. He was worried about his teacher's identity. If he were to be discovered in the competition, then there would be a great deal of trouble. Chief Manager Wu could sense Leon's anxiousness from the corner of his eyes. His heart fiercely shrank as a bad guess appeared in his mind. Could it be that Leon knew something? Mr. Ning was recklessly purchasing soul treasures. He could use them to enhance his soul, but there was also a chance he could use them to heal his wounds. As Chief Manager Wu thought of this, his complexion paled. He had studied the participants of this competition. Of the 11 people from Sea Spirit Pavilion, only Mr. Ning had the qualifications to take first place and reach the purple card. If he were defeated, then Old Sea would be in danger, but with things having come this far, it was already too late to be angry. He could only hope that his guess was wrong and that Mr. Ning could turn the tide. Chapter 141. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Chief Manager Wu was naturally overthinking things. But the situation Qin Yu was facing right now was indeed extremely difficult. His divine sense was fighting with others, and his complexion gradually darkened. Just as he arrived at the edge of the altar, a powerhouse had sneak attacked him. At the time, Qin Yu hadn't thought too much about it, because Old Sea had told him that this sort of thing would happen in order to suppress his opponents. Although it was rare, it still happened in every competition. Strictly speaking, it didn't violate the rules of the competition. Since competing for the Sea Spirit was a competition, there was nothing one couldn't do. All one cared about was the result, not the process. But now, when his divine sense wrapped around the tray and pulled it closer to his eyes, 2 strands of divine sense suddenly jumped out, forcing him to think more. Of these 2 divine senses, he was somewhat familiar with one of them. It was the person who had ambushed him earlier. The other strand was slightly weaker, yet it was extremely cold. It seemed to have cultivated some sort of mysterious technique, causing divine sense to actually become sluggish when colliding with it. It was rather troublesome to deal with. If they were joining forces to steal the Sea Spirit, then that would have been fine. But the problem was that these 2 people didn't care about the tray at all. They were only blindly attacking his divine sense. They were simply aiming for him. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu's soul was powerful enough, then his soul would have been greatly damaged under the joint attack of the 2 and he would have been forced to withdraw from the competition. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. The first people he thought of were Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire. These were 2 formidable Sea Spirit influences. Because of his existence, they had suffered a great loss, so it was reasonable for them to retaliate. Thinking back to when Old High was ambushed, it didn't take him long to figure out the crux of the matter. Someone thought he was a hindrance and wanted to get rid of him in advance. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He spread out his divine sense that was wrapped around the tray. The other Sea Spirit teachers were overjoyed. They thought that Qin Yu was tired and had no choice but to let go, so they hurriedly spread out their divine sense. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 divine senses tangled together and collided with each other. The tray swayed as it flew away. Although no one could take it away for a time, they had a tacit understanding to keep it as far away from Chinyu as possible. The two attacking divine senses paused for a moment, as if they never imagined that Chinyu would simply give up on the tray. In the next moment, a cold chill rose up in their hearts. The altar tray was a special treasure. It could withstand the pressure of a powerful divine sense and also protect the sea spirit from damage. Dragging it required a great deal of strength. In addition, there were many other sea spirit teachers that had rushed over to take advantage of the situation. This had tied up too much of Chinyu's strength. At this moment, he let go of the tray, which was equivalent to freeing himself. Bang! His boundless divine will was like a tidal wave, brazenly rushing towards the two divine wills that he had previously injured. Two tyrannical divine senses collided together. A deep explosion sounded out in the void, clearly spreading throughout Prosperity Square. Countless sea folk gasped, their jaws dropping open. Divine sense shaking the void was a strength that only those at the nascent soul realm possessed. It represented the sublimation of the illusory into reality. But now, the divine senses of two sea spirit teachers had actually produced such an effect. Didn't that mean that their souls were so powerful that they approached the nascent soul realm? Countless gazes looked towards the source of the voice and quickly locked onto the two fighting. Black robes fluttered without any wind, and an aura rose around them. Not far away, a skinny old man vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, his complexion pale. This black-robed figure had recently been in the limelight of the capital city. Almost everyone instantly recognized him as the chief sea spirit teacher of Sea Spirit Pavilion. Countless people sighed. Grandmaster Ning truly lived up to his name. For him to have such fierce methods, his soul was naturally extremely strong. As they looked at the old man who was vomiting blood, they couldn't help but reveal a look of pity. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had to provoke this person. As they were secretly sighing for him, they saw the skinny old man's eyes suddenly widen. So much strength actually caused the tiny blood vessels in his eyes to burst open, causing his eyes to turn crimson red. This was a sign that his soul had been stimulated to the extreme. Countless sea folk were frightened. This was only a competition, not a life or death grudge, so was there really a need to go all out like this? The crushed divine sense immediately rushed up once more. Without any scruples, it crazily bombarded Chinyu, stubbornly holding him back. At the same time, another yin-cold divine sense swam about like an icy snake, ruthlessly piercing into Chinyu's divine sense. An extremely cold aura constantly poured in. It was actually able to use the divine sense as a channel to invade Chinyu's body. Catcher, a layer of black ice rapidly condensed on the surface of the black robes. Even from far away, one could still feel the terrifying cold aura it contained. Chief Manager Wu angrily shouted, "This is murder. This is naked murder. Where are the people from the competition committee? I demand that the competition be stopped immediately." With his eyesight, how could he not see that besides the skinny old man, there was another sea spirit teacher that was crazily attacking Chinyu? This sort of situation absolutely wouldn't occur in a normal competition. As he thought of Old Sea's injuries, his entire body turned icy cold. He no longer cared about maintaining his composure and angrily waved his arms and roared. The competition committee staff member who was responsible for maintaining order on the competition field had a flustered look on his face, asking this important figure to maintain restraint. As he was spat on, he paled in fright and hurriedly used a spirit shell to report this matter. Outside the competition field, the sea folk watching the competition also noticed something was wrong. Loud boos swept through the entire square like a tsunami. But with the competition having reached this step, there were already sea spirit teachers who had exhausted all methods to seize the sea spirits on the trays. If they were to stop the competition now, they would definitely be opposed. So at this time, the competition committee members were arguing with each other. The decision to stop the competition still hadn't been made. Chief Manager Wu clenched his teeth. He turned and rushed towards the competition committee members. Soon, there was a loud explosion. It was clear that a fierce conflict had occurred. For a time, the scene was in chaos. Beneath his black robes, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. He could feel an icy cold growing in his soul and his eyes were cold. This was no longer stopping him, but severely wounding him or even killing him. No matter who the mastermind behind the scenes was, they had successfully enraged Qin Yu. Within his Dantian Sea, the 16-sided crystal suddenly erupted with a blazing light, like a sun rising from the earth. Qin Yu's eyes turned crimson. It wasn't blood red, but tumbling waves of blood, like blazing flames. Not too far away, a handsome and young sea spirit teacher suddenly screamed out in pain, his face filled with fear. Blazing flames gushed out from his head. These flames weren't real, but were the manifestation of a burning aura. Their killing might was even more terrifying. In an instant, this sea spirit teacher's flesh was scorched. The bubble wrapped around him shrank and wrapped around him, extinguishing the flames with it. The competition committee members reacted quickly. Someone immediately rushed over and dragged him back. They inadvertently touched his body and grimaced in pain. The ambulance wasn't too far away. The healer was experienced and knowledgeable, but as he saw the sea spirit teacher's burnt appearance, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He put on sterilizing gloves. After inspecting the sea spirit teacher, he revealed a sympathetic expression and waved his hand for them to carry him away. No matter how terrifying the mortal injuries were, as long as one was willing to pay the price, they could be healed. But what was terrifying was his soul. It was like an eggplant roasted over fire, shriveled up into a ball. It was unknown whether or not he would be able to maintain his sanity in the future, much less continue being a sea spirit teacher. This person had been thoroughly crippled. The skinny old man's face was filled with fear. He fiercely retracted his divine sense, wanting to break away from Qin Yu's slaughter. But it was already too late for him to leave. Boundless divine sense divided into several strands, each one carrying with it a searing heat. They were like invisible flame blades that instantly cut apart his divine sense. Puff, the skinny old man spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The competition committee members didn't have time to rest. They rushed over and dragged him away. After the healer inspected him, his condition was better than the previous one. But he would still be unable to avoid the fire poison invading his soul for the rest of his life and he would die in pain. If that was the case, it was not as good as the previous one, who would be able to suffer less. Paro outside his black robe, the black ice shattered into pieces. Qin Yu looked around, like a tiger sitting on a high mountain. Wherever he went, the sound of gulping filled the air. The divine senses that were fiercely fighting for the tray all withdrew in the blink of an eye. With everyone watching, Qin Yu slowly pulled the tray into his hand. No one dared to fight for it. The nearby sea spirit teachers nearly cried. Holy shit, just who was this fellow? How could he be so ruthless? This was only a competition, so was there a need to play around with others until they were crippled? As for those that were far away, they let out long breaths of relief. They rejoiced that they weren't the ones that bumped into this ruthless person. Fuck, these were two high-level sea spirit teachers, but in just a short period of time, they had both died. Let alone the participating sea spirit teachers, even the spectating sea folk of the capital city were left dumbfounded. They had originally been dissatisfied that Qin Yu had been attacked from all sides, but now all of them had their mouths tightly shut. Well, they had indeed made an error in judgment just now. If this person was so vicious and evil, then provoking him was the same as seeking death. With the tray in hand, the air bubble automatically fell down, sending Qin Yu away from the range of the altar. Just as he took several steps, a group of seafolk rushed over. The old turtle man in the lead was sweating profusely. He took out a handkerchief from time to wipe his sweat, but he couldn't keep up with the speed at which it gushed out. His originally dignified and magnificent committee member robes were now sticking to his body, leaving him in an extremely distressed state. Wait, don't go yet. A group of seafolk gathered around. Qin Yu turned around, his voice cold. What is it? The Turtle Clan committee members' aura stagnated. Everyone had seen what happened just now. Although he had been a bit ruthless, it was absolutely self-defense. But this matter was far too vile. Ever since the beginning of the Sea Spirit Teacher competition, Besides the first few chaotic times and the change in the capital city, there had never been a case where 2 high-level sea spirit teachers were crippled. If they weren't punished and everyone was like this in the future, how could the competition continue to be held? The Turtle Clan committee member's eyes turned. He said in a low voice, "Sea spirit teacher, you are suspected of using a treasure that violates the rules in the competition and causing serious injuries to others. I ask that you temporarily suspend the competition and return with us to be investigated." Before Chin Yu could respond, a chair came flying through the air and smashed into the Turtle Clan committee member's head. Luckily, he had retreated quickly enough so that his tortoise shell didn't suffer any damage, otherwise he would have been badly battered. Chief Manager Wu led the Sea Spirit teachers from Sea Spirit Pavilion over. Before he even arrived, he was already cursing out loud. "Investigate? I will investigate your face. If you want to investigate, then investigate those 2 damned Sea Spirit teacher scum and find out just who ordered them to attack Mr. Ning." Without waiting for the Turtle Clan committee member to speak, Chief Manager Wu continued to roar, "Mr. Ning is very tired right now and his condition is very poor. If your actions cause him to have an abnormal performance in the next competition, then I can tell you with certainty that all of you will be finished. Just wait for Sea Spirit Pavilion's court summons. Believe me, if I don't sue you until you all go bankrupt and I have to beg for the rest of my life, I will never rest." It was the end of the month. Chapter 142. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The councilman's face immediately paled and he began to sweat profusely. "Chief Caretaker Wu, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We are only doing our duty and must clearly investigate this matter. Love go small say Net, we do need to investigate and see just who it is that dares to brazenly attack Sea Spirit Pavilion's chief Sea Spirit teacher in front of everyone. Mr. Gudra, please open your eyes wide and look at what day it is today. Not only is this a provocation to Sea Spirit Pavilion, but it is the greatest blasphemy and affront to the sea spirits themselves." Chief Manager Wu aggressively glared at Chin Yu. "Mr. Ning, you only have a day to treat this sea spirit. Please do not delay any further and leave everything here to me." Committee member Gudra still wanted to say something, but he was immediately stopped by his angry roar. "Let's go now. I want to find the committee members and get justice." The pitiful and shriveled committee member Gudra was dragged away by Chief Manager Wu. His feeble rebuttals could still be heard from afar, but they were immediately crushed into pieces by an even louder roar. The 20 coral tree houses were prepared for the sea spirit teachers that managed to obtain a sea spirit. The entrances were guarded by the sea folk, and as they saw Chin Yu walk over, they were at a loss as to what to do. The cold eyes beneath the black robe helped them make their choice. The 2 sea folk trembled and retreated to the side. Although this job paid well, it was far from enough for them to risk their lives for it. Chin Yu stepped in. With a flick of his sleeves, he closed the door, isolating all auras from the outside world. This sort of coral house was directly carved out of a giant coral. Because of the special materials used, it was an excellent array formation material that could isolate all outside prying eyes. It was specially prepared to protect the privacy of high-level sea spirit teachers. Although Old Sea had said that the coral house had been thoroughly inspected before it could be used, there shouldn't be any problems. Even so, Chin Yu still carefully inspected it with his divine sense. After determining that there weren't any problems, he took out a black stone. This was a special stone that the sea race called the Silent Stone. It could completely seal off all chi within a radius of 10 feet, not letting even the slightest bit leak out. After completing this, Chin Yu sat down cross-legged and casually laid down the disc. He took out a pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes to cultivate. That's right, under the gazes of everyone present, the ferocious Chin Yu who had crippled 2 high-level sea spirit teachers was currently cultivating. The reason was simple. It was daytime and the little blue lamp was sleeping. At this time, the competition outside was still in full swing. Sea spirits were taken away one after another, and as the number of trays decreased, the competition became increasingly fierce. 2 hours later, over 20 sea spirit teachers had been forced to withdraw from the competition due to severe soul damage. The sea spirit teachers that had successfully seized a sea spirit no longer cared about recovering from their wounds. They swallowed down some medicines to suppress their injuries and immersed themselves in their work. Chief Manager Wu stood like a crane in a flock of chickens. He stood at the end of the round conference table, engaging in a war of words with a group of competition committee members. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. However, the back of his robe was already soaked with sweat. It could be seen that as he sneered and cursed, he was under incredible pressure. The Sea Spirit Teacher Competition Committee represented the strength behind them. Even with his status, it was difficult for him to deal with them. Luckily, it was a fact that Qin Yu had fought back in self-defense. Even if his methods were a bit violent, it was still barely justifiable. As they were fiercely arguing, soothing music began to spread out from Chief Manager Wu's chest. He took out a spirit shell and placed it to his ear, a respectful expression on his face. The several committee members who didn't want to let this matter blow up and use Qin Yu as a model suddenly lowered their voices. With Chief Manager Wu's status, the only person that could make him act like this was that noble lady from Sega City who had left the capital city for 70 years and hadn't returned once. Yes, I understand. I am currently explaining things to the committee members. Yes, I understand. Please wait a moment. Chief Manager Wu looked up. Chairman Shu, my family's mistress has something to say to you. Chairman Shu's eyebrows arched up. He calmly received the spirit shell and walked several steps away. He began to speak in a low voice with the noblest and most powerful woman in the sea region. From time to time, there would be light chuckles. It was clear they were chatting happily. After a moment, the conversation ended. Chairman Shu returned the spirit shell and returned to his seat. Everyone, we are currently in the finals. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, shouldn't we temporarily suppress this matter and wait until the end to investigate? Several committee members cursed inwardly. If the competition ended and the committee was dismissed, how would they investigate? They glanced at each other and could see the helplessness in their hearts. And as expected, a group of neutral committee members immediately expressed their support for Chairman Shu's idea. As for the committee members that had spoken up for him, they all quieted down. Seeing this, several committee members had gloomy expressions. They lowered their heads, not saying a word. Chief Manager Wu silently praised the mistress 99 times in his heart. Although she hadn't been in the capital city for many years, her fame still spread far and wide. With a single spirit shell, she had immediately reversed the situation. He cupped his hands across his chest, his face cold and arrogant as he bid his farewells. Then, his complexion darkened. He turned and gave some orders. A sea spirit pavilion cultivator hurried away. Even the mistress had been alarmed and had no choice but to intervene. It seemed that the one who had secretly acted this time was a powerful character. If so, then it was clear that this other party's goal was the purple card sea spirit teachers. Only such a massive harvest could drive such a powerful character to the point of becoming enemies with Sea Spirit Pavilion. He looked up at the coral house where Qin Yu was. Chief Manager Wu took a deep breath. Now, he could only place his hopes on Mr. Ning. If he could win, then he could slowly investigate this matter. Otherwise, once Old Sea's position was lost, there would surely be a chain reaction that would set off and things would become truly troublesome. Time slowly passed. The first sea spirit teacher to successfully heal a sea spirit emerged from the coral house nearly 6 hours ago and took away the first promotion spot. Afterwards, every once in a while, another sea spirit teacher would appear. Those that came out ahead of time had already solved their problems, and those that hadn't were still working hard. Qin Yu wasn't one of them. It wasn't just Chief Manager Wu, but also the majority of the people present. With the release of the special edition of the Supreme Book, Grandmaster Ning's reputation had spread far and wide. There were even some busybodies that called him the #1 sea spirit teacher beneath the purple cards. But now, 6 out of the 20 spots had been taken. The #1 sea spirit teacher beneath the purple cards, Grandmaster Ning, still hadn't shown himself. Had he encountered a problem, or had he been injured in the battle to cripple 2 high-level sea spirit teachers? There were many sea folk that were inclined towards the latter. After all, killing 2 sea boars required a great deal of effort, much less 2 high-level sea spirit teachers with formidable souls. The human race had an old saying that killing 1,000 enemies would damage 800 of one's own. This was quite reasonable. Chief Manager Wu's complexion darkened. His body was so cold that it seemed as if it would freeze over at any moment. In the entire Sea Spirit Pavilion area, the sound of breathing became much quieter. Ching was anxious. Although she didn't know too much, she knew that the relationship between Grandmaster Ning and Leon was destined to be one of them. If he were a purple card, then her mother absolutely wouldn't interfere in the matters between her and Leon. In fact, she might even vigorously promote them. But on the other hand, the result might be completely different. Although she was simple, she didn't lack wisdom. She could clearly see through all of this. She swept her eyes over. Leon was actually daydreaming. After knowing him for so long, she absolutely couldn't be wrong. He was daydreaming, and he was completely and utterly gone. His eyes were empty and his mouth was slightly open. From time to time, it would move a few times, as if he were saying something in a low voice. Ching immediately puckered her lips and stomped down. Leon cried out in pain, his face filled with grievance. He had no idea how he had offended this girl, but she had actually stomped down so heavily. In the quiet environment, this miserable cry was particularly clear. All eyes that were focused on Sea Spirit Pavilion were instantly drawn over. As they saw a young man and woman playing around, their lips couldn't help but twitch. Ching's face flushed red. She lowered her head in embarrassment, but she didn't forget to glare at him. It was all this blockhead's fault for causing her to lose face. Chief Manager Wu's complexion was ugly. As Mr. Ning's disciple, in such a critical moment, he was actually so indifferent and even had the mood to play around. This was simply outrageous. Just as he was about to reprimand Leon, his thoughts stirred and he softened his tone. Leon, Mr. Ning still hasn't come out. Aren't you worried? Ching's heart tightened. She quickly looked up. Leon had a blank expression. He looked at the ghostly blue time-sensitive coral and whispered, "So it's already been a day. No wonder I'm so tired." Seeing Chief Manager Wu's unhappy expression, Ching clenched her teeth and said, "If Mr. Ning doesn't come out soon, he will fail." Leon scratched his head. It shouldn't be. With teacher's strength, it should be easy for him to deal with the competition. He glanced at the coral house. "Chief Manager, have you sent someone to open the door? Teacher might have overslept." Overslept? Was this fellow really Mr. Ning's disciple? After not seeing him for such a short period of time, he had actually activated his silly side. Chief Manager Wu grit his teeth. Seeing that the time was almost up, he stamped his feet and walked towards the coral house. In any case, the time was almost up. Even if he failed, he still needed to know just what had gone wrong. The 2 competition committee guards saw his pale complexion and hesitated, not daring to stop him. They had all seen how Mr. Gudra had been struck with a chair. If he even dared to beat up a committee member, then there was no need to mention them. Moreover, if someone wanted to disturb him, it would be someone from Sea Spirit Pavilion. They could just let him be. Standing in front of the door, Chief Manager Wu took a deep breath and knocked. He was the chief representative of Sea Spirit Pavilion's Capital City Branch Division, an existence exclusive to the special edition of the Supreme Book, and someone who had crippled 2 high-level sea spirit teachers in a contest of souls. In truth, Qin Yu was extremely famous right now. Thus, as the time approached, more and more people looked at him. Could it be that this fierce character had inexplicably failed? When Chief Manager Wu knocked on the door, the attention reached the limit. Nearly everyone on the martial field was waiting for what would happen next. There was no response. Could he have fainted? Just as Chief Manager Wu was about to lift his hand again, there was a light creaking sound. The door to the coral house opened from within and a black-robed figure appeared. He stretched his waist and seemed to yawn. "Chief Manager, you've come at just the right time. You set the same alarm as me." As he spoke, he waved a clam in his hand. It was a clamshell called a time clam. After one poured magic power into this clamshell, it would become a natural alarm clock. Once magic power was exhausted, it would ring out and one could control the time based on how much magic power was poured into it. At this moment, All the sea folk that saw this were left in a state of disarray. Even someone as calm and astute as Chief Manager Wu couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He stuttered, "Grandmaster Ning, you really were sleeping." Chapter 143. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Qin Yu nodded. It only took me a bit of time to complete the treatment. I was too bored, so I took the opportunity to sleep. You should know that I was ambushed just now and I was injured, so I decided to take this time to recover. Of course, these words were false. The reason he had waited until now to come out was because only when night fell would the little blue lamp be able to play its role. When he was at Sea Spirit Pavilion, Cleon had once asked him why he hadn't treated a sea spirit during the day, causing a guest to be worried. Qin Yu had used this reason to gloss over it, and now he was casually using it again. Leon looked as if he already knew it and said happily, "I knew it. Teacher must have overslept. I told him to pay attention to his rest and not to overwork himself." The surrounding Sea Spirit Pavilion cultivators all had strange looks on their faces. Was it really a good idea to focus on something like this? Why did they want to beat this brat up? What? You're saying I'm jealous? Ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. Woo woo, why do I feel tears in my heart? Grandmaster Ning, why can't you see me? Whether it is in looks or intelligence, I can completely crush that brat Leon. Chief Manager Wu was someone who had experienced many trials and tribulations. With great willpower and perseverance, he slowly closed his jaw. After a moment of daze, he thought of something important. Ah, it's almost time. Grandmaster Ning, should we hand over the sea spirit first? Qin Yu rubbed his eyebrows. I've slept too much. Then, let's ask the committee cultivator to come. In truth, they had already arrived, but they were hesitating. One had crippled 2 high-level sea spirit teachers and the other had smashed up committee member Gudra, slamming the table and cursing at the committee. Both of them were violent and ruthless individuals. Who knew if the results would be good or bad? If they bumped into the muzzle of a gun, wouldn't that be far too dangerous? Seeing Chief Manager Wu wave his hand with a smile, the committee cultivator relaxed. He hurried over. Congratulations, congratulations. It seems that Grandmaster Ning has smoothly completed the treatment. Chief Manager Wu regained his composure. With a reserved expression, he said, "The sea spirit is here. I'll have to trouble you all to inspect it." Of course, of course. The staff member waved his hand and someone immediately received the sea spirit with both hands, placing it on a square jade plate. Tiny lines lit up on the surface, emitting a halo of light that covered the tray and the sea spirit. In the previous great competition, there had been sea spirit teachers who had used special medicines to revitalize the sea spirits and cover up all their problems. Finally, they had obtained the qualifications to advance and had achieved a good result. After this matter was discovered, it caused an uproar throughout the entire city. Even though the sea spirit teacher involved was severely punished, he still refused to admit that someone had framed him. This caused the competition committee to fall into a passive position and even caused the sea spirit teachers to question the fairness of the competition. In order to prevent similar things from happening again, the competition committee had specially created this sort of detection treasure. It could keenly sense the composition of the medicine. Although no sea spirit teacher had dared to take the risk again in the last 100 to 200 years, this was still a tradition that had been preserved. The halo of light on the square jade board was calm, without any fluctuations at all. The staff member revealed a smile. "There is no problem. Chief Manager can lead Grandmaster Ning to rest." After watching the staff leave, Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. "Mr. Ning, you really scared me. Let's not do this in the future." Qin Yu nodded, not speaking. He thought that the excuse of sleeping was convenient, but in this sort of situation, it seemed a bit too much. Sure enough, as he swept his eyes around, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a strange look and a deep awe. A sea spirit teacher from Sea Spirit Pavilion was trembling, looking as if he would collapse at any moment. He was the one who had been the most disdainful of Qin Yu. This old fellow was quite strong, but his luck was too poor. When he was competing for the sea spirit, He had encountered a powerful enemy and had been severely wounded several times, forcing him to withdraw from the competition ahead of time. As he looked at Qin Yu walking towards him, his old face paled and he fainted. After a moment of chaos, he was carried away by others to be treated. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to lose face, but he was also too embarrassed to stick his face in front of others and let them hit him. Thus, he fainted and temporarily avoided the limelight. Chief Manager Wu had a radiant smile on his face the entire way. His every movement was filled with confidence. But when he and Qin Yu boarded the carriage and avoided the eyes of the outside world, his complexion darkened. "Grandmaster Ning, are you really not injured?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I'm fine." His eyes flashed. "It seems that the chief manager already knows." Chief Manager Wu coldly said, "I'm not blind. It seems that someone is eyeing Old C's purple card position." How bold. Qin Yu's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised that Chief Manager Wu could guess this. He lightly said, "Those two sea spirit teachers might be able to find some problems." Love go small say neck. Chief Manager Wu nodded. "I've already sent people to investigate, and there's also the competition committee. Hehe, if it wasn't a deliberate arrangement, how could those two people have coincidentally appeared beside Mr. Ning? When I was raging with them just now, I carefully looked over them and locked onto the approximate target. I've also sent people to investigate them." Qin Yu frowned. "Will there be trouble if they hurt someone? Also, what about the sea spirits that were handed over to the competition committee?" Chief Manager Wu sneered. "They've already been pressed down. Until the competition ends, no one will come to inquire about them. Once the competition ends, the competition committee will be useless. If they dare to investigate them, then let's see if they can even enter the gates of my sea spirit pavilion. As for the sea spirits, I've already left behind a mark so they won't dare to do anything. Otherwise, the reputation of the competition committee will be ruined." He revealed a hesitant expression. "Mr. Ning, I won't hide anything from you. Those who covet Old C's position must be powerful figures of the sea races. The reason I said that the matter of hurting someone has been pressed down is because my family's mistress personally brought a spirit shell from Sega City. Otherwise, things would have been far more troublesome." "Chief Manager, are you saying that I am in great danger right now?" "Yes." Chief Manager Wu's complexion was solemn. In order to arrange today's situation, they must have used countless methods. Old C has already been taken by them, and Mr. Ning is the only obstacle. If it were me, I wouldn't have failed at the last moment. I would have eliminated Mr. Ning." Qin Yu lightly said, "Since Chief Manager is so honest, I believe you have a way to calm my heart." Chief Manager Wu's eyes brightened. "That's right. Mr. Ning, please rest assured. I guarantee with my life that no matter who they are, they won't be able to touch you." His eyes were wild and arrogant. "Many people are curious just what sort of background my sea spirit pavilion has that we were able to develop to our current scale in just 100 years. Soon, they will find out." A day passed. Of the 20 sea spirits, 7 had been healed. The remaining 13 sea spirit teachers walked out of the coral house with weary expressions, helplessly handing over their sea spirits. On the altar, the second round of competition began. In this round, 6 sea spirits were healed. The third round of competition was incomparably brutal. Every several breaths of time, a sea spirit teacher would spit out blood from their nose and mouth. They would be blocked by the bubble and forced to retreat. In the end, almost half of the sea spirit teachers were injured, and the final 7 sea spirits were brought into the coral house. In normal circumstances, after 3 rounds of competition, the 20 spots in the finals would have been divided up. But, perhaps because some sea spirit teacher was too heavily injured or had consumed too much soul force, at the end of the 3rd day, there was still a sea spirit placed on the altar. The reason for the previous round of competition was because after the first 20 sea spirits were taken away by sea spirit teachers, information about them would be placed on the altar at a high price. As long as one was willing to pay a high price, they could obtain the information they wanted. Thus, the success rate of the next 2 rounds would constantly rise. The 3rd round was also a failure. It was either because they didn't manage to buy any information, or it was as the two mentioned possibilities. The fourth round began. Even with Qin Yu's willpower, he was secretly shaken by this brutal round. He thought that he had been ruthless enough to obtain a promotion spot ahead of time. Otherwise, if he had fallen to the fourth round, even if he had tried his best, he still wouldn't have been safe. A sea spirit teacher was overjoyed. Just as he was about to obtain the last sea spirit, his body stiffened and his eyes popped open. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood and fainted. In that moment, he had withstood at least 10 divine senses, all of them mercilessly attacking him. It was already good enough that he had managed to keep his life. And this was just a very normal scene in the whole crazy fight. High-level sea spirit teachers left the stage one after another with serious injuries. Everyone's eyes were red with killing intent, and the scene began to gradually spiral out of control. The committee began to sweat profusely. If there were too many casualties, then the next sea spirit teacher competition would inevitably be affected. It might even be stopped by His Majesty. This time, the committee reacted quickly and quickly came up with a solution. The last sea spirit would be determined by pure soul strength. The sea spirit teachers gasped for breath. After a short period of thought, they accepted this proposal. The soul-testing treasure that had been urgently borrowed from the royal palace appeared. All of the sea spirit teachers that could still move struggled to leave the stage. This included the old sea spirit teacher from Sea Spirit Pavilion who had fainted. After hearing the announcement on the broadcast, he leapt up from his bed and ran so quickly that several seafolk who were taking care of him couldn't help but widen their eyes. The final result was that a sea spirit teacher who believed that he was lacking in strength and had been frightened by the tragic situation of the fourth round, so he hadn't dared to do anything, had taken advantage of the situation and won by a hair's breadth. Looking at his wide smile, it was clear that he was overjoyed by this result. The committee had already temporarily changed the rules of the competition. If there was a fifth round, then things would truly be out of control. This was especially true when the soul-testing treasure had arrived just now and His Majesty had issued a strict verbal decree. Thus, this sea spirit teacher with an obviously sloppy strength only used half a day to heal the last sea spirit. The committee carefully inspected it and announced in front of everyone that there were no problems. Of course, as for whether or not there were really no problems, only they themselves knew. There were some sea spirit teachers who raised objections. For instance, the second-place finisher in the soul-testing competition who had nearly been eliminated was forcefully expelled by the committee for ruining the progress of the competition. He was also banned from the competition for 30 years. Then, the entire world fell silent. At this point, the 20 competitors in the finals had all been decided. Chairman Shu's deep and low voice echoed through the square. Now, I would like to invite the altar to make a final judgment on the 20 sea spirits. The top 2 will undergo an additional competition to determine who has the qualifications to challenge for the purple card. The surface of the white jade altar erupted with light. The 20 trays seemed to be summoned. They instantly flew up from the hands of the committee cultivators and flew straight towards the altar. Chapter 144. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The sacrificial altar was the same as the ancient bell outside the royal palace. It was an object from ancient times and had some strange and unimaginable uses. For instance, it could appraise the quality of sea spirits. The 20 sea spirits used for the examination had been carefully selected. They were all of the same rank and the difficulty of the questions was also on the same level. After the 20 trays entered the range of the altar, almost at the same time, they emitted a faint greenish-white light, just like the altar itself. This meant that the 20 sea spirits had returned to their normal range. But as time passed, the light that the trays emitted began to change. A few of the trays had a greenish-white color, and the white color was fading away, eventually turning into a dense green color. This meant that the sea spirits in the trays had surpassed the normal range of quality and had reached an outstanding level. A powerful sea spirit teacher could not only heal the wounds of a sea spirit but also help it increase its strength. Of course, there were very few that could accomplish this. It could be said that they were the peak existences amongst sea spirit teachers. In normal circumstances, The top 2 finalists would be born from these sea spirits. But at this time, countless sea folk cried out in alarm. Inside and outside the Prosperity Square, there were nearly 1 million sea race members gathered. Their cries of alarm were like rolling thunder, constantly reverberating in the air. Amidst countless shocked gazes, a tray that was green to the extreme suddenly glowed with a bit of purple. Like a purple ink spot falling into water, it quickly spread. The faint purple was extremely thin, but it was so noble and extraordinary amidst the green and white, like the clouds overlooking the earth. Because this represented a completely different level, the sea folk revered purple. This purple light in front of them indicated that the sea spirit on the tray had not only risen in strength but had also made a qualitative breakthrough. Quality. First there was the quality, then the quality would be revealed. On the other hand, the sublimation of quality also represented a leap in quality. This sea spirit had surpassed its original grade. It had surpassed the other sea beads and reached a completely new level. The Great Sea Spirit Teacher Competition had been held many times, but the number of times where purple had appeared could be counted on one hand. Love Go Small say net canned of these few protagonists, the vast majority of them would successfully defeat their chosen purple card Sea Spirit Teacher in the following examination, becoming a new legend. In other words, the person who saved the master of this konjac flower had a high chance of becoming a new purple card. Countless gazes converged on a corner of the Prosperity Square. There were 7 or 8 carriages parked there, and they had long since been surrounded by a vast crowd. Each and every one of them was a dignitary of the capital, and they were not stingy with their smiles and congratulations. Their faces were full of respect and awe. Purple cards didn't need to pay their respects when entering the palace. The 100 tribes of the sea domain bowed to them. They were truly major characters who stood above the clouds. The Qing family patriarch and Madam Qing squeezed through the crowd, trying their best to blend into the circle of people congratulating Qin Yu. But before they could approach, an indifferent gaze fell upon them, forcing them to halt their steps. The Qing family patriarch revealed an angry expression. Madam Qing held onto his hand, but this graceful woman still maintained an impeccable smile on her face. They absolutely could not leave. Because even if they stood here, in the eyes of outsiders, the Qing family still belonged to the peak of the capital city. In the middle of the carriage, a young man sat cross-legged. He seemed to have heard the noise outside, and his brows furrowed slightly. On the opposite side, the chubby old man stroked his beard and smiled. "They are congratulating you, young Master Jin. You are even more powerful than before, this time there should be no mistakes." The young man had an indifferent expression. "I know." His calm words were filled with confidence. The chubby old man smiled, a look of longing in his eyes. Once this matter succeeded, the plan that his family had been working on for so many years would finally be able to step onto the right track. Suddenly, an even louder roar came from outside the carriage. All of the dignitaries of the capital city who had hurried over to congratulate Qin Yu had their jaws drop open, completely dumbfounded. On the altar, another tray gushed out with a halo of purple light. Contrasting with the precious purple soul flower, it became even more dazzling. From the start of the Great Sea Spirit Teacher Competition until now, there had never been a scene where 2 purple lights shined together. All of the sea folk watching the competition went crazy. Their cheers nearly tore apart the seawater and reached the heavens. First, they saw Mr. Ning waste 2 high-level sea spirit teachers. Then, they saw Chief Manager Wu attack the competition committee and smash committee member Gudra with his chair. Now, they actually saw 2 purple lights appear one after another. It was worth it. The ticket price was worth it. Countless seafolk who had been short on money or had acted too late were left with no choice but to stamp their feet in frustration. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have had a topic they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Chief Manager Wu's taut face instantly bloomed into a smile. As he looked at the calm Qin Yu across from him, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is what true confidence looks like. As he thought about how nervous he had been just now and how Qin Yu must have seen him, Chief Manager Wu revealed an embarrassed expression. But, he soon calmed down. As long as Qin Yu could win, let alone making a fool of himself, he was willing to do something even more shameful. Ching Ching's face was filled with excitement. She hugged Leon, laughing and jumping around. Only like this could she vent the joy in her heart. Leon clumsily responded to the congratulations of the sea folk around him. These high-level sea spirit teachers had completely swept away their previous arrogance and pride. Looking at the intimate atmosphere between them, it was as if they wished they could pull him over and become sworn brothers. The Qing family patriarch and Madame Qing suddenly discovered that they were surrounded by people. The nobles of the capital city who had been looking at them with warning glares were now all smiling and greeting them, apologizing for their rudeness just now. The atmosphere seemed incomparably harmonious. After a short period of time, the two of them received a massive wave of invitations. Although their hearts shook, they still maintained a calm smile on their faces as they laughed and chatted with them. Some people asked why Miss Qingqing was at Sea Spirit Pavilion. It seemed that she had a good relationship with Mr. Leon. The Qing family patriarch looked at his daughter who was hugging Leon and cheering. His eyelids jumped up, thinking that this wasn't nonsense. But, besides a bit of jealousy, he didn't feel any anger. Mr. Leon? Hehe, it seemed that nobles were truly shameless. Before this, they had all been referring to Mr. Leon as a boy who had walked into some dog's hit luck. Madame Qing casually said that her daughter and Grandmaster Ning's disciple were friends that she had met at work and that they only had a good relationship. In the high society circles, this sort of concealment was popular. The more one tried to explain, the harder it was to explain. And sure enough, the envy in those eyes became increasingly thick. In the middle carriage, the young sea spirit teacher paled. Mr. Ning, how could he still be alive? The fat old man bitterly smiled. We've already sent people to deal with him, but we underestimated his strength. 2 high-level sea spirit teachers that we worked so hard to raise have already died. That's right, they had indeed died. He had personally given the order, so there shouldn't be any accidents. This was because only a dead person could keep a secret. Even his master didn't want to face that noble woman in Sega City. The young sea spirit teacher clenched his teeth. Let him die. I don't want to see him again. The fat old man hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He sighed inwardly. The situation in the competition had already aroused attention. Many people suspected that once Mr. Ning died, it would surely set off a massive storm. Even the arrangements that his master had made over the years would be exposed and greatly damaged. But with things having come this far, it was impossible to retreat. As he thought of the orders his master had given him before he arrived, his eyes darkened. He gently knocked on the carriage. The 4 guards that had been standing guard outside all took several steps back. A powerful aura erupted, sealing off all signs of life. The fat old man took out a spirit shell and coldly ordered, "Have the spies take action. No matter what price we have to pay, erase this obstacle." He hung up the spirit shell and placed it in his chest pocket. Then, he revealed a warm smile. "Young Master Jin, I've finished." The young sea spirit teacher humphed. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Several committee members paled. It was unknown what thoughts were racing through their minds. The result was clear and no one dared to argue. So, a moment later, Chairman Shu announced the results. Dinghai City's Jingguanjin and Sea Spirit Pavilion's Mr. Ning were tied for first place. 3 days from now, there would be an additional match to determine the final winner of the Sea Spirit Teacher competition. Leon bid farewell to Qingqing and boarded the carriage. Sea Spirit Pavilion's 9 carriages slowly drove out of the square. Countless sea folk cheered like a tide. Their eyes followed the carriages, sending out the highest awe and worship. But not long after the carriages left the square and entered the main road leading to Sea Spirit Pavilion, the windows on both sides of the street shattered and 20 black-clothed assassins jumped out. They were wrapped in black robes and the blood that covered their bodies left one shivering. In just several breaths of time, the guards of Sea Spirit Pavilion had suffered heavy casualties. The 20 assassins were like ghosts as they rapidly approached the carriage. This scene shocked all of the sea folk that followed the carriages. Countless young noble ladies screamed out in pain as they were dragged away by the guards. The crowd fell into chaos, as if they were in a riot. It had been many years since someone had been assassinated on the streets of the capital city. Some old sea folks' lips trembled, as if they were thinking back to those bloody times. In the carriage, Chief Manager Wu had a callous expression. As he watched the guards die, he didn't reveal the least bit of emotion. Qin Yu opened his eyes. "You were waiting for them?" Chief Manager Wu nodded. Ever since they moved against Old Sea, it was impossible for things to calm down. Since Mr. Ning revealed enough of a threat, they naturally had to take action. After a pause, his eyes turned even colder. "Although I made preparations, it was only a precaution. I never thought they would really dare to kill people in public in the capital city." He reached out a hand and made a gesture. Rumble, rumble, the earth trembled and the chaotic seafolk were brutally knocked to the side. Countless people fell to the ground, howling in pain. As they were about to curse, they saw the tall and sturdy seahorse behind them, a knight wrapped in armor. They quickly shut their mouths, a cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The royal family had whale monster guards. This was a symbol of their status. But the strongest defensive strength was publicly recognized as the royal family's Black Riders. This was a mysterious strength. No one knew who controlled it, and no one knew where it was stationed or how many members it had. The most famous battle was in the year when the throne of the capital city changed. 3,000 Black Riders had entered the capital city and surrounded and killed 7 peak masters of the old royal family. In this battle, the Black Riders had suffered heavy casualties, but they had also established their unsurpassed status. Thus, even though the Black Riders hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, legends about them still circulated in the capital city. Chapter 145. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. The crowd fell eerily quiet. Countless seafolk's jaws dropped open. They looked at this hell-like flood that came from all directions, surrounding all the assassins. Without needing orders, the orderly Black Riders suddenly divided into 20 smaller groups. Each group had 3 riders surrounding an assassin, and the black dragon spears in their hands thrust out. The unstoppable assassins instantly fell into a bitter struggle. Their exquisite killing skills couldn't be displayed in front of the Black Riders. If they wanted to escape, they would be blocked at all costs. The Black Riders bled and the assassins died. The smell of blood wafted through the streets of the capital city. Faintly, one could see the days of bloodshed in the capital city. In the past, the Black Riders had also fought like this. Puff, the last assassin, was simultaneously pierced through by 7 dragon spears. Terrifying strength wreaked havoc, tearing apart his body from within. His eyes widened, filled with unwillingness as he died. No one was left alive. This was because since these elite assassins dared to openly attack in the capital city, they had already prepared themselves to die. Even if they tried to capture them, they would only obtain bodies that had died from poison. With the cruel and direct methods of the Black Riders, they naturally chose to use the smallest price to directly slaughter them. At one end of the street, atop a tall building, a fat old man shivered. He closed his eyes and several drops of tears flowed out. His heart ached. After dozens of years of painstaking cultivation, the assassin squad that had finally taken shape had lost nearly half of its members. Moreover, he could only watch helplessly as they were killed without being able to rescue them. Black Riders, damn it, they had actually sent out the Black Riders. No wonder the master feared that woman from Sega City so much. She actually held such a terrifying strength in her hands. Just what was the master of the royal palace thinking? After ascending to the throne, he actually handed over such an important strength of the royal family to her to control. But now, there was no meaning in thinking about these things. His wrong judgment not only caused the assassins to suffer heavy casualties, but it also meant that it was impossible for him to directly erase this obstacle. This was because the Black Riders were the most formidable protectors of the sea region. Up until now, no one had been able to break through them. The chubby old man turned and left. Although he wasn't worried about being discovered and arousing suspicion, time was of the essence and he had to work on other aspects. The long street returned to silence. The 60 black-clad riders lined up once more. Even though some of them were severely injured and blood flowed down their black armor, their backs were still straight and the black dragon spears in their hands didn't tremble in the slightest. Under the awe and reverence in the eyes of the guards, They replaced the guards and slowly circled around the carriage towards Sea Spirit Pavilion. On this day, the appearance of the Black Riders caused countless people to guess the true background of Sea Spirit Pavilion. Their minds were shaken to the extreme. Qin Yu looked at the quiet Black Riders outside. They were completely one with their mounts. Besides the sound of hooves, even their breathing was in the same rhythm. This kind of well-trained sea species army was unbelievably strong. He even suspected that as long as there were enough Black Knights, they could even kill nascent soul cultivators. In comparison, the so-called Cultivator Alliance army in the war between the righteous and the evil in the south was like a motley crew. They didn't need too many. 5,000 Black Knights would be enough to crush both the righteous and demonic paths. Perhaps only a race with supreme royal authority like the sea races could truly control such a terrifying strength. Chief Manager Wu's face was full of praise. The Black Riders are one of the strongest forces of the sea races. Their appearance is enough to ensure that Mr. Qin is not harmed by the outside world. His eyes were full of desire. There was no one who didn't want to control such a formidable strength. But besides the royal family, only a small number of powerful tribes had the qualifications to form their own battalions. It wasn't that the other sea race influences didn't want to, but that they couldn't afford it. For an army composed entirely of powerful seafolk, the losses would be an astronomical figure that couldn't be calculated. They smoothly arrived at Sea Spirit Pavilion. The Black Riders finally dispersed, vanishing from sight once more. But no one doubted that once Sea Spirit Pavilion was attacked, they would appear as soon as possible. Chief Manager Wu stepped down from the carriage, a solemn expression on his face. The Black Riders can defend against frontal attacks. Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise and ensure Mr. Qin's safety. Old Chow was the head chef of Sea Spirit Pavilion's dining hall. He had worked diligently for dozens of years, and because of his sincerity and diligence, his cooking skills, and his simple and honest smile, he was well received by the staff of Sea Spirit Pavilion. He was a character that didn't have a high status but was extremely popular. The higher-ups had ordered him to cook a pot of nourishing medicinal cuisine. Even though Old Chow had spent his entire life dealing with smoke and fumes, he was still shocked by the ingredients. Disregarding everything else, just the several main ingredients that nourished the soul were good enough to be auctioned off. Old Chow roused himself. After carefully washing up, he changed into a new chef's robes, shaved his face, and cleaned his hands. Then, under the watchful eyes of several guards, he began to carefully process the ingredients. Even if the ingredients were good, they had to be matched with a good chef. Only then could they reasonably control the heat and stimulate all of the medicinal properties without being too violent or difficult to absorb. After washing, cutting, and placing the ingredients into a 30-year-old soup pot, he poured water over it and covered it. Old Chow looked at the several guards around him, an awkward expression on his face. Which chef didn't have some unique skills? Most of them were passed down from their ancestors. If their children weren't outstanding, they wouldn't even be able to look at them, so they certainly didn't want to teach them to outsiders. The guard captain smiled. He helplessly said, "Old Chow, we all know your rules. Let's turn around and hurry up, all right?" Old Chow nodded again and again in thanks. When the guards turned around, he began to mix in the soup that stimulated the medicinal properties. His movements were smooth and graceful, and after a moment, he smiled. "It's done." He lifted a hand and poured in the soup. As the heat increased, a rich fragrance began to waft out. The several guards gulped. The guard captain laughed and scolded, "You bastards, you really dare to dream. Just smelling something like this is your luck. Wake up early." Old Chow smiled. 2 hours later, the medicinal cuisine was ready. He lifted the pot and carefully looked at the color of the soup. After smelling it, he smiled and said that this was just right. But he had to drink it while it was hot, otherwise the medicinal effects would fade away. The guard captain waved his hand and someone immediately brought out a new food box and placed the medicinal cuisine inside. He smiled and said, "Old Chow, if you have time tonight, let's drink a cup. I will prepare the ingredients and you can make it." Seeing Old Chow nod, the group of guards wanted to join in on the fun, but after being scolded several times, they hurried away with the medicinal cuisine. After they left, old Chow began to clean up the traces of his work. Once everything was done, he turned and left, vanishing from the small door where he purchased materials and cleaned up the trash. Old Chow didn't return that day. It was said that he had retired due to old age. That night, the guard captain died in his home. No one mentioned the dinner party again. Sea Spirit Pavilion operated as usual. Perhaps it was because of Grandmaster Ning, but business was even more lively than usual. The consultants at the entrance were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. There was a family of 3 customers. The hostess and her daughter were very beautiful, and the short man who looked like a winter melon was the subject of many envious gazes. He was proud of himself, but he was also a bit vigilant as he swept his eyes around. Whenever someone looked at him with a burning gaze, he would fiercely glare back. It was the classic appearance of someone who was protecting their food. The reception consultant stepped forward and asked. Both sides had a pleasant conversation and they arrived at the counter to register. As they were talking to the counter staff, the beautiful woman blushed red and whispered something. The reception consultant smiled brightly and gestured with her hand. The man had a bad look in his eyes, but he couldn't leave right now. He could only bitterly nod and urge her to come back earlier. Humans had 3 needs, and the sea races were no different. Even an extremely beautiful young woman gently swayed her hips as she walked, causing the consultant to stare at her. The 2 people's eyes met several times. The young woman's blushing face was evasive and filled with anticipation, causing the consultant to feel restless. They arrived at the restroom. That's right, the sea races called it a restroom. It was a very clean and elegant name. The young woman looked at the tall and handsome consultant and turned to walk in. A quarter hour, half an hour, the consultant waited for a long time, but the beautiful woman didn't come out again. As for the short man who looked like a winter melon, he seemed to have taken care of everything and left early with his daughter. In truth, the sea races that had taken human form weren't any different from humans. They ate, drank, and had everything they needed to do. With so many sea races gathered together in the capital city, sanitation was certainly important. Thus, beneath the massive capital city, there were extremely well-developed sewage pipes that led to the distant trenches to ensure that the capital city and its surrounding environment wouldn't be affected. Every day, a massive number of cleaners would enter the temporarily closed sewage pipes to repair them in order to ensure that they could continue to live. A group of sea folk responsible for cleaning the pipes laughed and joked. They walked into the pipes shrouded in darkness. In the distance, one could hear the sound of laughter, as if someone were telling a joke. This group of stinky members of the sea tribe gradually disappeared into the depths of the pipe. Then, they dispersed according to the division of labor and went to different work areas. 6 members of the sea tribe suddenly became silent after they left the crowd. They turned off the lighting equipment above their heads. Like a group of mice in the dark, they carefully and quietly opened a gate that should have been sealed and walked in. Qin Yu was really sleeping. After entering the sea race capital city, he had been tense and cautious. It was only now that he was sure that there were people guarding him that he could relax a little. After a dreamless sleep, Qin Yu opened his eyes in high spirits. He felt as if his entire body had been cleansed and his soul had become much clearer. This was the path of relaxation. As for the upcoming competition, was that something he needed to consider? Leon hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed towards his teacher. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Teacher, the sky sea wings." Qin Yu waved his hand. "I said I would give them to you, so just accept them." Leon's face was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Qin Yu walked over to the workbench where the tea set was placed. He lit the flames of the void and began to boil water for tea. Leon respectfully stood to the side. He knew that when his teacher brewed tea, he was also meditating and didn't want to be disturbed. But, the process of brewing tea had been interrupted. Leon quickly opened the door, revealing Chief Manager Wu's slightly tired face. As he walked in and saw Qin Yu brewing tea, he was startled for a moment before bitterly smiling. "Mr. seems to be in a good mood." Qin Yu smiled. "Chief Manager, you came at the right time. Please sit down." Chief Manager Wu took out a box of food. "This is some medicinal cuisine. Mister, Please drink it, it will be good for your body. As Chief Manager Wu watched Qin Yu pour tea, he couldn't help but shake his head. Mister, do you know that in order to make this medicinal cuisine, from the time it was purchased to the time it was delivered to the time it was made? Among them were many years of ingredient suppliers to my sea spirit pavilion, internal guards, and even a chef that could make my favorite dish. Chapter 146. The voice beneath the black robe was calm. Did Chief Steward not find any clues? I've found them, but most of the clues were cut off with the deaths of the people involved. The only thing we can investigate is the 20 assassins who tried to assassinate him on the street. Perhaps the instigator behind the scenes also knows how vile it is to assassinate someone on the streets of the capital city. They will need to give an explanation, even if it is only to shut everyone's mouths. Chief Manager Wu's complexion was ugly. But does Mr. know where this trail leads? It's an escort agency in the capital city that relies on Sea Spirit Pavilion's orders to make money all year round. That's right, it's a business of Sea Spirit Pavilion. It was no wonder Chief Manager Wu was so angry that he was investigating the assassin. Qin Yu shook his head. It seems that the person who wants to kill me is extremely meticulous. Chief Manager Wu said in a low voice, Mister, rest assured that with the Black Knights outside, they won't dare to act recklessly. As long as you stay here, I guarantee that no one will be able to harm you. Time was unpredictable. Sometimes it was unbearably long, and sometimes it was like a rushing river, passing in the blink of an eye. The third day. On the surface, Sea Spirit Pavilion didn't seem any different from before, but the internal defenses had been raised to the highest level. There were even people standing guard in the sewage pipes buried deep underground. But the pervasive methods of the last 2 days had suddenly vanished without a trace. As noon approached, everything was calm and tranquil. The Sea Spirit Pavilion guards looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that the other party had given up? Chief Manager Wu coldly sneered. He ordered for everyone to be on high alert. He believed that this was their opponent's plan to numb them. Before the finals ended, they couldn't relax their defenses for even a moment. But on this day, there was no assassination. Rather, a guest appeared and asked to see Mr. Ning. Chief Manager Wu personally handled the situation. It was unknown what the two sides said, but his complexion was clearly extremely gloomy. He lowered his voice and roared a few times before taking out a spirit shell and striking out. After a while, he hung up. He took a deep breath and said, I'm going to ask Grandmaster Ning now. You had best guarantee that there won't be any problems. The guest was bald and had a bulging stomach, looking like the Metria Buddha. His small eyes were full of calmness and indifference. Since he could sit here, he would not be afraid of such threats. He smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you, head butler. Chief Manager Wu flicked his sleeves and left. He soon arrived at the 7-layer building, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Leon opened it and respectfully retreated to the side. Qin Yu didn't cultivate. Although Sea Spirit Pavilion was heavily guarded, it was always better to be a bit more cautious. Looking at the manager's complexion, his eyes flashed. Chief Manager, is there something wrong? Chief Manager Wu opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He forced a smile and said, Mr. Ning, I came here to invite you out to meet a guest. Qin Yu frowned. Chief Manager Wu hurriedly explained, someone is holding the Sea Spirit token that my master sent out in the past. They are asking Grandmaster Ning to see the holder of the Sea Spirit token. The Sea Spirit token is a special token that the master sent out when Sea Spirit Pavilion was first established in order to thank everyone for their help. With this token, one can request that Sea Spirit Pavilion agree to a condition. In these past years, the Sea Spirit cards have been taken back one after another. I never thought that this person would actually obtain one. Master cannot break his promise, but I have agreed to give Grandmaster Ning 3 million spirit stones as compensation. The Black Knights will follow you, and I will also bring experts with me. As long as I don't die, you won't be in any danger. Qin Yu's eyebrows relaxed. He thought for a moment and said, all right, I agree. He was also curious as to just who it was that wanted to kill him. Chief Manager Wu had an apologetic expression. In short, it is my Sea Spirit Pavilion that has let Mr. Ning down this time. Ha, please wait a moment. I will immediately arrange everything. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He called Leon over and gave him a few instructions. Leon nodded and hurried away, soon returning with a black box. Chief Manager Wu returned. Mr. Ning. Please come in. There wasn't a massive commotion as expected. There were only 4 people outside the door. Their faces were simple and unsmiling, and behind them were 2 long swords, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. As he approached, he felt a faint pain all over his body, as if there were invisible thorns growing all around them. There are spies among the guards, so we cannot allow them to stay close to protect us. These 4 sea mantis swordsmen come from Sega City, so we can trust them completely. Chief Manager Wu explained. After boarding the carriage and leaving, the Black Knights quietly gathered around. They followed the carriage in front of them along the main streets of the capital city. This conspicuous group instantly attracted the attention of countless people. As they guessed the identity of the person in the carriage, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. In such a dangerous time, this person wasn't hiding in Sea Spirit Pavilion but actually dared to come out and wander around. At Four Seas Restaurant, the carriage came to a stop. The Black Knights dispersed, distancing themselves from the surrounding environment. Chief Manager Wu got off the carriage first. He swept his cold eyes around and then drew back half a step to allow Qin Yu to step down. The bald and chubby seafolk had a warm smile on his face. Grandmaster Ning has taken the time to come and my master is overjoyed. He is already waiting for you in the banquet hall. Please. Several people from the Black Knights dismounted and followed. Chief Manager Wu and the Four Sea Mantis swordsman stepped into Four Seas Restaurant. The seafolk faintly smiled, not minding this at all. When they arrived outside the private room and saw the similarly silent Black Knights, Chief Manager Wu's pupils shrank. Little Wu, the one treating is me. I have some words I wish to speak with Mr. Ning alone. Wait outside. An old voice sounded out from inside. Chief Manager Wu revealed a bitter expression. He respectfully bowed. Yes, I understand. He turned and looked at Qin Yu, his eyes cryptic. Mister, rest assured that since the old man is treating you, there is no need to worry about your safety. I will wait for you outside. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He nodded and pushed open the door. The private room was large. The table was large and there were many dishes. Hot steam wafted out and a fragrant aroma wafted out. There were 2 chairs placed opposite each other. In the seat of the sect master, there was an old man in silk robes. His face was pale and his eyes were penetrating, as if they could see straight into one's heart. As he saw Qin Yu enter, he smiled. Mr. Ning, please sit and have a taste of the dishes I have prepared. I borrowed the chef from His Majesty today. I hope it will suit your taste. He spoke in an understated manner, displaying his superior demeanor. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and picked up a bowl and chopsticks to eat. The taste was indeed good. The thin slices of meat melted in his mouth and the fragrance penetrated straight into his heart and lungs. There were several beautiful scales between the old man's eyebrows. Unfortunately, Qin Yu wasn't too familiar with the sea races, so he couldn't guess his identity. At this time, his eyebrows arched up, a bit of appreciation in his eyes. The 2 didn't speak. There was only the sound of chewing and swallowing in the private room. It seemed the old man's appetite wasn't too good. After a while, the old man put down his chopsticks and looked at Qin Yu, who was still gorging himself. He let out an envious sigh, but he didn't rush him. Instead, he smiled as he watched Qin Yu eat to his heart's content. With his successful demon body, Qin Yu's appetite was far more terrifying than it seemed. The table was a mess and most of the food had entered his mouth. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He let out a comfortable breath and said, "Thank you for your hospitality." The old man smiled. Being able to eat is a blessing. When I was young, I ate more than you. Unfortunately, I am old now and I have the heart but not the strength. So, young people should enjoy themselves now so that they don't regret it later. For instance, a poor old man like me. Qin Yu didn't know what this old man was thinking, but he smiled and nodded. Mr. Ning is young and promising, So why waste your time on a Vanity Fair like the capital city? How about you follow me out to the sea and have some fun? This is the first time my shark ship has entered the water after I finished refining it. It has all sorts of fun and delicious things to eat on it. Moreover, there is a treasure house built on it where most of my life's collections are stored. Mr. Ning, you can choose as many as you like from there. Qin Yu lightly said, I thank you for your good intentions. If Mr. isn't in a hurry, you can wait a few days for me. After the Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition ends, I might agree. The old man shook his head. I can't wait. The ship enters the water today. I've already chosen a good day. Qin Yu said, then I can only disappoint Mr.'s good intentions. The old man frowned. Mr. Ning, do you not want to consider it? Qin Yu stood up. There's no need. When he reached the door, the old man's voice sounded out from behind him. Mr. Ning, you are still very young, so there is no need to be impatient about anything. My collection on the ship is worth tens of millions each. In particular, there are some soul-strengthening items that will surely satisfy you. Qin Yu didn't turn around. Although the treasures are good, the promise is even heavier. Since I promised first, I can only apologize. He pushed open the door. The bald man suddenly approached. He lowered his voice and roared, Grandmaster Ning, I thought you were a smart person, but I never thought you would make such a stupid choice. I am very disappointed. Qin Yu glanced over. Who are you? The bald man's breath caught in his throat and his complexion became even uglier. I respectfully call you Grandmaster because I think highly of you. Do you really think you have a chance to become a great figure above the highest heavens? How could young Master Jin be? He suddenly stopped, realizing that he had said something he shouldn't have. He clenched his teeth and said, Surname Ning, this is your last chance. Don't blame me for not warning you. Chief Manager Wu had a worried expression. He was pacing back and forth not too far away. When he heard the door open, he hurried over. As he saw this, he coldly said, Steward Wang, what are you doing? It was clear he had already recognized this person. Steward Wang coldly sneered and turned to leave. Chief Manager Wu wanted to say something, but hesitated. Qin Yu lightly said, let's go. After leaving 4C Hall, the carriage quietly drove down the road. Without waiting for Chief Manager Wu to speak, Qin Yu suddenly said, Chief Manager, do you know someone from the Sound Shell Station? Chief Manager Wu was stunned. He couldn't keep up with Qin Yu's thoughts and simply nodded. The carriage turned. A moment later, Qin Yu emerged from a small sound shell station under the protection of black armored guards. A moment ago, there had been a suicide attack. Chief Manager Wu had a gloomy expression as he interrogated a survivor he had managed to catch with great difficulty. Mr. Ning, let's hurry back. Before he could ask what Qin Yu was doing, the meticulous Chief Manager Wu noticed that there were several cold and callous black-armored guards looking at Qin Yu with a strange expression. Let's go. They boarded the carriage. Before long, Director Jin hurriedly knocked on the window and passed in a sound shell. He looked at Qin Yu with shock in his eyes. Chief Manager Wu opened it. After a short period of rustling noise, this finely crafted sound shell displayed its function and broadcasted a clear audio message. The conversation in the box wasn't too out of line. But after they left, Steward Wang's low voice roared out, leaving one's imagination running wild. Young Master Jin, everyone knew that the Sea Spirit teacher competing to challenge for one of the purple cards was Jing Guanjin. This is an audio message that our station's spies risked their lives to send to us. According to our voice experts, the Grandmaster Ning in this audio message is Sea Spirit Pavilion's Mr. Ning. It is hard for us to imagine just what sort of person would dare to so brazenly threaten a high-level Sea Spirit teacher that is about to participate in an important competition. As for what sort of story is behind this, we will continue to pay attention and broadcast it for you. The solemn voice of the announcer in the sound shell continued. But Chief Manager Wu couldn't hear anything at all. His head was ringing.